A clinical introduction to Freud. Techniques for everyday practice. Bruce Fink. Because of the novelty of my therapeutic method, I see only the severest cases, which have already been under treatment by other practitioners for years without any success. Freud, SE 7, p. 21n. Words were originally magic, and even today words retain much of their ancient magical power. By words, one person can make another blissfully happy or drive him to despair. Freud, SE 15, p. 17. Introduction. The division of the psychical realm into what is conscious and what is unconscious is the fundamental premise of psychoanalysis. Freud, SE 19, p. 13. What is psychoanalytic practice other than the invention and use of a whole series of techniques designed to access and impact the unconscious? Freud claimed that the theory of repression is the cornerstone on which the structure of psychoanalysis is built. And in this book I shall examine Freud's work with a view to explaining and exemplifying the myriad techniques he devised with which to get at the unconscious and thereby undo many of the ill effects of repression. My impression, based on some 3 decades of psychoanalytic teaching, practice, and supervision, is that the most basic methods Freud developed for accessing the unconscious are no longer taught to the vast majority of students of psychology and psychoanalysis. The latter are, instead, instructed only in roundabout ways of broaching the repressed ways that stem from what appears to be an almost century-long fascination, on the part of post-Freudians, not with the repressed itself but with the obstacles to reaching it, obstacles that Freud encountered early on in his work as he encouraged his patients to remember the events that led to the onset of their symptoms. One such obstacle includes everything that falls under the heading of resistance, including such minor forms of resistance as embarrassment, moral compunction, and a sense that certain things simply are not talked about, being socially inappropriate, as well as more insidious and tenacious forms. An analyst's preoccupation with resistance gave rise to a whole trend within psychoanalysis known as the analysis of resistances to another obstacle, referred to by Freud as defense, which includes a long list of self-defensive maneuvers like denial, displacement, isolation of affect, compromise formation, omission, conversion, turning against the self, reaction formation, suppression of affect, projection, and undoing, spurred the development of a type of work known as the analysis of defense. 3. A third phenomenon, which Freud dubbed transference and also characterized as an obstacle. 4. Has led to the now decades-long attempt on the part of many contemporary schools of psychoanalysis to work with and analyze this further obstacle, as though it were the key to all things analytic. 5. All 3 of these endeavors have a fatal flaw, I would argue, which is to mistake the obstacle for the goal. An obstacle is something we attempt to get around, not focus on for its own sake. It is not by trying to understand every facet of resistance, defense, or transference that we are better able to have an impact on the unconscious. Indeed, it might be truer to say that by focusing so exclusively on resistance, defense, and transference, the unconscious is forgotten. 6. We lose sight of the goal we are supposedly seeking, that of determining what thoughts and wishes have become unconscious owing to the action of repression, as we attend so assiduously to the obstacles that arise during our search. Investigating and interpreting the obstacles to our pursuit of a goal is not the same as pursuing the goal itself, even if it may occasionally be necessary. 7. Jacques Lacan, a French psychoanalyst, 1901 to 1981, who is arguably the 20th century analyst who took Freud's work the most seriously and attempted to extend and at times rectify it, which is why I will refer to his views on numerous occasions throughout this book, said something about the May 1968 protesters in France, protesters who seemed determined to directly face off with heavily armed police, that might well apply to psychoanalysis as a whole, to run straight at the obstacles placed before you is to behave just like a bull. The point is to find a different path than the one where the obstacles lie, or, in any case, not to be especially interested in obstacles. 8. Lacan views transference as arising primarily at moments of stagnation or breakdown in the dialectical movement of psychoanalysis, not as a quintessentially useful part of the therapeutic work. See Fink, 2007, Chapter 7. Even if transferential reactions ineluctably arise at certain points in every analysis, in the best of cases the analyst manages to proceed in such a way that such reactions are few and far between. And the analyst strives to foster an atmosphere in which the least possible quantity of remembering of the past goes on via transferential acting out, a term often confused in our times with acting up, which simply means behaving badly, whereas in psychoanalytic theory acting out implies behaviorally performing something that one is unable to remember or feels unable to say to one's analyst, while the greatest possible quantity of remembering occurs without any such roundabout circuit being required. Lacan suggests that when transference shows its face in an analysis, it is not the Holy Grail that tells us we are on the right track, rather, transference is the means by which communication of the unconscious is interrupted, the means by which the unconscious closes up again. Far from being indicative of the signing over of powers to the unconscious, transference is, on the contrary, the shutting down of the unconscious. Seminar 2, p. 130. In this book, I shall focus primarily on the techniques Freud developed for going directly toward the unconscious, illustrating how we can use them and perhaps even improve on them today. Readers interested in knowing how I would respond to certain people who have critiqued Freud's technique and biases, whether recently or not so recently, are referred to Appendix I. I will not explore Freud's personal life here, for a wide variety of reasons, not the least of which is that I find psychobiography incredibly reductionistic, but also because I find Freud the man far less interesting or compelling than Freud the theorist of psychoanalytic practice. 9 Did Freud realize that emotions begin to fester when they are not expressed because of the story his father told him of one day being forced off the pavement for being a Jew and not having retaliated? This is, in my view, the sort of pointless speculation psychobiographers engage in. 10 Freud undoubtedly gleaned a great deal from his own life experience, but also from all that he read and all that he heard from his patients. How could anyone ever know exactly what inspired a specific insight? Perhaps Freud himself would have been unable to tell us in many instances. Nor shall I elaborate here on the particulars of Freud's intellectual development from the 1880s to the 1930s, or say much about the historical shift over the course of a few centuries from mesmerism to hypnosis to catharsis and on to free association. 12 As indicated above, my focus here is primarily on the clinically useful techniques Freud developed for getting at the unconscious. Thus, I do not go into the intricacies of certain of Freud's abstract concepts, such as the pleasure principle, the death drive, the Oedipus complex, penis envy, and so on. Forays into social and religious commentary. I say nothing here about totem and taboo, civilization and its discontents, the future of an illusion, or Moses and monotheism, or attempt to sift out which ideas he may have borrowed from this or that other theorist. Unlike Jean-Michel Quinones, in his Reading Freud, a chronological exploration of Freud's writings, 2005, I shall not examine everything Freud ever wrote, much less attempt to exhaustively explain everything in any of the texts by Freud that I do discuss. And unlike Jonathan Lear, in Freud, 2015, I do not stress the aspects of Freud's work that might appeal to a philosopher who believes in the power of self-awareness. 13 My concern is to highlight what in Freud's work seems to me to be of most direct relevance to clinicians who wish to bring out what an analysand, a term I prefer to patient, as analysand implies that it is the person who goes into analysis who does the lion's share of the analyzing, is unaware of in order to impact his or her unconscious. There are perhaps as many different readings of Freud's work as there are readers of it, and there are often wide divergences between the Freuds that various readers see. For Bruno Bettelheim, 1982, Freud is a humanist who talks extensively about man's soul. For Frank Soloway, 1979, Freud is a scientist and a biologist of the mind. For some, Freud can be viewed as a phenomenologist, whereas for Lacan, at least at a certain point in his work, Freud is rather more of a structuralist. For Barbara Lowe, Freud's attitude to his material might almost be called joyous, his exposition expressing profound emotion and the greatest freedom to use that emotion. 14 For others still, Freud was little more than a misogynist. And for Hermann Hesse, Thomas Mann, and Albert Einstein, Freud was above all a great stylist, a man of letters, and a master of the German language. He won, for example, the Goethe Prize for Literature in 1930. For my purposes here, Freud will be viewed primarily as a clinician who developed a whole series of theories and practices in order to grapple with problems he successively encountered while treating patients over the course of some 5 decades. As we shall see, especially in chapters 4 and 5, Freud as a clinician who, like most innovators, learned largely by trial and error, made his fair share of mistakes with patients and, like everyone else, had his own personal flaws, rarely if ever living up to his own compelling theory of practice. I shall argue, nevertheless, that the rigorous theory of practice he bequeathed us goes well beyond his own foibles and failings as an individual and has a great deal to teach us even today. Although I initially began to read Freud's work on my own, the take on Freud's work that I present here is heavily colored by Lacan's many year-long seminars, from about 1952 until the late 1970s, which arguably provided closer readings of Freud's work than any other course or text ever had. I studied these extensively during my analytic training in Paris in the 1980s and have been learning from them, and translating a few of them into English, ever since, finding them quite inexhaustibly fascinating. To those potential readers who might be inclined to dismiss Freud's work out of hand, having heard that it is hopelessly out of date, his theories disproven by one and all, or that his theories were the product of a perverted sex maniac, but who are being asked, if not required, to read this book for a course, let me point out that for every expert in a scientific field who has supposedly debunked Freud's theories, there is another who endorses them and believes he or she has found evidence for them. See, for example, Adams, Wright, and Lower, 1996, Baumeister, Bratslavsky, Muraven, and Tice, 1998, Muraven and Baumeister, 2000, Newman, Duff, and Baumeister, 1997, Rossner, 2000, Soames and Turnbull, 2002, Soames and Panksepp, 2012, Soames, 2015. We hear less about the latter, for whereas Freud bashing still makes for good copy, Cruz, 1993, Webster, 1995, findings that corroborate psychoanalysis are no longer considered newsworthy. In every scientific field, researchers often disagree as to the validity of theories for decades, if not centuries. Consider those proposed by Galileo and Darwin, and theories like those of the ether and string theory. This is a regular feature of scientific debate. I would ask you to try to momentarily set aside the views of the competing experts and judge for yourselves as to the clinical usefulness or uselessness of the theories and practices I will present here. The proof, after all, of a theory designed to guide psychotherapeutic practice is in the pudding. Does it help you help your patients or not? I do not see how the clinical validity of a theory could be seen to depend on the character of its inventor, as if we could all agree, in any case, whether someone was a good person or not. When we learn about new theories in the sciences that seem to explain many things we find in nature, or when we are moved by poems, songs, or novels, do we rush to discover if their creators were good, honest, upright people before deciding whether their scientific, literary, or musical productions were valuable? To those readers who prefer other psychological approaches to the psychoanalytic one, I would simply ask that you entertain the possibility that you might find a couple of useful techniques here that may come in handy one day when a client spontaneously tells you a dream or a sexual fantasy, for example. You may find within these pages a few instruments to put in your therapy toolbox. I mean that figuratively, not in the sense of an actual physical toolbox containing slips of paper on which specific interventions or interpretations are written, as seems to be used by some in the therapy world these days, whose value you will be able to test for yourself someday during a session. I would hope that those readers who have theoretical objections to Freud's work, whether they do not accept the notion that there is anything truly unconscious in human beings or thoroughly dislike dialectical thinking of any kind, would at least grant Freud the same respect they might give to any other well-known thinker, whether it be Plato, Aristotle, Kant, Marx, Heidegger, or Wittgenstein. I would ask them to at least briefly give Freud the benefit of the doubt, studying his work seriously for at least a few days to see what kind of evidence he musters for his claims, before consigning to the garbage heap the 24 volumes of his opus. Those who publicly criticize and reject an author's views are usually more convincing when they actually know something about that author's work. The most virulent and unconditional critics of Freud's work, and of Plato's, Marx's, and Wittgenstein's, are often those who know very little about it, and that gives a distinct air of intellectual dishonesty to their criticism. They often do not even realize that Freud explicitly indicates that not all dreams are sexual and that not all dreams necessarily contain wishes left over from childhood. 15 It is always better to know at least a little bit about a theory before attempting to refute it. Certain readers who have just begun to see patients, whether they are training to be clinical psychologists, social workers, counselors, or psychiatrists, may come to psychotherapeutic practice preferring to be guided by their own life experience and intuition, rather than by any theory that might, they feel, skew or otherwise distort their perception of their patient's troubles. What I would point out to such readers is that what they think of as their own non-theoretically warped intuition and pre-existing views have most likely been shaped by everything they have heard and read growing up, much of which is informed by a mishmash of psychological theories, whether espoused by novelists, poets, filmmakers, songwriters, talk show hosts, or their parents and friends. Intuition is nothing but a sense one has or a guess one makes that is based on unarticulated, unexamined notions that one has assimilated in the course of one's lifetime. 16 And commonly heard phrases about life and people in our culture bring a whole, albeit unacknowledged, metapsychology with them, some of which comes from Freud, some from a raft of other sources. Consider, for example, the oft-repeated line, "He keeps it all bottled up inside." The wisdom built into the idiomatic expression "bottled up" might well be likened to Freud's energetics, that is, his notion of the damming up of libido, SE 16, p. 408, as could its corollary that during a good talk or cry, we must let it all out. As simple an expression as "I've got her under my skin" implies several quite theoretical notions: a. that we can be infected by another person in such a way that it is both pleasurable and painful, if not downright unbearable, to be with her. It's rather like scratching an itch from a mosquito bite or poison ivy. The more we give into the temptation to scratch, the better it feels momentarily, but the worse the itch becomes. And b. that, as opposed to Descartes' well-known parties extra. Parties no two objects can occupy the same space at the same time, a philosophical view called into question by quantum physics, in the human realm. We can and do take at least something about another person into ourselves, it coming to dwell inside us. Just as there is no such thing as value-free language, there is no such thing as completely atheoretical intuition about life and relationships. The attempt to avoid having any sort of theoretical notions contaminate one's thinking, and the spontaneity of one's understanding of patients is thus doomed to failure from the outset. Better to take cognizance of and examine the theories that inescapably inform one's way of seeing the world than to allow them to inform it willy-nilly, in other words, in an inescapably haphazard and probably convenient way, dependent, perhaps, on whatever one is inclined to think or do at any particular moment in time. It is probably safe to say that it is precisely when we believe we are most free of any corrupting theoretical influence, Bloom, 1973, that we are most under its sway. Theoretical language does not take us any further away from so-called reality, or, as some might think of it, from the phenomena, or from the thing itself, than everyday speech does, insofar as what we call reality is itself rife with metaphors that have accumulated over the centuries and is thus theory-laden. Both everyday language and explicitly theoretical language provide ways of seeing and are simultaneously blindfolds. They blind us to certain things even as they allow us to see others. To rely only on everyday language is simply to resort to unanalyzed, unarticulated theory, which usually turns out to be bad theory, in the sense that it is rife with prejudices and stereotypes. One is always already functioning within a theory or relying on a grab bag of assorted, and potentially mismatched, Theoretical notions. So-called ordinary language has its own genius but also its own demons. When faced with a new theory, useful questions to ask are, does it allow me to see anything that I had not seen before that might be of use in my clinical work? Does this theory allow me to uncover blindnesses in my initial way of thinking about things or in other theories that I may have already assimilated? I can only hope that my readers will consider that psychoanalytic theory may allow them to see and hear certain things they have never seen or heard before. In chapters 1 and 2, I discuss the most basic foundations of Freud's work by exploring how he was led to formulate the existence of the unconscious, which, for practitioners, is arguably his most important theoretical contribution, and I include examples from the very first patients he, and his friend Joseph Breuer, worked with. In chapter 3, I explain how Freud came to interpret dreams in the way that he did and how to interpret your own patient's dreams. I also briefly review their how to work with slips of the tongue, bungled actions, and other such slip-ups or mistakes that people make quite regularly. In chapters 4 and 5, I comment on the two most widespread diagnostic structures that Freud talks about, obsession and hysteria, which, for better or for worse, and somewhat misleadingly, today often go by the names of obsessive-compulsive disorder, or OCD, and conversion disorder, respectively. For each structure, I take up the major case study that Freud devoted to it for obsession, the case of the rat man, for hysteria, the case of Dora, and highlight the technique he used at the time and where it fell short of his later recommendations regarding technique. I also indicate in what ways obsession and hysteria manifest themselves differently to clinicians today and suggest how psychoanalytic techniques can be used to treat them successfully. I will argue that obsession and hysteria are still alive and well, so to speak, despite concerted efforts on the part of the authors of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders (DSM) to fragment and slash or bury them, see, especially, Appendix V. I do not say much in this book about Freud's work with psychotics, since time has, I believe, shown that he often failed to recognize incipient psychosis, as in the case of the Wolf Man, SE 17, was unable to adequately theorize the causes of psychosis, and did not adapt his approach to psychoanalytic practice to have much success with psychotics. The theorization of the origins of psychosis and the modification of psychotherapeutic technique to achieve success with psychotics was, in my estimation, accomplished by later analysts, above all by Lacan. In chapter 6, I summarize Freud's many and varied accounts of how and why symptoms form, illustrating the forces involved in symptom formation using examples discussed earlier in the book as well as cases of my own. In chapter 7, I discuss a number of developments in psychoanalysis and psychiatry since Freud's time and raise the question whether it should be thought that we have improved upon psychoanalysis in the interim, gone beyond Freud altogether, or reverted to pre-Freudian positions. Along the way, I attempt to introduce the reader to and exemplify a multitude of psychoanalytic concepts, including repression, isolation, undoing, transference, countertransference, acting out, resistance, trauma, latent content, manifest content, condensation, displacement, wish fulfillment, ID, ego, superego, obsession, hysteria, phobia, negation, denial, fantasy, anxiety, affect, ambivalence, jouissance, free association, somatization, parapraxis, overdetermination, repetition, and many others as well. The reader will, I hope, come away from this volume having a fairly good working knowledge of both the basic theory and practice of Freudian psychoanalysis with neurotics. The attentive reader will note that, in citing material from the 24 volumes of the standard edition of the complete psychological works of Sigmund Freud, I have often taken liberties with the translation, updating the grammar and style, for example. I have done so not because I believe I am a better translator from the German than James Strachey. Indeed, I am no translator from the German at all 17, but because I strive throughout to make Freud as accessible as possible to the contemporary reader. Each of Freud's texts is cited here simply as SE, followed by the volume and, when relevant, page numbers, Example SE7, p. 34, the standard edition is, for the most part, laid out in chronological order, meaning that the higher the volume number, the later the date of composition. The same is true of the multi-volume seminar of Jacques Lacan, which is cited here as seminar, followed by the volume and relevant page numbers. Example Seminar 7, p. 34, page numbers for those volumes that have not yet appeared in English correspond to the French editions published by Souil in Paris. For those seminars that have not yet been published in French, I give the date of the class from which I am citing. The major collection of Lacan's papers included in Écrits, the first complete edition in English, 1966/2006a, is simply referred to here as Écrits. Citations from all other authors follow typical APA format: author's last name, year of publication cited, and page number, s. Much of the material in this book was initially developed in undergraduate and graduate courses on Freud that I taught at Duquesne University over the course of some 20 years. Nevertheless, everything here has been significantly revised and updated, I having once again found in working on this project that writing seriously tests my grasp of texts and theories in ways that oral teaching often does not. It should be noted that the vast majority of what I discuss here concerns neurotic, not psychotic patients. On work with the latter, see Fink, 2007, Chapter 10. Certain readers may be interested in consulting further texts in which I have discussed Freud's ideas in detail. They might consider looking at 2 papers I devoted to his work on fantasy in his article A Child is Being Beaten in Against Understanding, Fink, 2014b, and several chapters in which I discuss his work on love, desire, and narcissism in Lacan on Love, Fink, 2016. They might also find of value my discussion of how to work with dreams, daydreams, and fantasies in Fundamentals of Psychoanalytic Technique, Fink, 2007. A Clinical Introduction to Freud. Chapter 1. Tracing a symptom back to its origin. One of the simplest techniques Freud bequeathed to us seems now to be rarely taught or employed by the vast majority of practitioners, to explore in detail with the analyse and all the circumstances surrounding the very first appearance of a symptom. Having spoken at length with his friend Joseph Breuer about the latter's work with Anna O, and having experimented himself with hypnotizing patients and asking them to recount all the particulars of the moment at which a specific symptom first arose, Freud already in the mid-1890s claimed to have had a good deal of success in alleviating people's suffering by tracing their symptoms, like making funny clicking or clacking noises with their tongues at odd moments, back to their origin, that is, back to what he calls their precipitating cause, SE2, p3. In his studies on hysteria, SE2, co-authored with Joseph Breuer, the technique is simplicity itself. Freud does not see any need yet here to interpret the predicaments in which patients found themselves that led to symptom formation. It seems sufficient to get patients to recount everything that was going on at the time their symptoms first arose. There is one additional condition: patients must not simply tell the facts in a deadpan, matter-of-fact style, but must, in the consulting room, mentally project themselves back in time and get worked up, shocked, frightened, or upset, just as they had been at that earlier time, SE2, p6. An impassive account of the bare facts leads nowhere, whereas speech laden with affect, i.e., emotion, brings resolution indeed. Freud mentions many instances in which emotionally charged speech about the circumstances surrounding the first appearance of a symptom led to the permanent disappearance of the symptom from a patient's life. Magic? Hardly. Freud and Breuer call it catharsis here, referring back to Aristotle's view, expressed in his Poetics, that the viewing public enjoys a good tragedy because it experiences, during the performance, many of the same emotions as the characters on stage. This releases a kind of affective energy that, as Freud might have said, had previously been strangulated or suppressed. Today, many of us are more familiar with catharsis through the vicarious aggression we feel while watching a football or hockey game, as we imagine being one of the players ourselves, the exhilaration we experience in watching a heart-pounding adventure movie, or the release we derive from viewing a tragic romance or having a good cry during a tear-jerker. We can get so caught up in these broadcasts, movies, and stories because we ourselves feel some of the same aggressiveness, longing for passion and adventure, or heartbreak, but have not found an occasion upon which to express it or have not allowed ourselves to express it even when the opportunity presented itself. 1. Freud observed that when patients under hypnosis spoke about all of the circumstances surrounding the first appearance of their symptoms, while re-experiencing the emotions they had felt at the time but had never before expressed or vented, curative effects ensued, their symptoms at least temporarily disappeared. Sometimes patients had to speak about not just the initial appearance of their symptoms, but the whole series of such appearances. This led Freud to formulate a first hypothesis: a symptom forms when someone has an intense reaction to a situation and yet feels obliged, or forces him or herself, to stifle that reaction, to express nothing at the time, and indeed to try thereafter to forget the experience altogether. This leads to two consequences. The intense emotional reaction becomes bottled up, and needs to be uncorked with the therapist's help, and the memory of the situation disappears, as it were, no longer being part of the store of memories available to that person's consciousness. The second consequence implies that the event itself is forgotten. During ordinary waking life, the person remembers nothing of it. Freud found that it was only when he hypnotized the person that he was able to get him or her to remember the event and put into words every detail of it and all of the reactions he or she had to it. This led him to propose a very simple model. Figure 1.1. The isolation of one memory from all others. The memory of one event, abbreviated here as M1, becomes cut off from our memory of all kinds of other events, abbreviated here as M2, M3, and M4. In most cases, our memory of one event has links to memories of other events in our lives. The links are represented in figure 1.1 as long dashes, whether because they occurred in the same place or time, or because they involved some of the same actors. Not so with M1. Our memory of this event has no connection whatsoever with any of our other memories and cannot be evoked or brought to mind by our thinking about things that occurred in the same place, at much the same time, or with the same friends, neighbors, or family members. It has become completely isolated. This is Freud's first model of Verdrängung, known in English as repression. M1 is forced out of the fabric of all of a person's memories that are accessible to consciousness. The memory of this event has not been altogether eradicated, but it has gone elsewhere. It has become unconscious, for the first uses of the term, see SE2, p. 45. As Freud puts it much later, it has become internal foreign territory, insofar as it remains within the person but becomes foreign seeming to consciousness, SEXX, p. 57. By way of example, Freud discusses what happens when someone insults us publicly, SE2, pages 8 to 9. Some of us may immediately retort and give back as good as we got, others may hit or slap the person who insulted us, and still others may say nothing but ruminate for some time thereafter about the horrible slight, wondering whether we deserved it or not, thinking about our good points, and likely concluding ruefully, angrily, or tearfully that the other person was in the wrong. In all of these instances, the event leads to a certain amount of physical activity in the present, example slapping, or mental activity shortly thereafter, leading to an immediate or gradual diminishing of the sense of outrage or humiliation that got us worked up. This implies a draining away or discharging of the excitation. We do not forget the event, and, in the cases in which we react to it immediately, it may have few if any enduring effects. Should we ruminate, the emotion sooner or later becomes spent, in most cases, as we contextualize the humiliating event in relation to other more positive events in our lives, situating it as but a minor misfortune in an otherwise relatively fortunate existence. Freud, p. 9, refers here to the disappearance of the accompanying effect through the process of association, the linking up of one of our memories with many others. There are, however, certain people who are positively mortified by such public insults. They are so taken aback when the insult comes that they are incapable of responding in the moment, and so shocked or hurt that they refuse to even think about what was said. Better to pretend it never happened, they seem to believe. Point 3. Why, we might wonder, would somebody be so shocked or hurt by a mere insult, no matter how coarse, degrading, or vociferous? People are obviously all the more mortified if the insult somehow hinted at, if not downright pinpointed, something they knew to be true and that they wished to keep concealed. Had there been no truth to it whatsoever, it probably would have had little enduring impact. As the French say, il n'y a que la vérité qui blesse, which one might render literally as only the truth smarts, or figuratively as nothing hurts quite like the truth, for Freud himself says something similar on at least 2 occasions. As we all know, it is only reproaches which have something in them that stick, it is only they that upset us. Sev. Pages 482 to 483, and a reproach that misses the mark gives no lasting offense. Se7, p. 46. But a reproach, insult, accusation, or affront that hits the mark, or comes close to hitting it, can be traumatizing. In other words, it can lead one to strive to forget it had ever been made. An adolescent of mine cheated on his wife for many years with a number of different women, and, as so often happens, would occasionally accuse his wife of sleeping around. When, one day, she finally accused him of being unfaithful to her, he became so infuriated he was beside himself, having believed he had been so careful to hide his affairs that no one could ever have suspected him of infidelity. He remained distraught and incensed for weeks thereafter, even as he tried to forget the whole incident and get his wife to forget it as well. Yet try as we might to forget the truth does not forget us. No matter how hard we try to forget an event, to isolate it, to cut it off from everything else in our lives, it lives on and looks, as it were, for outlets, moments at which to reveal itself. 5. It continues to eat away at us, festering, as it were, or growing and metastasizing like a cancer, choose your favorite metaphor, requiring us to expend ever greater amounts of energy to keep it under wraps. In short, it becomes pathogenic, that is, it generates something pathological. As Freud puts it, the repressed idea takes its revenge by becoming pathogenic. Se2, p. 116, that is, it takes revenge against us for having repressed it. Like a population that is brutally oppressed by a tyrant, the greater the suppression, the more explosive the population's reaction is likely to be when it finally comes. My outbursts that are at least in part motivated by repression are the ones most likely to be viewed as irrational by my entourage, given how incommensurate they appear to be with my present circumstances when, for example, I have repressed years of angry thoughts about a family member and some small incident finally triggers a volcanic eruption in me, everything coming spewing out. The more I have suppressed my own wish to retaliate against, criticize, or punish that person, that is, the more I have given up on my own desire to do something, swept aside or renounced my own will, the worse I feel, the guiltier I feel. 6. The greater the buildup of angry emotion in me, Se2, p8, and the more extreme my eventual explosion is likely to be. In cases such as this, the affect is justified in its quality but not in its quantity. The excess arises from sources of affect that had previously remained unconscious and suppressed. Sev. p. 479. Public insults may seem to be rather rare and minor events to many of us today, hardly capable of inciting the kind of emotional reaction that could give rise to repression. Times were obviously different when Freud wrote this, people keeping a far closer rein on their public persona and reputation, whereas today we have become accustomed to people being called crooks, liars, whores, or gigolos with nary a lawsuit in the offing. Freud, however, furnishes myriad examples of other emotionally charged situations that lead to repression, which we shall examine further on in this chapter. The ubiquity of isolation strategies. No one wants to get to know his unconscious, and the most convenient plan is to deny its existence altogether. Freud, Se8, p. 162. If this isolation-based model of repression seems somehow obvious to us, it is because we are familiar with it from many other realms. Elementary military strategy involves isolating one's enemy, cutting off all his lines of communication so he cannot call for possible reinforcements, preventing all attempts at retreat, and blocking all his supply chains of munitions, food, and water. When done to a city, this is known as laying siege. The criminal justice system isolates a prisoner not only behind bars, but also behind barbed wire fences manned with gun-toting sentries. The medical corps attempts to quarantine a patient who has a contagious disease for which there is no known cure, cutting the patient off from all physical contact with others as far as possible, being unable, however, to protect its own medical personnel from the possibility of infection. Economic sanctions against a country often include boycotting its products or exports and blockading its ports and other trading platforms. Religions resort at times to isolating techniques such as anathematizing, excommunicating, and shunning when it comes to people, and blacklisting or burning when it comes to books. And ethnology teaches us that in cultures where certain foods are considered to be clean and others unclean, rituals are developed by which to keep them completely separate, just as all contact by men with menstruating women was sometimes restricted in the distant past, as they were considered to be unclean during their menses. In certain religions, such contact is still prohibited today. Point 7. Isolation is employed as a strategy in many human realms, and thus we should not be that surprised to find that it is employed in the mental realm as well. Being of two minds. We must always be prepared to drop our conceptual framework if we feel we are in a position to replace it with something that more closely approximates to the unknown reality. Freud, SEV, p. 610. A further hypothesis that Freud makes in 1895 is that although a memory of an event may be cut off from association with other memories that are available to us, it is not cut off from association with other memories that are not available to us. In other words, he hypothesizes that connections become established between one isolated memory and another isolated memory, such that they begin to form what he, following Charcot, calls a condition seconda, second consciousness, so to speak, a sort of split-off, disassociated, second self, which we tend to think of as a non-self, as something that is radically not me. As more and more memories are shoved aside, groups of ideas become cut off from associative connection with other ideas, but can become associated among themselves, thereby forming the more or less highly organized rudiment of a second consciousness condition second. SE2, p. 15, 8. The resulting web or chain of isolated memories becomes the foundation for what Freud calls the unconscious. And since so much of what we remember is recorded in words and verbal expressions, that is, signifiers, it often being when someone uses a specific word or idiomatic expression that a particular memory is triggered in us, we can easily see why Lacan began referring to the unconscious as a signifying chain, that is, as a web or chain of signifiers. Figure 1.2. The formation of a web or chain of isolated memories. Note that the highly organized chain on the left consists of thoughts, memories, and wishes that we considered so disturbing and distasteful that we put them out of mind. And all of them are related to hurtful things that others have said or done to us, or to feelings or desires that we have refused to accept in ourselves. In fact, the chain on the left consists essentially of all the bad things about ourselves that we would rather not know about, whereas the chain on the right consists of the things about us and our lives that we are at least willing, if not happy, to know about. Dreaming, intense daydreaming, and violent intrusive thoughts generally stem from the left-hand chain. And as we shall see when we take up the case of Anna O a bit further on, the chain on the left becomes associated with what we might call the bad me, the chain on the right becoming associated with what we might call the good me. The thicker, or more solid, the barrier between the two, the more likely it is that trouble will ensue. The radical inaccessibility of repressed thoughts and wishes. The unconscious is inadmissible to consciousness. Freud, SEV, p. 615, emphasis in the original. To highlight the degree to which isolated/repressed memories are inaccessible to ordinary waking thought, let me momentarily liken them to something that occasionally occurs in the realm of computing. As inexact as this analogy may be in many ways, it may help certain readers grasp what Freud means by isolation or dissociation. What is at present in a computer's random access memory, RAM, that is, simplistically stated, what one sees displayed currently on the screen can be likened to what we as human beings are conscious of at this very moment, let us call it M4. We are presently thinking or talking about M4, and it is obviously accessible to us. We are not currently thinking or talking about M5 or M6, but we might easily begin thinking or talking about them insofar as they are connected in our minds to M4. Rather than being conscious, M5 and M6 are to get ahead of ourselves by employing Freud's vocabulary as developed in the interpretation of dreams, SE4 and V, preconscious. In the world of computing, we could associate M5 and M6 with other files that can be opened and read just by clicking on them. They are not currently in the computer's RAM, but the merest double click suffices to place them there. 9. Anyone who has owned a computer for some time is aware that there are, however, files stored on its hard drive that either cannot be opened or cannot be effectively read, even though they are still obviously present. Like unconscious material, computer files we try to erase rarely are truly deleted. In recent years, it has become possible to lock files, such that they can only be opened by their creator, assuming he or she remembers the proper passwords, or encrypt files, so that they can only be read by those who have the key. But more insidious for most of us is what results from the successive versions of word processing software like Microsoft Word that can no longer open older Word files that were created while running earlier operating systems. A maddening message Mac users often receive is that one of their older files uses a file type that is blocked from opening in this version. In years past, Apple computers would all too often surprise the unwary with the following message: that file cannot be opened. The application that created it is not available. The memories, thoughts, and wishes that have become unconscious are like such files. We might say that the application that created them is no longer available. Better still, we might say that the application that can locate, open, and read them has yet to be created. Psychoanalytic practice involves inventing a whole series of applications that can locate, open, and read the contents of the unconscious, the ideational contents, SE2, P15, which are products of a unidirectional application known as repression. Repression is designed to make things disappear, not to undo its own effects by making them reappear. 10. Psychoanalysts must engage in a process we might roughly liken to reverse engineering, taking a product apart to see how it was put together in the first place such that it works as it currently works. Analysts do not do so in order to learn how to bring about repression themselves, but in order to reverse the effects of the application known as repression. Freud at first believed he had found the necessary reverse application when he discovered hypnosis, through the work of Liebold and Bernheim in Nancy, France, and Charcot in Paris. A subject in a deep hypnotic or somnambulistic state could remember, it seemed, virtually everything he was asked to recall by the hypnotist, things that he seemed absolutely unable to remember when asked by the same person while not under hypnosis. Yet Freud soon discovered that hypnosis was not the skeleton key to all locks, even in cases in which he was able to bring about deep hypnosis, which he admits to having found impossible in numerous instances. 12. The patient did not always immediately recover the information requested, time and encouragement by the hypnotist being necessary. 13. The file still could not be opened, something more being required to get around or overcome what appeared to be considerable resistance. And given the number of cases in which no good, reliable hypnotic state could be achieved, Freud soon developed other reverse applications, including a combination of what he called concentration, with eyes closed, lying on a couch, suggestion and pressure of his hands on a patient's head, and then relaxation and free association, SE2, pages 109 to 110 and 268. 14. The less often specific memories and wishes would come out just by Freud asking his patients to tell him about themselves. The more he turned to working with dreams, fantasies, daydreams, intrusive thoughts, slips of the tongue, and bungled actions of all kinds. In short, things that are generally overlooked if not deliberately ignored in most people's everyday lives as indirect ways of gaining access to the files that seem to be under lock and key. To take this approximate computing analogy a step further, I would venture to liken the contents of the unconscious to a computer virus, which, like a foreign body, SE2, P290, or cancer in a living organism that eats away at healthy tissue covertly works away at the data stored on your hard drive, progressively corrupting one bit of data after another, one file after another. Human memories ordinarily have almost automatic connections with other memories, based simply on where and when the events they memorialize took place and the actors involved, which are usually places and people well known to us. Thus, if we are to cut off or isolate one memory from the rest of our memories, if we are to successfully forget them, we must also forget those other memories that cannot help but bring the one we wish to forget to mind. In other words, the memory we push out of mind begins infecting other closely related memories, drawing them out of mind as well. Point 15. Let us imagine that a traumatic event in my life occurred in a shower in a relative's house. To effectively forget that event, that is, to ensure that I never consciously think about it again, I must also forget everything else that happened in that bathroom and perhaps even in that portion of the house. If other things that happened the same day were also memorable, I may find that I need to withdraw my memories of those, too, from consciousness, as well as a whole series of memories concerning the other person or persons involved in the traumatic incident. The greater the trauma, the greater the number of thoughts that could lead me there by a chain of associations, or stream of consciousness, and that will thus have to be disposed of. In this way, a considerable fabric of memories ends up being withdrawn from consciousness, i.e., they are no longer part of the web of memories stored in my preconscious, the accessible portion of the hard drive. The hard drive is now, as it were, partitioned. Point 16. Like a computer virus, the repressed memory goes on working behind the scenes, often creating larger and larger blanks in one's data banks, so to speak. An everyday and usually temporary example of this occurs when we cannot remember someone's name, and suddenly we cannot remember a number of other names that just a moment before were on the tip of our tongues, we being sure we could remember them. The inaccessibility of these names may not last long, but a link has formed between the one name we suddenly cannot find and the others, blocking any of them from coming to consciousness. Here the amnesia is generally only momentary, but in other cases it can be far more enduring, the person being genuinely unable to recollect it. SE2, P3. As Lacan says, it is this very inaccessibility that we must always posit as the foundation of the unconscious. Seminar 8, p. 182. The unconscious is not a kind of latency. The most complicated achievements of thought are possible without the assistance of consciousness. Freud, SEV, p. 593, emphasis in the original. It is often by studying the most extreme cases that we begin to grasp the functioning of far less extreme cases as well, if not of virtually everyone. This is true in medicine as well, where disease processes are often clearer in the worst cases than in more benign cases. Thus it was that by working with quite severe cases, Freud was able to draw a radical conclusion: thinking, i.e., the establishment of associative links between different memories or ideas, goes on at two different levels, at a level that is accessible to awareness and at a level that is not accessible to awareness. The kind of thinking that goes on in the latter is quite automatic, requiring no conscious intentionality on our part, and its very existence implies something that Freud first formulated in the interpretation of dreams: we are not masters in our own homes, that is, in our own heads. See also SE16, p. 285, and SE17, p. 143. Insofar as we think of ourselves as aware of all of our own thoughts and intentions, we are quite thoroughly mistaken. This splitting of consciousness, a splitting into a first and a second consciousness, SEI, p. 12, goes on in virtually all of us. Point 17. Many a psychiatrist and philosopher has objected to this initially startling theory. Psychiatrists in the 19th and early 20th century often argued that hysterical patients were faking, and simply did not want to remember what they said they could not remember. They also taxed hysterics with faking in virtually every other realm as well, especially as regarded illness, considering them to be malingers. Philosophers asserted that such people were acting in bad faith, that they were unwilling to try hard because they willfully did not wish to face their own past or present. Such unwillingness or bad faith often intervenes when patients are telling therapists about their past, and Freud himself gives us examples in which he asked a patient who was not hypnotized what might be the reason for something, a symptom, for example, and the patient immediately claimed to be able to think of nothing. But after Freud had applied pressure to the patient's head a few times, assuring the patient that the answer would come to him, the patient finally admitted that something had come to mind, adding, "I could have told you that the first time," and explaining that he had found it too trivial or stupid to mention when first asked the question. As Freud later taught us, it is precisely when the patient says that something is stupid or trivial that we must give it our utmost attention. As analysts, we must often use our own guesswork to prompt an analysand to reveal an association to an element in a dream, that is, something that comes to mind in connection with an element of the dream, whether that element be a word, an image, or an action, that had already come to the analysand's mind but that he or she was loath to admit to. Point 18. These could be considered to be instances of embarrassment, shyness, shame, or even bad faith, should we wish to adopt Sartre's pejorative term. Which I should not, but they are far different in feel and presentation to both the analyst and the analysand from the first articulation of something that has been forgotten and remained inaccessible for decades. Many analysands at some point have an experience in which something comes to light, after a long period of analytic work, which they have the dim sense that they had always known but never expressed or owned up to. Freud writes that patients would sometimes comment, "As a matter of fact, I've always known that, I've just never thought of it," SE 12, p. 148. This might correspond to what phenomenologists refer to as latency, but once again it is experientially, dare I say phenomenologically, very different from the sometimes shocking and upsetting revelation of what was truly unconscious, and which often initially gives rise to confusion and discombobulation on the analysand's part, and then to a long and sometimes unsettling period of productive associational work. So-called latency is a far cry from repression. What is unconscious is not that which one is dimly aware of, it is, rather, something that is usually quite surprising, if not downright alarming, especially early on in one's analysis. 19. It is something that one does not easily take in stride, but regarding which one must do a good deal of associational work in order to connect the repressed up with one's other impressions and thoughts, that is, to connect the repressed M1 with M4, M5, and M6. Point 20. Freud's view is that all significant events are registered or inscribed somewhere in the mind. 21. And our task is to figure out how to render them accessible, that is, we must invent techniques that make it possible to access the ideas, wishes, and memories that have been locked up, encrypted, blacked out, or corrupted. Free association is the major technique we use to access them, and, as we shall see in Chapter 3, it requires time and ingenuity on our part to help analysands learn how and becoming willing to free associate. Traceable symptoms, trying too hard, for example. What sorts of symptoms were Breuer and Freud able to alleviate when they were able to gain access to those memories via hypnosis and trace symptoms back to their origins? Here is an example from the case of Frau Emmy von N., who is the subject of the second long case history related in studies on hysteria. For many years, Emmy von N. involuntarily made a kind of clicking or clacking sound with her tongue whenever she was excited. Under hypnosis, this was traced back to a moment at which she had been caring for her young daughter, who had long been unable to fall asleep owing to a serious illness. When her daughter finally did fall asleep, the mother concentrated her whole willpower on keeping still so as not to awaken her. Freud then adds that, precisely on account of her intention not to awaken her daughter, she made a clacking noise with her tongue, SE2, p5. When she recounted all the particulars of this first instance of clacking to Freud while hypnotized, along with a later instance, her somewhat minor symptom, which we might refer to today as a nervous tic, disappeared for quite some time. Point 22. Freud refers to the clacking noise she made on that occasion as an instance of hysterical counterwill, SE2, P5, and as the putting into effect of antithetic ideas, P92, without really explaining what he means by these expressions. Today we would be inclined to hypothesize that the mother was aggravated and exasperated with this daughter whom she felt to be uncooperative, and wished, at least at some level, in other words, at least some part of her wished to punish the girl by waking her up again by making noise. Emmy von N knew full well that to do so would be self-defeating, as it would lead Emmy von N herself to further prolong her exhausting vigil by her daughter's bedside, yet something in her wanted to do so anyway. That is, we would hypothesize that Emmy von N was conflicted or of two minds, relieved her daughter had finally settled down and yet angry and or frustrated at having been made to wear herself out at her bedside and wishing to lash out at her. Why would someone have to concentrate her willpower so diligently on not making any noise unless she herself was somehow tempted to make noise? Had no such intention to punish her daughter inhabited Emmy von N, there would have been no need for her to monitor herself or concentrate so hard on not making noise. This is a crucial yet all too often overlooked facet of every instance of intense intentionality, or trying so hard one has to focus one's attention so acutely on doing one thing precisely because something in one wants to do the opposite. If I have to be extra careful not to miss an appointment, it is obviously because something in me does not want to go to it. Trying too hard is symptomatic of a mind divided. Later in his case study, Freud confirms what we were able to hypothesize about Emmy von N even before reading the bulk of the case history, for he tells us that she had hated her child for 3 years, SE2, P63, having had a whole series of grievances against this child who had been very odd for a long time. She had screamed all the time and did not sleep, and she had developed a paralysis of the left leg which there had seemed very little hope of curing, P60. At least one of the reasons why Emmy had hated this daughter for so long was that her beloved husband died suddenly right before her eyes while she was in bed, still weak from having given birth to this daughter. Although even the doctors were unable to revive her husband, Emmy somehow believed that she might have been able to nurse her husband back to health if she had not been in bed on account of the child, P63. Thus her fury at her daughter dated back almost to the very day of her birth. She later told Freud that, although she had never been fond of the child, no one could have guessed it from my behavior, for I did everything that was necessary, SE2, P64. This suggests that she obliged herself to act a part that she did not feel, and no doubt resented the child still more because she forced herself to appear to be a good mother in the eyes of the world. This led her to doubly hate her daughter. Thanks to Freud, it is elementary psychoanalytic thinking in our times to realize that people overemphasize or over-accentuate one thing because they mean the contrary. They say, "Oh, your talk was so interesting," when they found it boring, or "we would never even dream of hurting you," when they have not just been dreaming about hurting you but even been planning how to do so, and that they are often led to focus a huge amount of their attention, concentrate their willpower, on doing X. Precisely because they wish to do the opposite of X. One of my adolescents experienced terrible anxiety whenever he had to write a paper for a particular course. It turned out that he thought the course ridiculous and the professor a fool, and was tempted to say so whenever he began writing. The paper required so much concentration and effort on his part precisely because he was working so hard not to say what he wanted to say in it, and was constantly apprehensive that he had in fact let some of his true feelings about the course and the professor leak out in his writing. The more he wanted to criticize this professor and his course, the more uneasy he grew. The fact that Emmy von N continued clacking her tongue for some 15 years after her daughter's illness whenever she was excited suggests that part of the excitement she experienced on the subsequent occasions when she clacked derived precisely from the fact of being of two minds about something, both wanting to do something and not wanting to do it. It appears, in any case, that Freud had no need to interpret this to his patient as I have just interpreted it here in order for the tic to disappear for quite some time. He believed that it sufficed to help the patient ventilate the emotions she had felt at the time for the pent-up excitation to disappear, SE11, P8, other terms for such ventilating that he uses are putting into words, giving verbal utterance to, SE2, pages 29, 30, 101, talking out, talking off, P70N, talking away. P35, abreacting, and narrating, pages 32, 34. It was undoubtedly true that inciting her to ventilate helped her, for her tic disappeared for a time, but it came back again later, and mere ventilation certainly did not do anything to forestall the creation of new symptoms in future situations in which she found herself of two minds, pages 261, 264. For a case in which we see many such situations where the patient is of two minds, let us turn to the one that can be rightly said to be at the origin of all talk therapy, that of Bertha Pappenheim, 1859 to 1936, the patient who has come down in history to us under the pseudonym Anna O. She was treated for a year and a half in 1881 to 1882 by Joseph Breuer, an older medical colleague of Freud's, and it was at Freud's insistence that about a decade later Breuer wrote up and published the case, Freud having convinced him of the importance of the method alighted upon in the course of the treatment. The very first case, Anna O. For those of us who are used to reading contemporary case studies, Breuer's account of Anna O's history often seems confusing and surprising. He tells us his 22-year-old patient's story twice over, first from an external or objective medical perspective including what a physician of the time would have noticed as to the unfolding of the illness, starting from the moment he was first called in to see her, and then from a chronological therapeutic perspective, indicating how her therapy proceeded as it traced things back to their first causes. More astonishing to us still is the virtually complete absence of interpretation by Breuer of what might have been going on in the girl's mind. Anna O suffered from such a wide range of symptoms over the course of her 2-year illness that I would be hard-pressed to enumerate them all here briefly. Let us instead read Freud's, 1910, succinct account of them. She suffered from a rigid paralysis, accompanied by loss of sensation, of both her right arm and leg, and the same trouble from time to time affected her left arm and leg. Her eye movements were disturbed and her power of vision was subject to numerous restrictions. She had difficulties over the posture of her head, she had a severe nervous cough. She had an aversion to taking nourishment, and on one occasion she was for several weeks unable to drink in spite of a tormenting thirst. Her powers of speech were reduced, even to the point of being unable to speak or understand her mother tongue. Finally, she was subject to conditions of absence, confusion, delirium, and alteration of her whole personality. SE11, P10. This list of symptoms, to which we should add at least headaches, complaints that the walls of her room were closing in on her, inability to speak at all for a couple of weeks, and then for some time only in a confusing mixture of English, Italian, and French, even though she could still understand German, SE2, P25, is quite astounding by modern standards, and it is not surprising that Breuer refers to her as having a psychosis, even though her case is proffered up as, and obviously is, one of hysteria. Psychosis in his terminology seems to refer to a temporary condition rather than to an enduring clinical structure. The first symptom that Breuer was able to help her with using a technique that she herself spontaneously invented, which involved speaking of every occasion on which the symptom had appeared and going back in time from its most recent occurrence to its first occurrence, without skipping any, and thereby following the thread back step by step, involved her inability to drink water, no matter how thirsty she might be, SE2, pages 34 to 35. It turned out that the symptom arose owing to what seems like a fairly trivial event. She saw the dog of her English lady companion drink water out of a glass in that lady's bedroom. We are told precious little else about this event, other than that Anna O did not care for this lady companion, and that she did not say anything on this occasion to her about it as she wanted to be polite, P34. All we are told is that she suppressed any and all expression of astonishment and disgust, and that once she expressed these emotional reactions to Breuer some 6 weeks later, while under hypnosis, the disturbance vanished, never to return, P35.23. It goes without saying that not every situation in which we suppress an expression of surprise and/or disgust gives rise to a symptom, for we often think over the situation in our minds afterward, laughing to ourselves, condemning the actors involved in our minds, or mustering comforting thoughts of our own superiority, for example, or eagerly tell someone else about the situation, thereby draining away whatever excitation may have arisen at the time. The fact that Anna O seems to have done no such thing, and instead isolated her memory of the event from all of her other memories, suggests several, if not many, possibilities, that she had heard something rather awful about diseases that could be communicated by dogs, that she truly hated this English lady companion, but had been told she must tolerate and perhaps even make a show of liking her by someone in the family, that someone probably being her mother, but it might have been her father. That she secretly wished this lady companion might contract an illness from such indiscriminate contact with her dog, that she associated this lady with her own mother, against whom she presumably had a number of grudges, as we shall see further on, if not outright death wishes, or that every time she tried to drink water from a glass thereafter she was reminded of her thoughts about communicable diseases or of her hateful wishes toward this lady or her mother. There may well have been other components of the situation as well, but we can only guess at them since we are given so little information. What seems clear is that some nasty thoughts or wishes must have been aroused in her by the sight of this lady's dog drinking from her glass, thoughts or wishes that she felt to be so reprehensible that she tried to put them out of mind once and for all. In order to do so, she needed forever thereafter to avoid coming into contact with water glasses, for they might, by association, remind her of those inexcusable thoughts and wishes. To put it in the kind of contemporary terms we hear around us every day, she was not in touch with her anger at her friend or mother. Indeed, she wanted to know nothing whatsoever about it. Neither Breuer, in 1895, nor Freud, in 1910, comments on the considerable psychological forces that must have been at work in her at the time in order to produce such a life-impeding symptom. And insofar as those forces were never truly elucidated, even as their momentary effective charges were released through the chimney sweeping, as Anna O herself called it, she and Breuer engaged in, those same forces could and did go on to create new symptoms on many other occasions. It is not a wild extrapolation, I think, to form a picture of her late 19th century household as one in which filial piety and duty played a preponderant role, and in which few personal reflections or feelings were ever aired, encouraged, or tolerated. When such reflections and feelings are stifled or choked back, they tend to fester and bother their suppressors, making the latter suffer mainly from reminiscences, SE2, P7, that is, from remembering and ruminating about painful situations from the past regarding which they have regrets. Why do people who stifle themselves have such regrets? Because they did not say or do what they wanted to say or do in those distressing situations. Many of us have, at one time or another, stifled ourselves, but we are conscious of our regrets and ruminations, which stem from having given up on our own desire to express something or take some action. We often replay in our minds what we did and did not say or do, thinking of what we with hindsight feel we should have or could have said or done that we would now feel better about. Freud's hypothesis here is that for some people, these regrets and ruminations, that is, this reminiscing, but not in a positive sense, about a particular event and how they did or did not react at the time, go on not in consciousness but, rather, outside of the realm of consciousness, working them, so to speak, eating away at them, and even unexpectedly emerging in dreams, daydreams, and other so-called altered states. When Freud claims that hysterics suffer mainly from reminiscences, SE2, P7, he does not mean that they are nostalgically reminiscing about the past, thinking about how wonderful it was. He means that they are racked with regrets and guilt about having given up on their own desire to say or do something. And when Lacan says that we feel guilty when we give up on our own desire, he is merely summarizing what Freud has already laid out for us here. Point 24. Lacan points out that the term Freud usually uses in this context is Veräugung, which means several things, including privation, being deprived of something, denial, refusal, and disallowance, not being allowed to have or do something. Lacan interprets Verhagung as meaning renunciation, perhaps basing this on the various uses of the verb verhagen. Implying, in certain instances, to fail, bungle, break down, or botch, not frustration, as it is usually rendered in English. The German term for frustration is frustration. Renunciation implies that one wanted to do something and gave up on it, often as if one were giving in to someone else's wishes, as in self-denial, as if giving in to someone who said something like, "Bite your tongue, girl." In other words, it suggests a situation in which one allows someone else's will to prevail over one's own, or allows what one imagines someone else's will to be to prevail over one's own, and regrets it forever thereafter. In short, for such people, and Anna O seems to have been one of them, renunciation is often a recipe for disaster. 25. For the love of. In the beginning of analytic practice was love. Lacan, Seminar 8, p. 4. The physician makes use of some of the components of love. Freud, SE 14, p. 312. According to Brewer's account, Anna O fell ill as she attempted to perfectly care for her father during his terminal illness, and Brewer seems to have taken this at face value. This is perhaps what he felt any daughter was expected to do at the time, and he never mentioned any possible grievance she might have had against or ambivalence she might have felt toward her father. But reading between the lines and without going too far out on a limb, I believe we might wonder why virtually the entire task of caring for her father fell to her instead of to her mother, or to other possible siblings. We hear only once about a younger brother SE2, p. 36, despite the fact that families tended to be quite large at the time, or relatives. She had a more trying shift than her mother, insofar as she watched over her father all night long, and her mother even left home for several days during the father's illness, leaving still more of the responsibility for his care to Anna. Brewer confined himself to telling us that Anna was passionately fond of her father, p. 22, and that she led a very isolated life at home, but we might wonder to what degree she was stuck on her father or felt that she had whether in his mind, her mother's mind, or all three in some sense taken over the role of wife from her mother. Bolstering the notion that she was seriously attached to her father is the fact that every one of the major symptoms Brewer detailed first arose in the presence of or in relation to her father, SE2, p. 36. Not hearing when other people would come in the room where she was. Not understanding when other people were talking to each other. Not hearing when she was directly addressed. And deafness brought on by a wide variety of circumstances. The girl had strong feelings about her father, some of which were no doubt extremely positive and others of which may well have been negative, though the latter were never mentioned by Brewer. Some of the latter perhaps originated with her feeling obliged to care for him so unstintingly. If indeed she was seriously attached to her father, we could quite easily conclude that it was her treatment with Brewer that led her to displace or transfer her great affection for her father onto someone else for the very first time, onto her doctor, she seeming to have had few if any suitors, much less lovers, prior to Brewer's appearance on the scene. For Brewer provides us with a similar, albeit scattered, list regarding not symptom formation but rather forms of alleviation that could only occur in his presence. He was the only person she always recognized when he came in the room, p. 26. At times when she refused nourishment altogether, she nevertheless allowed Brewer to feed her, p. 26, 26. He was the only one who could overcome her obstinacy, p. 30. Her reaction to the sleeping medication she was often given, chloral, was euphoric when he was present but highly disagreeable when he was not, p. 30. She would always request that he shut her eyes in the evening and tell her that she would not be able to open them until he himself opened them the following morning, p. 38. Brewer never commented on the degree to which Anna would do things for him that she would not do for anyone else and trusted him as she trusted no one else, nor did he seem to realize that to ask him to shut her eyes in the evening and open them again in the morning was to make it seem as though they had spent the whole night together. Indeed, he did not appear to take much notice of the degree to which Anna had transferred her love from her father onto him and in fact got better for him, that is, out of love for him. 27 Hers might truly be understood as what Freud later called a cure by love, SE 9, p. 90, SE 14, p. 101, see also SE 16, p. 441, insofar as the forces at war within herself were obviously not worked through by the end of the treatment, but such a cure could last only as long as the doctor-patient relationship did. Yet Breuer only came to realize the degree to which Anna had grown to love him after he had called off the treatment. He did so at least in part after having finally realized that his wife had grown bored and quite depressed hearing him talk endlessly about this beautiful young patient whom he saw morning and night, often spending several hours a day with her in all, and perhaps finally realizing that he himself had become enamored of Anna. As we learn not in studies on hysteria, but in Ernest Jones' account of what Freud told Jones about what Breuer had admitted to him, assuming this account is trustworthy, the very day Breuer told Anna and her family that he felt she was sufficiently improved to end the treatment, he was urgently called back in the evening to find Anna going through what is known as an hysterical pregnancy, or pseudocyesis, claiming, "Now Dr. B.'s child is coming." 28. This was hardly the only incident that showed how clueless Breuer was about the powerful feelings Anna had for him. For at one point well on in the treatment, 10 days after her father's death, once she had grown to trust Breuer implicitly, he brought in a medical colleague whom he apparently wished to consult with regarding the peculiarities of her case. In what Breuer calls a negative hallucination, SE2, p. 27, Anna failed to see this unwanted intruder, obviously not wanting him to be there or to observe her as though she were an animal in a zoo, and thus blocking him out. This seems to have so infuriated the consultant that he blew smoke in her face to force her to perceive him, which she then did, leading her to attempt to run out of the room but instead fall unconscious to the floor. This incident led to a marked worsening of her condition, SE2, pages 27, 29, and Breuer had quite a tough time regaining her trust. She had no doubt felt she was cooperating with him and telling him all of the most intimate details of her existence because of the very close relationship between them, and he had suddenly tried to bring in a third party acting the part of an objective, outside observer. What a betrayal she must have felt it to be. A psychotherapeutic technique that relies solely on getting a patient to detach from a parental figure by attaching to the therapist is obviously a risky one, and it is one in which, even if the therapist were available to serve as a long-term lover for the patient, conflicts related to the earlier love object would likely be repeated in relation to the later one, ultimately solving nothing. SE2, p. 304. The same old problems would arise in relation to the new love object, even he were more acceptable in societal terms, for example, a doctor somewhat older than herself instead of her father. According to Freud's later conceptions of the role played by transference in psychoanalytic practice, as we shall see, patients' conflicts with their parents are in effect displaced onto the analyst, but there they are interpreted and worked through, not simply repeated. Such a transfer of love from father to physician may perhaps have been at the crux of Breuer's work with Anna, but a number of factors suggest that Anna was not necessarily quite so stuck on her father as we might think, and that she in fact felt she had been thrust into the role of wife, whereas she would rather have been pursuing a life of her own. Consider, for example, what is discovered to be at the origin of her nervous cough. Tussis nervosa. It first arose one night while she was caring for her father, as did most of her other symptoms, SE2, pages 36 to 37, and heard the kind of music people would dance to at the time coming from a neighbor's house. Breuer tells us that she was very fond of dancing and that upon hearing the music she felt a sudden wish to be there, dancing with other young people, rather than taking care of her sick father at home. Such a wish conflicted, however, with her strong sense of duty. Breuer refers to her self-reproaches, p. 40, and she obviously thought herself wicked to be entertaining such selfish thoughts of personal pleasure while her father was lying on his deathbed. Since whenever she would suppress something in herself, whether a rejoinder she thought of making to something disobliging someone said to her, or a wish she wanted to express, it would lead to a spasm of the glottis. Brewer makes the following hypothesis: the motor impulses that she felt in her throat when a twinge of conscience, SE2, p43, would lead her to choke back her wish to express a desire to go dancing transformed the spasms of the glottis into a tussus nervosa, p44. If this were all there were to it, we would have to wonder why the spasms of the glottis did not lead to something more like hiccups, a choking sensation, or even vomiting. It strikes me that the specific symptom that arose on this occasion, coughing, was pretty transparently designed to cover over the sound of the music that was giving rise to the conflict in herself. This is corroborated by the fact that the cough would appear thereafter whenever she heard any markedly rhythmical music, p40, and was reminded of the very same conflict between filial duty and personal pleasure. Note the way in which the resulting symptom, the nervous cough, tried to solve a certain kind of problem. If she allowed herself to hear the music, she would want to leave her father's side and go off dancing. This desire she considered to be reprehensible, given her father's condition, and she would then reproach herself harshly for having such a desire. Better not to hear the music in the first place. As soon as the first notes began to force their way into perception, she unwittingly masked them with her coughing. Thus it was as if she had not heard them at all, out of hearing, out of mind, we might say. Her wish plus her self-reproach for having the wish led to suppression of the wish and the creation of a compromise formation, a symptom, the nervous coughing. The coughing spoke of or came to signify but only to one in the know, as is true of any symptom, whether it affects the body or just the mind, the simultaneous existence of a wish and a reproach leading to the suppression of that wish. It is the fairly transparent conflict in Anna's mind between filial duty and a wish to be out dancing with young people in her neighborhood that leads us to call into question the notion that Anna was totally stuck on her father. And we can see that this conflict gave rise in her to an inability to act in the world and an inhibition of the will. Freud calls these abolias. 29. Finding a sort of resolution solely by the creation of a somatic symptom. Freud refers to this as conversion, the conversion of a psychical conflict into a chronic bodily symptom, SE2, pages 86, 147, 203 to 208, see also SE3, p49.30. Precipitating causes. Brewer indicates that each of Anna's hysterical symptoms arose during an affect, SE2, p39, affect and excitement being code words in his account for an internal conflict, and shows how so many of her symptoms appeared precisely when she was trying to suppress something, p40. The cause of the symptom seemed here to be not the event itself, for example, hearing dance music while attending to her father in his sickbed, but the attempt at self-suppression, at suppressing one of the conflicting forces to such a degree that all memory of it was isolated from the rest of her memories. Brewer and Freud were naturally struck by the tenacity of the symptoms that result from such attempts, which often take but a few seconds, commenting on the disproportion between the many years' duration of an hysterical symptom and the single occurrence that provoked it, p4. For the most part, events are not in and of themselves traumatic, it is how we react to them that makes them traumatic or not. Experienced, war-hardened soldiers react very differently to extreme battle situations than do new recruits, whereas the latter may be traumatized by the first shedding of blood in their platoon, and repeatedly play over the horror in their minds day and night. More experienced soldiers may simply talk about it with each other and move on. Even one and the same person may react very differently to similar situations at different times and under different circumstances. A moderately serious car crash will always be a moderately serious car crash, but we are likely to be more traumatized by it if we ourselves are at fault, as opposed to the other party or so-called black ice, or what is known by insurers as an act of God, such as a tornado. If we ourselves were at fault and ended up harming people other than ourselves, we are more likely to try to completely forget the incident or replay the crash over and over in our minds to figure out what we might have done differently. 31. Many factors go into the constitution of a symptom-inducing trauma, and what is traumatic for one person will not necessarily be traumatic for another. The precipitating cause, SE2, P3, of a symptom is thus not the event itself per se but the attempt to isolate or forget it. Hence the importance of mentally bringing the patient back to the moment at which the attempt to isolate or forget the event occurred, in order to flesh out all the forces acting upon the subject at that exact moment in time. Breuer and Freud speak here in fairly standard cause and effect scientific language, and they conclude that if the cause had not been present, i.e., if the attempt at forgetting or isolation had not occurred, there would have been no such effect, that is, no symptom formation. And vice versa, in cases in which there is no such effect, for example, in people who do not have such symptoms, there was no such cause. They also hypothesize, for the psychological realm, the same sort of principle of inertia we are familiar with from physics. If we apply a force to something in a vacuum and thereby set it in motion, that motion will continue unchanged, that is, in the same direction and at the same speed until some opposing force stops it. In the real world, which is not characterized by a complete vacuum, what stops most bodies is friction, from air, water, or more solid substances, or opposing forces such as gravity. Freud and Breuer can be understood to be saying here that a traumatic cause, a cause that has a traumatic effect on someone, continues to have that effect, in other words, continues to produce the same symptom, forever unless a stop is put to it by some countervailing force, which in most cases is some form of talk therapy. As they put it in SE2. We may reverse the dictum ses ante causa cessat effectus, when the cause ceases the effect ceases, and conclude from these observations that the determining process continues to operate in some way or other for years, not indirectly, through a chain of intermediate causal links, but as a directly releasing cause, just as a psychologically painful event that is remembered in waking consciousness may still lead one to cry long after the event. P7. Symptoms, therefore, do not work themselves out or gradually fade over time, they persist endlessly unless resolved by some form of therapy. The usual wearing away process to which non-traumatic memories are subject does not occur in these cases. P8, see also SEV, P578, the repressed is unaltered by the passage of time, SEXXII, P74. This is borne out by the kinds of symptoms that we see all around us in everyday life. The number of people who have a fear of flying or of taking elevators is quite considerable, and when we encounter adults who have such fears, we note that these fears tend to persist for the rest of the adults' lives unless they go into treatment. These fears may not be terribly visible to casual outside observers because such adults tend to organize their lives in such a way as to avoid flying or taking elevators whenever possible, and avoidance is one of the defining features of neurosis, but their fears tend not to wane, remaining just as paralyzing at age 80 as they were at age 20, leading these adults at times to have a few good, stiff drinks or take anti-anxiety medication before boarding a plane, or simply to avoid planes altogether. This contradicts contemporary psychological wisdom, which maintains that patients' current symptoms are usually due to current problems and that there is no need to explore the past to resolve them. Short-term, problem-oriented, solution-focused therapy, like cognitive behavioral therapy, being sufficient. And, running counter to a good deal of folk wisdom, Freud seems to suggest that there are few self-reparative tendencies in the human psyche, unlike in the human body, where even crippling physical traumas can be overcome to at least some degree after a number of years. This makes it such that people are unlikely to grow out of such fears over time. The unconscious does not adept psychology make. What were 4 or 5 years in comparison with a whole lifetime, especially considering that the patient's existence had been so very much eased during the treatment? Freud, SEV, p. 437. There is no need to postulate some depth into which unwanted memories are shoved, as it were. There is no need to think of that which is isolated or cut off as sinking or being pushed down into some deep, dark place. It suffices to imagine a barrier between different sets of perceptions and memories, the ones on the left being associated, for example, with the naughty or evil Anna. After all, she herself described her absent-mindedness or daydreaming as her bad self, SE2, p. 46, the ones on the right being associated with her good self, p. 24.32. M1, M2, M3, M4, M5, M6. Should it seem to the reader to be outmoded to talk about split consciousness 33, one side of the split being associated with the bad self and the other with the good self, it suffices to listen to children who often speak of themselves in these very same terms, good Jim and bad Jim, for example, and who, in more extreme cases in which we see incipient forms of multiple personality, or so-called dissociative identity disorder, even give slightly different names to their bad selves, good Jim and bad Tim. Note that the good and the bad selves are precise opposites of each other, and that Anna O considered herself to be a good girl when devotedly caring for her father and a bad girl when failing to do so because she wanted to do something else with her life. Lacan talks about conscious and unconscious as though they were located on a Mobius strip, Seminars 14 and 15, one being locally the flip side of the other, thus illustrating how intimately connected they are. What is considered to be good is precisely what is not bad, and vice versa. Parents, caretakers, and educators obviously all contribute to this good/bad split, although some clearly reject or chastise the supposedly bad aspects of the child far more than others do. There are, after all, households in which one is not simply punished for expressing anger at a parent but is even expressly forbidden to be angry at a parent. It is said to be irrational, immoral, unfair, unjustified, illegitimate, or even evil and inspired by the devil. So, too, are there children who so desperately want to please a parent that they themselves go beyond the call of duty and repress in themselves any sort of disobliging thought or feeling about that parent. This is not to say that we would be better off were no split of any kind to ever form, were nothing to ever be split off or isolated from consciousness, or from potential consciousness, in the form of the preconscious, for that theoretically leads to psychosis, something we will not delve into in this book. And one might plausibly argue that the split in each of us who is not psychotic gives rise to a primary symptom or set of symptoms, see chapter 6. Yet these symptoms are often ones with which we can live without them driving us crazy or making us miserable, until such time, that is, as they perhaps do begin driving us crazy or making us miserable, at which point we, in the best of cases, seek out a qualified analyst. But there are some people in whom the split is so all-encompassing and rigid that myriad symptoms form, and they quickly become crippled by them. Such is the case of those who, like Anna O, find themselves in predicaments where powerful internal psychic forces are pushing in different directions simultaneously. Force 1 symptom, force 2. Bad self symptom, good self. Cast in the terms that Freud presents much later, SE 16, p. 360, we have on the left the impersonal force of the id, rendered in English translations of Freud's work as the ID, which includes the drives that we feel we have no control over, as when we say, for example, I don't know what came over me or I couldn't help myself, and we have on the right the force of the me, rendered in English translations of Freud's work as the ego, which includes those aspects of myself that I am happy with or at least willing to accept as part of me, aspects that often coincide with broader social, cultural, and religious notions regarding what constitutes a good person. Cast in still other Freudian terms, we could characterize the conflict here as that between the libido on the left and the forces of prohibition, or superego, on the right. Let us note that James Strachey, Freud's official translator, often seems to have sought to make Freud's very simple and intuitively understandable language sound more scientific in English by choosing words of Latin origin. For example, Freud's German term ich, which has been translated into English as ego, simply means I or me. You would use it, for example, when you ring someone's doorbell and he or she asks, who is it, at which point you might simply respond, it's me. Freud's German term es, which has been translated into English as id, simply means it, as in the expressions it is raining, it is snowing, or it happened. And Freud's German term über ich, which has been translated into English with the term superego, literally means over me, in the sense of something that stands over me and that disciplines and orders like a superior, a parent, or a boss. 34. Returning to our conflict model, we can imagine a situation in which forces 1 and 2 somehow cancel each other out, the subject being left with little or no energy to do anything at all of her energy being tied up in this titanic struggle, and such is sometimes the predicament of those who complain of depression. 35 Their total lack of energy might be thought of as a symptom by some, but it is not a fully constituted symptom in the way a tic, nervous cough, squint, or paralysis of a limb is. For these latter are compromise formations that create something new, something that somehow manages to extract the subject from the predicament in which she finds herself. Recall, for example, that it was by attempting to take such perfect care of her father that Anna O became exhausted to the point that she had to take to her bed for about 4 months. If the main conflict in her can be understood as one between her filial duty and her desire to have a life of her own, she found a way to renege on her filial duty by falling ill. Her state of weakness, anemia, and distaste for food became so bad that, to her great dismay, she was no longer allowed to continue nursing the patient, SE2, p23. We might understand this result to have been a secondary gain from her illness, as Freud was to formulate such things later, and this concept is still widely used today, or perhaps to have even been its primary aim, albeit unconscious. For, as we saw in the case of Anna's nervous cough, in many instances what is effectively achieved by a symptom, drowning out the sound of music, is the very purpose of the symptom. Anna's breakdown presumably forced Anna's mother to take over the lion's share of nursing during the final 4 months of her husband's life. Granted, retiring to a sickbed did not offer Anna much of a life of her own except indirectly insofar as a handsome young doctor by the name of Joseph Brewer was brought in to treat her, with whom she quite clearly fell in love, but it did, arguably, help solve at least part of the problem. We will discuss the way in which symptoms form as solutions to problems in greater detail in Chapter 4. Forcing yourself to do what you don't want to. Before we leave Anna O to turn to the many things Freud learned from work with his own patients, let us briefly discuss the very beginning of her illness, at least as defined by the first visible symptom that appeared when she was 21.36. Given the way her treatment unfolded, by following the thread from the most recent manifestations of her symptoms to the earliest ones, it is no doubt significant that she only recalled the incident that first precipitated her illness on the very last day of the treatment, SE2, p40. 37. What she remembered that last day was as follows: she had been sitting by her father's bedside, anxiously awaiting the arrival of her father's doctor. Her mother had gone away, and her father was in very bad condition, running a high fever. Her right arm, draped over the back of her chair, had fallen asleep, and she had a dream, fantasy, or intense daydream of some kind in which a snake was slithering toward her father to bite him, p38. She tried to fend off the snake, but her arm refused to move. She then looked at her hand, and her fingers looked like snakes with death's heads, i.e., skulls, in the place of her fingernails. The snake finally vanished, and she tried to pray, but no words came to mind. The only words that finally occurred to her were some nursery rhymes in English, and she eventually found herself able to think and pray in that language, p39. Anna was obviously quite frightened by this dream or intense daydream, but no symptom formed just then. The next day, however, she saw a branch that reminded her of the snake, and her arm suddenly became stiff, that is, rigidly extended, SE2, p39. After that, anything that reminded her of snakes made her arm stiff. Brewer provides no interpretation of the dream as we might now, and as Freud certainly would have done only a few short years later. He merely mentions that there were snakes in the field behind the house and that she had been frightened by one, no doubt. She had never said as much herself, making this a total supposition on his part. What might we say about the dream today, after having studied Freud's plentiful work on dreams? The first question we must always ask is, why have such a dream in the first place? In other words, why imagine that her father is about to be bitten by a snake and that she is unable to help him? Those who might be immediately tempted to see in the snake a phallic symbol have probably been influenced by a rather stereotyped version of Freud, the kind found on the back jacket of mass-market paperback editions of the Interpretation of Dreams, where we are encouraged to revert to pre-Freudian way of interpreting dreams, using universal symbols, rather than interpreting them contextually and using the analysand's associations whenever possible. We are aware that her father was quite ill and thus already in mortal danger, and that she probably felt somewhat powerless to help him, but why dream such a thing? Freud teaches us that a dream is not simply a reproduction, replaying, or representation of reality, but rather that we dream, daydream, or fantasize about something that at least some part of us wants to have happen. It is hardly rocket science to surmise that if a poisonous snake were to bite her father, who was already quite ill, he would die in fairly short order. One of the results of his death would be that Anna would no longer have to watch over him all night long. Her overriding sensation might be one of grief, but, as anyone who has ever taken care of a loved one for months at a time during a terminal illness will tell you, it would be accompanied by a sense of relief, cfsev, p. 430. Her father would finally be out of his misery and Anna could move on with her life. Considering the dream in this light allows us to hypothesize that when she looked at her hand and fingers and saw skulls instead of fingernails, she was condemning herself as a murderer for having wished her father dead, feeling that by her own hand she had allowed him to be in such mortal danger. Note that Anna, like most of us, had two hands, and if one was paralyzed, having apparently fallen asleep in reality, she still had another with which she could have protected her father, and yet she did not in the dream, suggesting that she did not want to protect him from this threat. The partially paralyzed arm was thus used in the dream as a pretext or excuse for not going to her father's rescue, and perhaps being bitten herself she was not willing to sacrifice herself for him, so that he might live a short time longer. Recall that she had, on one occasion, imagined seeing her father with a death's head in the place of her own image in a mirror, perhaps having the sense that he and his illness might soon be the death of her, SE2, p. 37. We are told that when the snake vanished, she tried to pray but no words came to mind. We are not told what she might have been trying to pray for. Was it for the snake to return and bite her father? Or was it to thank God that her father had been spared? Assuming it was the latter, we have to note that she is unable for quite some time to find any words of thanks, as if she did not wish to thank God for having spared him. The only words that eventually came to mind were some nursery rhymes in English. Again, we don't know their content, but such nursery rhymes are often a far cry from words with which to pray or thank God. Consider, for example, Jack fell down and broke his crown and Jill came tumbling after, 38. And it was after such nursery rhymes came to mind that she was finally able to think and pray in English. Again, we do not know what she prayed for, which may have something to do with why she later spoke only English for quite some time during her illness. Anna had turned herself into a true human wreck nursing her father, and few of us would, I imagine, condemn her for having wanted his terminal illness to end sooner rather than later. But she condemned herself for wanting this, and engaged in a behavior that we see in a great many cases. The less she wanted to be attentive to him, finding herself daydreaming off in La La Land, thinking about dancing with young men and failing to hear her father request something, the more she tried to force herself to be attentive and concentrate all of her will on doing the opposite of what at least a part of her wanted to do, for she considered her own fun-seeking wishes to be frivolous. I have had many an analysand who no longer wanted to stay with his partner and who tried to force himself to be good to her and do what she wanted. The less he wanted to be with her, the harder he strove, and the less successful he was in his striving, as the part of him that did not want to be with her would always manage to show through. This was precisely what happened to Anna. The harder she tried to listen so that she would hear her father's requests, the deafer she became. The more vigilant she tried to be at her father's bedside, the more absent she would become and the less she would notice that he actually needed or wanted something from her. It is precisely because she was sick of caring for him that she felt that her care could never be good enough. It was the repeated attempt to put her frivolous desires entirely out of mind that constituted the precipitating cause of so many of her symptoms. Altered states. Speaking of Anna O's intense daydreaming, Note that Brewer and Freud mention a second way in which isolation-based repression can come about, when someone is in what in the 1960s and 1970s would have been referred to as an altered state of consciousness, SE2, p. 214. They refer to such altered states here as hypnoid states, because they resemble the state of someone who is hypnotized. They also use the French term absences, even though they are fallen into spontaneously, without the help or intervention of a hypnotist. Many of us, today, are not terribly familiar with such states which, like many of the earlier manifestations of hysteria, including psychosomatic contractures, paralyses, inability to speak, deafness, blindness, and so on, have given way to other manifestations, and the closest some of us come to such states are moments of intense daydreaming. Such daydreaming, which seems to be overlooked by the vast majority of practitioners today but is already mentioned by Freud and Brewer in 1895, SE2, p. 13, can become so all-engrossing at times that we temporarily forget everything going on around us and can only be jolted out of it by a teacher angrily or sarcastically calling us to account in front of a roomful of jeering classmates. To describe it, we resort to euphemisms like being out of it, spaced out, zoned out, in la la land, gone, in a twilight state, SE2, p4, in a trance, or, as the French say, on the moon, dans la lune. Contemporary psychologists and psychiatrists often refer to it as dissociation. For some people, the fantasies that occur to them during such moments seem so vivid that they can no longer determine whether they actually occurred or not. This is familiar to almost all of us. After having had an especially vivid dream that takes place in a familiar context, we cannot recall whether we in fact slept through an important appointment or not, or slept with someone we really should not have. How relieved we sometimes are after opening our eyes, seeing that we are still in bed, and realizing that it must have been but a dream. Such altered states of consciousness are often so far removed and cut off from our more ordinary states of consciousness that many of us find it terribly difficult to remember what was going on while we were dreaming or daydreaming, and our memories of the fantasized events that occur during such states remain isolated and dissociated, SE2, p12, from our memories of what occurs during waking life, dreaming life, and waking life, staying separated by a wide divide. It often takes a great deal of practice to stop ourselves from ignoring or even actively overlooking, SE2, p68, what we were imagining during such dream states. Such practice is encouraged by at least those psychoanalysts who continue to strive to work in a recognizably Freudian vein. 39. A male patient of mine told me that he was so dissociated on his wedding day that he remembered virtually nothing of the marriage ceremony and had no recollection of having said "I do." He could easily deduce what he had probably done that day, but for a long time could recall nothing of it. In an amusing episode of I Dream of Jeannie, Jeannie is so caught up in her own fantasies of what the perfect wedding should be like that she literally disappears every time she attempts to walk down the aisle with her husband-to-be. Yet even adolescents who become adept at remembering their dreams are often still incapable of recalling all kinds of intrusive thoughts. Freud called them involuntary ideas, SEV, p. 523, that flash through their minds while they are staring off into space, sitting idly on the subway, or even just walking down the street. Such intrusive thoughts are often considered by those who have them, when they do actually remember them, to be unforgivably nasty, cruel, and violent. Consider, for example, the thought that flashed through Elizabeth von R.'s mind at her sister's deathbed and that was instantaneously pushed away. Now he, her sister's husband, whom she found charming, is free again and I can be his wife, SE2, p. 156. The very fact of recalling such thoughts is already a first step toward drawing them into relation to other thoughts and memories, taking them out of their isolation and dissociation and connecting them up with the rest of our lives. See figure 1.3. Which is not to say that we are then immediately willing to accept them as being part of ourselves. But admitting that they are there and that we are the ones who have such thoughts, i.e., that they are not implanted in us by some external alien source, is an important first step. Figure 1.3. drawing a memory out of its isolation from other memories. Indeed, what we might loosely call denial takes at least two distinct forms. One, first we deny that any such event, example a violent fantasy, ever occurred. 2. Once we feel forced to admit that it did occur, we deny that it has anything to do with us and loudly proclaim that wishing for such reprehensible things is the furthest thing from our minds, that is, when something's existence can no longer be disputed, its having any possible connection with ourselves is disputed. In recent years, I have heard students in psychology classes claim that such intrusive thoughts and fantasies undoubtedly result from random firings of neurons in the brain. They often assert the same of slips of the tongue, slips of the pen, slips of the keyboard, in short, all of what Freud called bungled actions or parapraxis. 40. Far better, they seem to feel, to believe random things go on in their minds than to accept that such thoughts and fantasies might have something to do with them and in fact be telling. Many people who decide to go see a therapist begin from this same position of denial and only give up its two subpositions, existence and connection, with great difficulty and in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Another altered state of consciousness, that is not drug-induced, many of us may be familiar with, arises at the moment of an accident of some kind, whether we inadvertently give ourselves a bloody gash, get into a bicycle or car crash, or are unfortunate enough to be involved in a plane or train crash. In such situations, we often experience time as slowing down, events unfolding in an uncanny sort of slow motion, and we do not appear to really register what is going on. We seem to be dazed, and it often requires considerable effort for us to remember after the fact exactly what transpired and in what order. What we were feeling at the time often seems altogether unknowable, as though we were in it up to our ears, so to speak, being too close to it to be able to put a label of any kind on it. 41. What makes public insults traumatic for some, as we saw earlier in this chapter, and car crashes traumatic for others, even when those involved are not or are only very slightly injured physically, is the fact that they isolate the memory of the experience, either because they actively put the memory out of mind or because they are, in a manner of speaking, out of their minds when the experience occurs. Deferred action. Putting memories out of mind leads to symptom formation, and Freud attempted to figure out how and why people put memories out of mind. Anna O's nervous cough was traced back to the conflict she felt between filial duty and personal pleasure, provoked by the music coming from a neighboring house while she was sitting by her father's sickbed, leading her to suppress any expression of a wish to go dancing. Here a single precipitating cause of her symptom was located, and this constituted a classic form of scientific explanation. This is not, however, the model of causal explanation that Freud is perhaps best known for, it not being the best model for explaining the genesis or origin of a great many symptoms. In his 1895, unpublished Project for a Scientific Psychology, Freud discusses an 8-year-old girl, whom he refers to pseudonymously as Emma, who went into a shop to buy some candy and whose genitals were grabbed at through her clothing by the shopkeeper there, SEI, pages 353 to 354. No symptom of any kind formed after this event, which she repeated, going back into the shop a second time, only to have the grabbing behavior repeated, but around the age of 12, shortly after reaching puberty, Emma went into a different kind of shop to buy something and saw two shop assistants, one of whom she was attracted to, laughing together about her clothing. It seemed, she rushed out in some kind of a fright and thereafter suffered from a compulsion not to go into shops alone. The shop assistant's laughter reminded Emma unconsciously of the grin with which the shopkeeper in the first incident had accompanied his grabbing, establishing a link between the two events, and allowing her to reread the first event in light of her recently acquired knowledge of sexuality. Freud also hypothesizes that her attraction to one of the shop assistants at age May 12 have been accompanied by a sexual release, i.e., some libido or lust, which then turned into anxiety. In other words, similar features of the earlier and later incidents, shops, laughter, and clothing, allowed for a retroactive comprehension of the earlier events as having been imbued with sexual meaning, something she had presumably been unaware of at 8 years of age. In the interim, she had acquired knowledge of sex and had undergone the hormonal changes associated with puberty. It was thus only in conjunction with the later event that the earlier events gave rise to a symptom. The later event, call it E2, thus turned the earlier events, call them E1, into something they were not at the outset. In Figure 1.4, we have a simple timeline. Figure 1.4. In Figure 1.5, the later event gives the earlier event new meaning, a sexual meaning, which, in this late 19th century Victorian context, was a traumatic meaning, T. Figure 1.5. E1 did not serve as the precipitating cause of Emma's symptom, i.e., being unable to go into shops alone, all by itself, but only when taken in conjunction with E2. Freud was led to this notion because it was not always possible to isolate one single precipitating event, but sometimes two or more connected events could be isolated. He referred to this as Nachträglichkeit, which we might translate as deferred action, retroaction, or ex post facto action. In such cases E1 apparently has no effect until much later, that is, until E2 has occurred. Had E2 never occurred, no symptom might ever have formed. But we might also think of E1 as a problem waiting to happen, insofar as Emma was going to hit puberty within a few years, and some situation that reminded her of E1 was bound to occur sooner or later. Lacan, Ekritz, pages 681 to 684, generalizes this model, by replacing events 1 and 2 by signifiers 1 and 2, since events are often remembered by us largely in words or signifiers, and traumatic meaning T with S for the signified point 42. It may be that this kind of retroactive causation is found only in fields where language and meaning predominate, as in psychoanalysis, corresponding, as it does, to the way in which meaning is created through human speech and writing point 43. Freud and Breuer also talk about the summation of traumatic events, SE2, P6, whereby many events function together by summation or addition to create an effect. This latter form of causation can be found in other fields. For example, smog is a product of several elements in the atmosphere that are added together. However, in Emma's case, something other than mere summation was at work. The causality was ex post facto, because the second event could occur 4 years after the first, as long as there was a mental link, example shops, laughter, and or clothing, between the two events. Once the two events and the links between them were brought to light, Emma's symptom presumably disappeared. What can be alleviated today by tracing things back? The connections or links are unconscious. Freud, SE 16, p. 278. Can we still alleviate symptoms by tracing them back to their origins, even today? In certain cases, yes, especially when they are what I would call microsymptoms, like moments of guilt or anxiety, or somatic complaints that have only recently appeared in someone's life. And sometimes even when adolescents have been suffering from them for a long time. I was able to help eliminate an adult adolescent's long-standing sensation of being physically cold, which was resistant to exposure to the Southern California sun, taking hot baths, and continually imbibing steaming hot food and liquids, by tracing it back to the day she, as a child, having overheard something that sounded like fighting going on in her parents' bedroom, peeked in through their door, while standing on the freezing cold tile floor in the hallway, and saw her father on top of her mother, his penis erect. Not all of the details came out at once, and, as I was practicing the talking cure and not hypnosis, the memory of the scene did not come out by my asking directly about the origins of her sensation of being cold, but rather in a more roundabout manner. Nevertheless, this and other psychosomatic symptoms, complained of by a modern-day hysteric, were resolved by tracing them back to their source. 44. This does not always mean back to the first time the symptom itself occurs, for this girl's coldness upon peeking into her parents' bedroom was not psychosomatic, rather, it was the real effect of the coldness of the tile floor. See Fink, 1997, Chapter 8. The psychosomatic coldness began some 3 decades later. 45. In another case, anxiety that had lasted for about a week was overcome when my analyst traced it back to its not nearly so distant origin. He had been asked by his much-hated boss to help convince younger physicians on his unit that they should be happier with their work schedules. Having been excluded from a leadership role on his unit for some years, he was happy to finally be asked to do something and yet unhappy to be asked to convince people of something he did not himself believe. His anxiety got worse and worse the longer he delayed talking with the younger physicians. Although he did not want to do it, he was worried that the moment in which he could play a leadership role would slip away and that he would never be asked again if he did not cooperate now. Recognizing that he did not want to engage in this form of leadership and that he had felt this very strongly from the very moment at which it was proposed by his boss, but had put it out of his mind, he had, in other words, isolated it. He decided that he would not do what his boss had asked, and the anxiety tied to this particular conundrum subsided. I would argue that even if many symptoms are not definitively dissipated by discussing their origins, few if any symptoms are ever eliminated without a thoroughgoing discussion of their origins. Now, a major obstacle to getting at the origin of a symptom is that therapists often content themselves with the first sketchy version of a story that the patient tells them, forgetting that stories are virtually always much more complicated and detailed than they are upon first telling. Freud often indicates that he had to insist a second time to get a patient to complete a story, SE2, p. 98, that he started from the assumption that his hypnotized patients knew everything that was of any pathogenic significance and that it was only a question of obliging them to communicate it, p. 110, something few clinicians do today, forgetting that patients need to be greatly encouraged, more than they need to be obliged, as Freud puts it, to overcome their own resistance to delving into what they feel to be delicate or morally reprehensible topics, and, more importantly still, that he accustomed himself to regarding as incomplete any story that brought about no improvement in the patient's condition, p. 79, my emphasis, a fabulous rule of thumb, in my view. In my experience as a supervisor of other clinicians' work, I find that it is the therapists who complain that they cannot get anywhere with their patients' dreams, daydreams, or fantasies who assume that there is no more to such mental productions than their patients' initial accounts of them, whereas many facets of them are deliberately held back and others perhaps less deliberately censored during the telling, patients often commenting that some details seem too irrelevant, too banal, or too obviously Freudian to be worth relating. Other details or associations to such mental productions are often left out of patients' accounts because they are loath to admit to them, responding, once we have managed to guess what they had omitted, it's true, I thought of that, but I hope that wouldn't be it, i.e., wouldn't be the most germane association or memory. One of my analysts told me a dream in which he had to slog through mud up to his knees on the way to see me. I asked, what about mud, a question that was met with silence on his part. Nothing came to mind. I asked. No, he replied. It was brown. I inquired to try to incite him to say something about it, indeed, anything. At that point he burst out laughing and admitted that shit had come to mind along with the thought that he felt like he had to slog through knee-high shit to get to his session with me. This had struck him as impertinent and he had been loath to relate it until I prodded him. If we do not encourage our analysts to tell us important stories from the past and current, or even former, dreams and fantasies in what I sometimes refer to as four-part harmony, meaning in the fullest detail possible and including all of their voices, in other words, all of their conflicting thoughts and emotions at the time, there is no way we will get to the bottom of them. This requires that we feel quite sure that our technique is valuable. As Freud put it, the laborious work of reconstruction of events in a patient's past required that I have complete confidence in my technique, p. 114n, and my sense is that one only acquires such confidence from having experienced the value of fully exploring past events and dreams in one's own analysis. Today we are grappling with a vicious cycle in which fewer and fewer trainees are encouraged to explore such memories in four-part harmony in their training analyses, and hence they develop little confidence in the value of doing so in their later work with their own analysands. Point 46. Even when we do manage to isolate the origin of a long-standing symptom an analysand has been plagued by, it rarely disappears altogether. Why not? Because over the course of time it has acquired multiple meanings and supports from myriad other events in the analysand's life. The initial event's connections with later and still earlier events must still be traced out and explored exhaustively. This cannot always or perhaps even often be done deliberately, for an analysand usually remembers certain of the events connected with the symptom only at distant intervals in connection, for example, with a dream in one instance, and in connection with a name that floats into consciousness in another instance. In such cases, it is only once all the relevant connections have been explored that a symptom gives way. Freud, SE2, discusses the case of Miss Lucy R. in which, although certain improvements occurred as the patient told him of her symptoms and the occasions upon which they arose, the key to the whole situation lay only in the last symptom to be reached by the analysis. The therapeutic process in this case consisted in compelling the psychical group that had been split off M1, M2, M3 to unite once more with ego consciousness M4, M5, M6. Strangely enough, success did not run pari passu keep pace with the amount of work done. It was only when the last piece of work had been completed that recovery suddenly took place. P 124. We might say that, even though M2 and M3 had been fully explored, it was not until M1 was found that the symptoms, depression, fatigue, and having the impression that she smelled burnt pudding and cigar smoke, all at once evaporated. I, like many other analysts, have had cases in which little improvement seems to have occurred despite years of intensive work, and then suddenly a great deal changed in a very short space of time. Such is often the nature of therapeutic work, whether one is employing hypnosis as Freud did with Lucy R. or not. In theory, as soon as a memory that had been isolated is drawn into relation with memories that are accessible to the subject, that memory stops producing symptoms. In practice, the many links that memory has established with other isolated memories must also be elucidated for symptom formation to cease. This is not to say that every isolated memory can become unisolated, as it were, or completely withdrawn from the unconscious, for one would then have to hypothesize that the very barrier between conscious and unconscious could disappear in someone in whom it had formerly existed. But long experience on the part of analysts, many of us having spent numerous years in analysis ourselves, makes it clear that the unconscious itself is never completely evacuated of all isolated memories, never completely absorbed back into our accessible memory. There are always motives of which we are unaware that can lead even the most well-analyzed and experienced analysts to do things in our everyday lives and even in our consulting rooms for reasons that are opaque to us. In other words, the barrier between the two realms continues to exist even after a great deal of exploration. What is promising, however, is that it generally becomes easier for those of us who have been through a long course of analysis to gain access to recent memories that have become isolated than it was before the analysis, and that work with supervisors or other colleagues often suffices to make us see what we had not been seeing without having to head back to the couch for another long stint of personal analysis. Those of us who have done extensive analytic work can often wake up from a dream and locate in fairly short order what the dream may have been about. But this does not mean we should underestimate the degree to which even we, no matter how experienced we are as analysts, can fool ourselves into thinking we know all about what goes on in our own minds. Chapter 2. The unconscious is the exact opposite of the conscious. How the unconscious manifests itself in speech and symptoms. Opposite thoughts are always closely connected with each other and are often paired in such a way that the one thought is excessively, intensely conscious while its opposite is repressed and unconscious. Freud, SE7, p. 55. Access to the repressed is rarely gained in one fell swoop. Intermediate steps along the way are usually required, as if the barrier between M1 and M2, M3, M4 had to be softened up or rendered permeable little by little. Although this perhaps makes the work harder and slower for the practitioner, it makes the result more palatable for the analysand, for to be confronted with the contents of the unconscious all at once is likely to either frighten the analysand or give rise to perplexity, if not outright rejection. In the absence of hypnosis, how do we gradually pave the way to the repressed? In a multitude of manners, including in-depth discussion of dreams, daydreams, fantasies, slips, bungled actions, and so on. We will touch on all of these in the course of the study of Freud's work, but we will begin with what are perhaps even simpler ways of approaching the repressed, the first being through negation. Even though Freud only wrote up his 5-page paper entitled Negation in 1924, long after the majority of his work on dreams and bungled actions, it outlines one of the most elementary techniques he ever developed. This is not to say that his discussion in that paper is elementary. Indeed, it is so complex that numerous interpretations of it have been proposed, by Lacan and by the philosopher Jean Hippolyte, for example. But we will not go into the theoretical complexities it introduces here, confining our attention to its practical uses. Removing the not from negative assertions. The content of a repressed image or idea can make its way into consciousness, on condition that it be negated. Negation is a way of taking cognizance of what is repressed. Freud, SE 19, p. 235. Imagine that we ask an analysand who is relatively new to psychoanalytic treatment to tell us about her mother, and she responds, "Well, I can't say she was a terrible mom." We might reply, "You can't?" Yet terrible seems to be the first word that popped into your mind about her. The analysand is then likely to retort something along the following lines: "Yes, but she had her good sides, too, so I can't really say that." Yet you perhaps feel in some ways that she was a terrible mom. We might continue, assuming her tone of voice does not suggest total rejection of the idea, by quoting the exact second half of her first response about her mother, i.e., "Well, I can't say she was a terrible mom." In this way, and the exact exchanges could, of course, be quite different than the specific ones I have provided here, we underscore the adjective, terrible, that came to her mind in response to our request that she tell us about her mother, without lending much credence to how she qualified it. In other words, we don't take at face value the fact that she may have put a yes or a no, a plus or a minus, or a quantifier before it, that is, whether she said her mother was not terrible, always terrible, never terrible, occasionally terrible, terribly terrible, quite terrible, or only somewhat terrible. For Freud's important contribution in this context is to say that when we encourage analysands to free associate, that is, to say the first thing that pops into their minds in response to a question we ask, things often occur to them that upon consideration, even just split-second consideration, they will probably want to negate. What popped into their minds is, we hypothesize, connected to the unconscious, by a longer or shorter series of links, and can only be brought forward by them in speech insofar as it is denied. "I can't say she was a terrible mom." As long as it is denied, it can be mentioned by them, for they do not see anything fishy in such denials. In other words, they do not believe that they are revealing anything in particular by making a negative claim like this. Indeed, in the ordinary course of affairs, few people other than psychoanalysts seem to see anything suspect in such negative claims. At least, not until the stakes are high. When, for example, a high-ranking politician says, "I can't say that the war in the Middle East is going badly," or "I wouldn't say the economy is doing poorly," some in the audience usually begin to wonder why, if things are going so swimmingly, the politician didn't say something positive like, "I'm happy to announce that the economy is doing quite well," instead of something so negative. When a CEO says, "Our performance last quarter was not disastrous," certain investors probably begin to wonder why the head of a corporation would ever mention a word like disastrous if the company were doing well. Similarly, if you ask your spouse how work went today and she responds, "I never left my desk all day," you may well wonder why she said that, provided you had never implied that you suspected she was doing anything other than working at her desk all day long. Indeed, you may begin to wonder why, of all the things she could have told you about her day, she felt the need to tell you that when you were not accusing her of, say, goofing off on the job or having an affair with someone behind your back. When the stakes are high, people seem to instinctively become as suspicious as psychoanalysts. Freud's genius was to wonder why, of all the things our Anneliese Sand could possibly have said about her mother, she picked this particular adjective, terrible. A mother can be warm, cold, loving, spiteful, funny, or morose. She can be even-handed or unfair, play favorites or ignore her children, and she probably has myriad different characteristics at different times. So why single out this one particular word? Why this specific selection? Freud's approach was to consider everything the Anneliese Sand says to be of the utmost importance, which is very different from the way the Anneliese Sand herself usually regards what she says, for, when questioned about a particular term she used to describe someone, she is likely to immediately change the term, temper it, or even retract it. Freud teaches us not to lend credence to retractions. We should apply this to Chaucer's famous retraction, too. 1. When the Anneliese Sand says something, it has to be allowed to stand, even when the Anneliese Sand rushes to qualify it or tone it down. Negating is an attempt to go still further. It is an attempt to take something back even as it comes out of one's own mouth. Point 2. Freud's way of formulating what happens here is that a particular thought about the mother can only roll off the Anneliese Sand's tongue under erasure, as it were, that is, with a big X written over it, crossing it out, terrible. The thought that her mother was terrible can only come to mind insofar as it is disguised from the Anneliese Sand's consciousness, only insofar as it is unrecognizable to her as revealing her true sentiments. As we shall see momentarily, thoughts can be disguised in other ways as well, not just by negation. She believes that with her negative assertion, "I can't say she was a terrible mom," she is not saying something telling about her own feelings, but, rather, that she is making a true claim. In other words, that she is stating the truth as she understands truth. Attempting to get at the truth as she conceptualizes it, the Anneliese Sand is often led to say something like, "I know that I think my mother was terrible, but she always claimed she was a great mother, and my sister and brother think she was great, too." Here the patient discounts her own feeling about her mother because she is not sure it is objectively true. Perhaps, she thinks, it is merely subjective, that it is her own misconception or misrepresentation of her mother. Freud talks about this concern in terms of one of the functions of what he calls judgment. 3. We seek to determine whether an idea, Freud calls it a Vorstellung, which Strachey translates as presentation or representation, that we find in our own minds corresponds to something real, something outside of ourselves. SE 19, pages 236 to 237. The Anneliese Sand here seems to believe that the question whether her mother was terrible or not is as simple as the question of whether or not unicorns exist. We have an idea and a picture of unicorns in our minds, but experience and research show that no one has ever seen a real, living, breathing unicorn, even if this does not yet constitute absolute proof that no one will ever encounter one. Hence it seems pretty transparently obvious that there are no unicorns, and that unicorns are just in our heads. But determining whether something is real in the psychological realm poses a far thornier problem. If 2 of my siblings think my mother was a good parent, does that make it truer or realier than my own feeling about her? Couldn't they be mistaken? Maybe they just bought our mother's story about herself, when she claimed to be a fine mother. Or perhaps she was actually better to them than she was to me, having preferred them to me? Or was it that there was something about me that made her mean to me, for example, something about the way I looked or acted that annoyed her? Anneliese Sands are often concerned, above all at the outset of our work with them, with giving what they believe to be an accurate portrayal of their parents, siblings, spouses, and friends, one that is not influenced, or at least not overly influenced, by their own subjective experience of those people. Yet our concern as analysts is not to weigh how many people think the patient's mother was a good parent and how many a bad parent and come up with some supposedly objective rating. Our concern is to explore in every way possible the Anneliese Sand's experience of her mother. To do so, we often have to work hard to stop the Anneliese Sand from seeking some objective yardstick by which to measure reality and encourage her to focus instead on her own psychical reality, as Freud calls it. Point 5, this is where psychoanalysis and cognitive behavioral therapy part ways, cognitive behavioral therapists professing to be able to know reality directly and objectively and to be able to teach their patients to do the same. So should our Anneliese lapse into silence, and we ask what was going through her mind, and she answers, I was thinking about what we said about my mother, and on further reflection, I think she wasn't so bad after all. Another negation: we may want to insist that each of the things she thinks about her mother is important in its own right, and that even though it isn't necessarily the only thing she thinks about her mother, it should not be dismissed out of hand. Thoughts that are articulated in such a negative fashion, I don't think X or I think she isn't X, don't necessarily lead us directly to the unconscious, but they are often incredibly useful in steering us in the right direction. And the more the Anneliese becomes attuned to hearing her own denials and negations and wondering what they hide, the more permeable the barrier between unconscious and conscious is likely to become. Point 6. Disguising unconscious thoughts. I don't want to say it felt good. An Anneliese. Presenting a thought that occurs to you under erasure, that is, while negating it, is only one of many ways of disguising a thought. Let us now turn to a second way of doing so. Imagine that an Anneliese you have been working with for some time has a dream with a woman in it, and you ask him to tell you about this woman, who had, in the telling of the dream, remained unidentified. He responds, immediately or after a pause, I'm sure you're thinking it's my cousin 7. If everything in the analysis up until that time has revolved around the cousin, then his response is not especially telling, but if the cousin has been just one of several important actors in his life and but one of a plethora of people discussed in the analysis, the fact that his cousin came to mind is what should be underscored. The fact that he situates the thought as your thought, that is, as having arisen in your mind, not his, is like the yes or no, plus or minus, or quantifier we saw earlier, which adds little if anything useful to the thought itself. What it tells us is either that his cousin could only come to mind, that is, to consciousness, inasmuch as he attributed the thought to you, or that his cousin came to mind and, because it was immediately disturbing, he attributed its coming to his mind to what he perhaps believes to be your suspicious or dirty-minded nature. In the former case, Freud's hypothesis would be that the thought of his cousin would ordinarily have been censored, that is, blocked from coming to mind by the barrier between the unconscious and the conscious, but that since it was attributed to you, it could come to mind. In the latter case, censorship comes into play after the fact, that is, after his cousin came to mind, leading what was perhaps more likely to have been a preconscious than an unconscious thought to be projected onto you. Point 8. In both cases, thoughts that are deemed objectionable by the Anneliese and by his ego or superego, to use Freud's more technical terms, are able to come to mind, in the former case, and be spoken, in the latter case, on condition that they be repudiated. Such a thing would have never occurred to me, the Anneliese seems to claim, but it's just the sort of thing you would think of. Freud indicates that his patients would sometimes say things like, something has occurred to me now, but you obviously put it into my head, or I know what you expect me to answer. Of course you believe I've thought this or that. SE2, p. 280. Projection is an incredibly important way of disguising unconscious thoughts, and we see it in a multitude of accusations that people make toward those around them. The husband who most belligerently accuses his wife of cheating on him is, as we saw in Chapter 1, usually the one who has most persistently cheated on his wife, or at least fantasized about doing so. By reproaching her he hopes to stave off or allay his own self-reproaches. By thinking of and treating his wife like a slut, he diverts attention away from his own slutty behavior, and tries to convince himself that he is morally superior to her, even though in his heart of hearts he probably believes he is vastly inferior to her. The employee who most strenuously accuses his employer of being unbearably authoritarian is often far more authoritarian himself, but refuses to own it. As in the case of denials, in the case of projections we analysts concern ourselves far less with the person to whom the thought is attributed than to the content of the thought itself. The Annaliese's cousin came to mind, to someone's mind, in any case, so we encourage him to talk about that. Cheating came to mind, regardless of who the analysand says is doing the cheating, so we prompt him to discuss cheating. Fishy assertions. I can't believe I just said that. An analysand. People are often quite unaware of the degree to which they signal their own intentions without thinking they are doing so. When someone says to you, I don't mean to be rude, but, you can be pretty sure that he or she is about to be rude to you. When someone says, I don't mean to be critical, but, you can be pretty sure he or she is about to launch into more or less harsh criticism of you. 9. The proverbial man in the street seems to believe that providing a disclaimer as to his intentions suffices to eliminate any appearance of rudeness or criticism from what he is about to say, whereas it simply announces that he himself is aware that what he wants to express is likely to be perceived as rude or critical. He would like to somehow attenuate or obviate that perception, cut it off at the pass, as it were with his denial, and yet he himself brings it to the fore, alerting us to the fact that something important is about to be said even before he gets started. He does not realize that the more effort he puts into downplaying something, the more he brings it to our attention and makes our ears prick up. It should be noted that such disclaimers are not always formulated in a strictly negative fashion. One of my analysands would occasionally tell me that she had had an innocuous dream 10 or a silly little dream, her conscious intent being to downplay the dream's importance. But such attempts to minimize the significance of a dream are rarely, if ever, gratuitous. They usually signal the fact that the analysand has sensed that there is something troubling or disconcerting in the dream and wishes to divert our attention away from it or insinuate that we should not give it much thought. Even more common examples of this occur when analysands fall silent for a bit, and when we ask what was going through their minds, they respond, nothing. If we persist in asking, perhaps by repeating the word nothing with a questioning intonation, they often reply, no, nothing, just something stupid or just some random thought. Freud indicates that his patients would often say, something has occurred to me now, but it has nothing to do with the subject. SE2, p. 279. If we encourage them to articulate that stupid or random thought, as we should, we often find that it is in fact one of the most important things that they say in the course of the entire session. This is what led Lacan to say that it is with such stupidities that we do analysis, Seminar XX, pages 11 to 13. The first thing that pops into their minds, that is, a free association, often seems irrelevant, out of the blue, or incoherent, and although many analysands' first inclination is to discount it altogether as though it had never occurred to them at all, it is precisely what must be spoken in order for the analysis to go forward. 11. Another of my analysands often began sessions, at one point in the treatment, with the statement, I'm sorry I'm late. The uttering of such a statement in everyday life serves, when one's lateness is exceptional rather than the rule, to excuse one's lateness. It is speech that is designed to do something. It is, in other words, a speech act, 12, which in this case is to apologize for an unusual tardiness and express an intention to go back to being more on time in the future. The very repetition of this statement by my analysand, however, suggested an apology with absolutely no intended follow-through, for he was just as late for his subsequent sessions. After a number of such latenesses accompanied by the same formulaic apology, I'm sorry I'm late, I asked, are you? The analysand was rather taken aback at this unusual response to such an ordinary speech act, so I continued, are you sure you are sorry about being late? If you were sorry about it, wouldn't you try to ensure you're not late so often? This led to a long, fruitful discussion of what the analysand seemed to get out of believing that he was making me think about him in his absence, and out of keeping me waiting while he snuck in a sort of secret pleasure reading something or looking at something that he knew was likely to make him late for his session. 13. Disclaimers that seem designed to dissimulate one's actual intentions may thus be formulated either positively, I'm sorry, or negatively, I don't mean to be cruel, but the attentive interlocutor, instructed by psychoanalysis, will not take them at face value. For, indeed, each analysand has his or her own particular ways of couching things so as to downplay them, divert attention away from them, or hide them, and the analyst must become familiar with each person's rhetorical style in order to flush out and elucidate what it is designed to dissimulate. Certain analysands have a habit of repeating claims that they make again and again. For example, one analysand repeated the assertion "everything in my family was great" 3 times in a row in one of his first sessions with me, such that we begin to wonder who they are trying to convince, themselves or us. If they are so convinced of what they are stating, why would they feel the need to repeat it so often? To convince themselves by convincing us? Insistent repetition of positive assertions begins to smack of negation, and seems to be the habitual way in which certain analysands proffer denials, i.e., they do not really believe everything was so great, but wish it had been. Every fear, or worry or concern, covers over a wish. Certain analysands regularly indicate that they are worried about someone when in fact they wish them harm. I would be hard-pressed to tally up the number of times I have heard analysands say they were worried or afraid their father, or someone else close to them, would have a heart attack when their father had no heart condition whatsoever, nor was there any history of heart disease in his family. In such cases, not in cases in which it is clear that their father is in poor health and under great stress, analysands wishes that something bad would happen to their father or that he would simply disappear are disguised more or less automatically into worry, concern, anxiety, or fear. It is not the case that these analysands are conscious that they wish their fathers dead, but, feeling it is unacceptable to express such wishes in public, deliberately opt to express them differently. Rather, they are conscious only of the worry, stress, concern, or fear. In other words, they are just as duped by their own affective experience as it seems they would like everyone around them to be. To put this as plainly as I can, such analysands have an unconscious wish for their fathers to die, or at least to be greatly harmed, and thus they either do not think about their fathers at all consciously, or if they do it only in a distorted or disguised form. SE4, pages 259 to 261, 266 to 267. It is obviously not the father himself as a person or the word father that has been repressed, but a specific wish or thought they have regarding him. In figure 2.1, and elsewhere, I represent the fact that a wish is repressed by placing it under a bar or barrier, and represent the fact that something quite different comes to consciousness by placing what is conscious over the bar or barrier. Figure 2.1. This could be represented, alternatively, in the way in which we represented repression, as isolation, in Chapter 1. I wish my father dead, I worry my father might die. We see here that a certain thought and effect related to my father can only come to mind, i.e., to awareness or consciousness, because both the thought and the affect have undergone a transformation. Wish has been replaced by worry, and the anger that I feel toward him that makes me wish him dead has been transformed into anxiety or concern. The intensity of my affect remains the same. In other words, the quantity of feeling is the same on both sides of the barrier, but fear and anxiety seem to me to be far less objectionable feelings to have about my father than angry death wishes. Such transformations of wishes into worries, concerns, anxiety, or fear are extremely common, so common indeed that it is a useful rule of thumb in psychoanalysis to consider virtually every fear, worry, concern, or anxiety an analysand expresses as at least potentially covering over a wish. 14. We will turn to Freud's discussions of this further on when we take up symptom formation, for Freud formulates a crucial hypothesis, which is that every feeling that is deemed inappropriate or unconscionable by a person's moral scruples can be transformed into anxiety. Indeed, anxiety is the universal currency of emotion, SE 16, pages 403 to 404, all emotions being able to be converted into anxiety when suppressed by one's self-critical faculties, the ego or superego. Anxiety must thus not be taken at face value, but as always potentially indicative of some other emotion that is being self-censored. See SE 4, pages 266 to 267, and SEX, p. 162. Freud goes so far, in the case of the rat man, as to formulate an almost universal rule that things are quite the opposite of what they seem. The unconscious is the precise contrary, i.e., the exact opposite of the conscious, sex, p. 180. This rule flies in the face of our habitual ways of seeing the world, and many practitioners initially have a hard time wrapping their heads around it. Those familiar with the political uses of ideology may have a less difficult time with this, being aware that the official reasons given for governmental actions are very often the exact opposite of the unofficial, true reasons. We are so used to taking at face value what people tell us about their motives and intentions that the logic of suspicion, as I call it, see Fink, 2007, pages 14 to 17, built into psychoanalysis, which requires us to consider the possibility that virtually everything people tell us is only a partial truth, if not an outright lie, seems hard to digest. The unconscious is the exact opposite of the conscious, implies that virtually everything we believe about ourselves upon entering our own personal analysis must eventually be turned on its head. It also implies that, as analysts, we must not be duped by what our analysans initially tell us about themselves and their lives, but must always entertain the possibility that the truth, insofar as it can be said to be singular, which is in fact rarely the case, is often closer to the opposite of what they initially maintain. Those who prefer to believe that most people know themselves pretty well will find this exceedingly hard to swallow, but those who have been through a thoroughgoing analysis themselves are likely to realize that an important turning point is reached in one's own personal analysis when one comes to the realization, as one of my witty analysans once put it, that one is full of shit. Less crudely stated, we could say that both the analysand and the analyst would do well to take nothing for granted, and to seriously consider the possibility that virtually everything the analysand says at the outset of their work together might well be a cover for something else. Dissimulated aggression. Not every repressed wish will necessarily manifest itself in the form of fear, worry, concern, or anxiety. Some repressed wishes are considered by something within us to be so reprehensible that the topic or person they concern is better left unmentioned altogether, for fear that something of our true feelings or wishes might burst forth. These often end up giving rise to symptoms, whether tics, phobias, vomiting, fear of flying, repeated checking that doors are locked or gas turned off, or what have you. Still, many repressed wishes can be found out owing to such typical disguises: fear, worry, concern, or anxiety, once one has come to grasp that they are disguises. Another very common way in which analysans dissimulate their intense anger at someone is by expressing a need to protect that person. If we take such expressions at face value, we often fail to discover that, in fact, the person they wish to protect is quite capable of taking care of him or herself and is in no danger of any obvious kind. What, then, is to be made of their concern with protecting that person? What we usually discover is that they themselves wish that person harm and feel they pose a threat to that person. They thus feel a need to protect that person from themselves. They themselves are so busy wishing that person harm that they become anxious to protect him or her from themselves. Many is the analysand who refers to his or her mother as my poor mother or that poor woman, or to his or her lover as that poor guy or that poor girl, when the only reason to pity them would be that they are so hated and or persecuted, at least in thought, by the analysand him or herself. The heuristic value of hypotheticals. In his paper on negation, SE 19, Freud provides us with a method for getting analysans to unwittingly reveal certain of their unconscious thoughts and hidden intentions without our having to work hard to turn everything they tell us on its head and make what may seem to them to be improbable interpretations. Rather than attempting to directly soften or puncture the barrier between unconscious and conscious, this method executes an end run around the barrier, an end run as in American football, where one goes around the far edge of the opponent's defensive line rather than trying to find or force a way through it. There is a very convenient method by which we can sometimes obtain a piece of information we want about unconscious repressed material. What, we ask, would you consider the most unlikely imaginable thing in that situation? What do you think was furthest from your mind at that time? If the patient falls into the trap and says what he thinks is most incredible, he almost always makes the right admission. P. 235. Freud leaves the situation abstract here, so let me provide an example. Imagine that an Anneliese tells you about a dream in which she is reading a letter. Upon awakening she could no longer recall who the letter was from or what it was about, even though these things seemed to be very clear while she was dreaming. Asking her if anything comes to mind about letters, whether she has received any recently or can think of any significant letters she has received in the past, leads to no associations. Freud's method or trick, as we might call it here, involves asking one of the following kinds of questions. Since you cannot recall who it was from, who do you think it most certainly could not have been from? As you cannot remember what the letter was about, what do you think it could not possibly have been about? Who would be the last person to write to you, or what would be the last thing you would expect to hear about in a letter? Freud's notion here is that when we ask the patient what is the furthest thing from her mind or the most far-fetched, we free her up to tell us what is in fact the closest thing to her mind and the most probable. When we ask her what would be the last thing on her mind, by couching it in this way, we make it easy for her to tell us the first thing on her mind. Whereas, in response to our initial question as to what occurs to her about letters, she may have consciously been running through the list of possible girlfriends or boyfriends who might have written to her. This hypothetical question may suddenly lead her to think of receiving a letter regarding the death of a parent or grandparent, regarding an inheritance, or regarding a fatal illness in her extended family. None of these had perhaps occurred to her upon waking or even as she attempted to associate to the dream at our prompting during the session, but the permission given to her to think of the most unlikely of letter writers and the most unlikely of topics may well free her up to take us in the most fruitful direction. Why would such a gimmick work? Because it encourages her to say something without any skin in the game, that is, without anything apparently being at stake. Such techniques are designed to do an end run around the censorship, for how could what she says be considered morally reprehensible by her when she is simply saying what is furthest from her mind? The fact that the furthest thing from my mind is actually the closest, and the last thing on my mind is actually the first, accords with the above-mentioned claim by Freud that the unconscious is the exact opposite of the conscious, sex, p. 180. And as Freud puts it later, the unconscious is like a foreign language, se 19, p. 112, that consciousness, or the ego, cannot understand, insofar as its contents, to the degree to which they manifest themselves in awareness, are distorted, disguised, and inverted. My conscious fears represent unconscious wishes. What I believe is the most implausible is the most plausible. The person I believe I am most anxious to protect is the one I most seek to harm, and so on. Through their personal analyses, analysts slowly learn how to read this foreign language, how to translate the conscious dissimulation back into the unconscious thought or wish from which it stemmed, engaging in a kind of untranslating activity in order to undo the distorting translation that had been brought on by censorship. Point 15. And analysts in some sense teach each new Anneliese they work with to do so as well. Excursion on technique. When we analysts propose a hypothetical of the kind mentioned in the previous section, which aims to release the Anneliese from any responsibility for the thought that is the furthest from her mind, we obviously must not then suddenly hold her responsible for the stray thought or absurd idea that occurred to her. We must not seize upon the idea for which we had implied she would not be held accountable, cry aha, and immediately try to make her see the truth value of the far-fetched thought. Instead, and this is especially true with those who have not already been in analysis with us for some time, we must broach the absurd idea discreetly, asking questions like, what about that grandparent? The one whose death might have been announced in the letter in her dream, or tell me about that grandparent. What about an inheritance? News of which might have been announced in the letter in her dream. Is there any inheritance that you have heard about, might be expecting, or could be hoping for? What about pancreatic cancer? The fatal illness that might have been announced in the letter in her dream. Is there something you have heard about it or someone you know who has had it? One of my Anneliese mentioned Apple Computer's Steve Jobs in this connection, which led to a long discussion of the illnesses of prominent people and how he, too, would like to be a prominent person. With questions of this kind, we do not automatically insinuate that the far-fetched thought that came to mind has an immediate connection with the analysand, but use it as a springboard to learn more about the analysand, her situation, her family, her experience with illnesses, and so on. By following these different threads, we may together find a connection between the furthest thing from her mind and her own life by a somewhat long series of associations and related links. When we are able to do so again and again with the analysand, she is likely to begin to realize herself that the strangest and seemingly least probable thoughts that occur to her actually do have a connection to her, and this generally serves to loosen up the barrier between the unconscious and conscious and facilitate our task as analysts in the course of the work we do together. The disconnection between thought and affect. In the many different forms of obsessional neurosis, forgetting is mostly restricted to dissolving thought connections, failing to draw the right conclusions, and isolating memories. Freud, SE 12, p. 149. I wasn't going to give my parents the satisfaction of watching me graduate. I had to shoot myself in the foot to spite them. An analysand. This is not to say that the analysand is likely, the moment we have found she has reasons to be angry with the relative whose death might have been announced in the letter received in the dream, to immediately feel the full extent of her fury at that particular relative and cry, "Yeah, I'd really like to kill him," or "I wish he would waste away like Steve Jobs did." Freud often found that it was far easier for analysands to intellectually accept that they had reasons to be angry at the people who seemed to suffer 1,000 deaths in their dreams than it was for them to actually get angry at those people, that is, to really experience their fury at them. Indeed, he often found that despite having made some such very specific connection, his analysands would seemingly become angry at everyone except the relative in question, including Freud himself. Insofar as we ourselves, as analysts, are the ones who bring the analysand to the point of realizing or remembering that she has reasons to be furious with her relative, fury is often directed toward us first, perhaps for having done so, but more likely by way of displacement of anger from the relative onto us. After all, if the analysand's death wish toward the relative was unconscious, she presumably felt that there were considerable obstacles in the way of her expressing anger at the relative, perhaps, a. because she felt she had a great deal to lose were she to do so, be it esteem, love, or a legacy, or, b. because that relative intimidates her and she would have to steel herself to angrily assert what she remains not entirely sure of when faced with that relative's mild-mannered appearance, denials, protestations, or explosive temper. How much easier to get angry at the analyst, who seems so unlikely to fly off the handle or punish any sort of outburst. How much easier to spew invectives at inconsiderate drivers on the highway on the way home from the session. Or at the cashier at the supermarket. Or at her boss, husband, neighbors, or children. Drivers, cashiers, relatives, and neighbors can generally do little to deflect or allay her anger, since they have no clue as to what is fueling it, but the analyst can forestall fury so great as to threaten the continuation of the treatment in many cases by gentle, sensitive questions and answers as opposed to brutal interpretations and defensive disclaimers. Example: I have never been horrible to you like your relative was, a useless disclaimer if ever there was one. Although it seems safe enough to assume that, in the course of ordinary life experience, thought and affect initially go hand in hand, for example, that my uncharitable or negative thoughts about my uncle, let us call him Bob, are accompanied by feelings of revulsion toward him, Freud found that such thoughts and feelings often became detached from each other. Let us represent the initial situation in which thought and affect are connected as follows. Thought left right arrow affect. Freud hypothesized that repression often acts or takes effect by breaking the link between thought and affect. Let us depict the subsequent situation in which thought and affect are disconnected owing to repression as follows. Thought affect. Repression, understood in this way, may lead to a wide variety of consequences. 1. My negative thoughts about my uncle may be forgotten even though my aversion toward him remains. I loathe him but I don't really know why, having forgotten the events that led me to despise him, perhaps he once punished me harshly for breaking something I hadn't broken. In this first instance, thoughts have undergone repression, while their corresponding affect persists in consciousness. We may represent this, simply enough, as follows, where what is under the bar, or fraction-like line, is unconscious and what is above it is conscious. In this instance, my affect strikes me as incomprehensible, and I may well latch on to some minor or unrelated incident to explain it to myself and others. Indeed, I may begin to find odious his religious beliefs, political convictions, profession, or lifestyle, and vehemently criticize all and sundry that espouse or practice them. I alight upon all kinds of reasons to criticize such beliefs and practices, and perhaps even formulate an entire counter-ideology to my uncle's, but my original impetus for doing so remains opaque to me, i.e., my feelings about the early events that involved my uncle have shifted to or become displaced onto his belief system or lifestyle. We might depict the situation here as follows, with thought 1 representing my negative thoughts about my uncle owing to one or more events in my past, and thought 2 representing my negative thoughts about certain religious beliefs, political convictions, professions, or lifestyles that I initially heard him express but that I may no longer even consciously associate with him. Another possible scenario that follows the same logic is one in which, rather than despising my Uncle Bob, I begin to despise my brother Bob, who, let us suppose, was named after Uncle Bob. The conflict in my mind that led me to forget what happened with my uncle does not exist in relation to my brother, and the affect that I formerly felt toward one Bob becomes attached to another Bob. We might refer to this, with Freud, as a verbal bridge or switch word, SEV, p. 341 N1, 16, or simply as a false connection, SE2, p. 67 N, and transference of feeling from one's uncle to one's analyst would be another kind of false connection, or we might refer to it as a substitution of one Bob for another, or one signifier, S2, for another signifier, S1. Note that both the quality and quantity of affect, in this case, extreme loathing, remain the same, it is merely the object of my loathing that has changed. Recall, now, that forgetting is not a necessary component of repression. Repression can take effect by breaking the link between thought and effect without any events or thoughts becoming unconscious. The following is therefore another possible consequence of repression. 2. I remember the events that occurred that led me to think Uncle Bob atrocious, but I don't abhor him, I abhor his wife instead, without being able to say why or providing only reasons that seem incommensurate with my feeling of repulsion. Here nothing has been forced below the bar, or fraction-like line, but the repulsion I felt toward Uncle Bob has drifted, shifted, or been transferred to another person, not to another person who has the same name as him, this time, but to someone whom I associate with him owing to their so often being together. In other words, rather than there being here a substitution of one person for another who are alike in some respect, example name and sex, we have here what we might call a slippage or metonymic sliding from one person to another with whom the first is closely associated in many of my thoughts and memories. We might represent this in either of the two following ways. Person 1 rightward arrow, person 2 left right arrow affect. Or person 2 left right arrow affect person 1. More schematically, these could be written as follows. S1 rightward arrow, S2 left right arrow affect. Or S2 left right arrow affect S1. If we wanted to depict something as having been forced below the bar, we could situate the original link between thought, or person or signifier, and affect itself as having been forgotten. We are all, I suspect, familiar with the tendency of pent-up anger to find an outlet of some kind, no matter how far it may be from the original source of the anger. A father who has been upbraided at work by his boss finds reasons to severely rebuke his son for some minor oversight at home, picks a fight with a neighbor, or ends up kicking the dog. As Freud reminds us in the Interpretation of Dreams, SEV, pages 552 to 553, affect is ever on the lookout for a means of discharge, a way to express itself or come out. When one avenue is blocked, it will sooner or later find another. A further way in which repression may occur is as follows. 3. I do not remember the events that occurred that led me to loathe my Uncle Bob, but I am always anxious around him, or I develop a fear of being alone in a room with any man around his age. In this instance, thoughts have been forgotten, and so as to ensure that they will not be remembered, the affect that had originally been associated with them, loathing, transmogrifies into something less tangible or legible, anxiety. Again, we could depict the connection between thought and affect as having been pushed below the bar as well. We might hypothesize that such transformations of one affect into another, indicated by the unidirectional arrow, occur precisely when the thought is not altogether repressed and there seems to be a danger of my recalling what happened that made me loathe my uncle in the first place. On rare occasions, the transformation of affect goes so far that instead of abhorring him, I begin strangely enough to adore him. This is obviously the most perfect of disguises, which neither he nor I nor virtually anyone else can see through. Repression may lead to yet another result. For I remember nothing, nor do I feel angry in general or hate anyone, but I develop a facial tic around the eyes or mouth, or move my head or arm in a curious way, whenever I am around a man who reminds me of Uncle Bob, or I feel sick to my stomach and vomit whenever I am around any man who reminds me of him. Note that many such odd bodily movements are at least in some small measure associated with what one might initially expect from someone who is about to explode at someone else, whether verbally or physically. A nervous twitching might develop in my jaw muscles related to attention owing to my desire to yell or bite, which is simultaneously suppressed, or I might begin to stutter, trying to express my fury and yet squelching it before I can get the words out. The two warring factions within myself, the desire to attack and my self-condemnation of it, combine to create a compromise formation, SEV, pages 517, 596 to 597, and 676, SE15, P66, which few, if any, can decipher as indicative of my fury. I might, on the other hand, begin moving one or both of my eyebrows, which to an outside observer appears to be a kind of blinking, but which might well represent the first movements of the narrowing and focusing of my gaze upon someone I would like to attack, something I simultaneously refuse to allow myself to do. Some of the facial tics we encounter resemble, if we look closely, the first movements of snarling as we sometimes see it in the animal kingdom. It is because these movements are simultaneously being counteracted by an opposing force, some sort of censorship, some sort of agency forbidding the subject from attacking, that they take on such an odd appearance. If you have ever seen a dog sneeze instead of biting you during a bit of rough and tumble play, you will know what I mean. Certain movements of the head as a whole may involve an initial, perhaps jerky, attack posture, others are more suggestive of a ducking or defensive posture, and still others of an aborted shaking of the head as if to say no. And a number of erratic or spasmodic movements of the hand or arm may similarly indicate a wish to strike out at someone or to protect oneself from an expected blow. It is the jerky and repetitive nature of these movements that so strongly indicate the presence of warring factions within the person with the tic. This situation seems more difficult to depict using the above developed visual schemas. Two different affects seem to be struggling for supremacy here, a wish to attack Uncle Bob and a will not to do so. The latter may be motivated in many different possible ways. I may wish to protect him from my own fury, perhaps at least in part because I also like him in some respects. I may wish not to show that I grant him any importance in my life, feeling he would love it if he knew I felt so strongly about him, even if those strong feelings were thoroughly negative. I may worry I will lose my parents' love if they catch me attacking my uncle or hear about it. I may believe that it is immoral to hit anyone and that I should be above all fits and displays of anger, and so on. Neither of my opposing effects seems to ever get the upper hand here, unlike the case of those people who seem to easily blow up at others, only to exhaust their anger fairly quickly and become more comfortable around those others shortly after the explosion. We think of the latter as volatile and perhaps unpredictable, but they are rarely subject to symptom formation of the kind we see in those who never allow themselves to blow up in the first place. Those who are ever at war with themselves end up expending huge quantities of their energy fighting their own tendencies, and to outside observers often seem quite dead, as if devoid of emotion. Contemporary clinicians often characterize them as having flat affect, overlooking the considerable affective forces that are warring within them. The tension they build up within themselves can, however, be quite self-destructive, leading to high blood pressure, muscular and skeletal problems, and what is perhaps most common, the grinding of teeth. Indeed, dentists are often the first professionals contacted by those who are fighting themselves in this way. Self-destruction is tantamount, after all, to a kind of compromise, a compromise between the opposing forces that, a. wish to destroy another and that, b. seek to thwart any such violent activity. Instead of destroying others, I destroy myself, yet I do so in such a way that neither they nor I are any the wiser. Tics and daytime teeth grinding are thus true compromise formations. Nighttime teeth grinding is more likely a direct expression of anger. The same is true of nausea and vomiting, which ostensibly harm no one but myself. It would appear that my reasons here for hating Uncle Bob may or may not have become unconscious, but that what is at stake is a conflict between two effects, one of which Freud will later associate with the id, example the one that wishes to attack, and the other with the superego, the one that prohibits any such attack. It is the incomprehensible nature of the symptom, abbreviated here as the Greek letter sigma, which is produced by these opposing forces, that keeps my reasons for hating Uncle Bob out of mind, there being no obvious link between those reasons and the symptom, that is, between thought and sigma. There are, undoubtedly, other possible ways in which thought and effect diverge, each going its own way, thought either becoming isolated or persisting in consciousness, and effect either being displaced onto someone else or transforming into anxiety, fear, nausea, or a nervous tic. But let us turn now to some more general considerations on affect. Affect may drift but is not repressed. Repression can make use of another mechanism. The trauma, instead of being forgotten, is deprived of its affective charge, such that what remains conscious is merely its ideational content, which is completely colorless and is judged unimportant. Freud, Sex, p. 196. Few practitioners today seem to recall that, according to Freud, there is no such thing as an unconscious affect. Thoughts may undergo repression, but feelings do not. Feelings undergo displacement, suppression, and other kinds of transformations, but they never become unconscious. Point 17, as he says, strictly speaking. There are no unconscious affects, SE 14, p. 178, and, again, we cannot assert the existence of unconscious affects in the same sense as of unconscious ideas, SE 16, p. 409. In other words, even though one may occasionally encounter in Freud's work a reference to a repressed feeling or an unconscious emotion, Freud makes it clear that these are somewhat sloppy or approximate ways of speaking that end up being misleading. When we formulate things as clearly as we can, there are no unconscious affects. 18. Whereas thoughts may well become repressed, what does Freud teach us about affects? He says, the immediate vicissitude of an affect tied to an idea that undergoes repression is to be transformed into anxiety, SE 16, p. 409. In other words, when we encounter anxiety, we often find that some thought, a wishful thought, has been repressed, and the affect associated with it, regardless of its original tenor, has been set adrift, so to speak. It no longer seems to be connected in the analysand's mind to any event, circumstance, or thought, and transforms into anxiety, anxiety being the universally current coinage for which any affective impulse is or can be exchanged if the ideational content attached to it is subjected to repression, pages 403 to 404. And in the interpretation of dreams, Freud provides a useful corrective to the absurdly widespread use of the notion of inappropriate affect when he says that the affects of neurotics are always appropriate, at least in their quality, though we must allow for their intensity being increased owing to displacement. Psychoanalysis can put patients on the right track by recognizing the affect as being justified and by seeking out the idea that belongs to it but has been repressed and replaced by a substitute. SEV, p. 461. Such statements, which span almost 2 decades of Freud's work, 19 make it clear that in his view affects may drift, become attached to other objects, making false connections with them, or transform into anxiety or even into their opposites, but they are not repressed per se, in the sense of becoming unconscious. They are always visible somewhere in the person's life, assuming we know how to look. The same cannot be said of the thoughts to which they had been initially attached. It has often been noted regarding obsessives that they recall many important memories from their past, and can tell you about them in great detail, but without the slightest bit of emotion being attached to them, and regarding hysterics that they, on the contrary, have forgotten many important memories from their past, but the feelings that were undoubtedly attached to them initially are still present in their lives or bodies, appearing in crazy, incomprehensible ways insofar as they are detached from the thoughts and memories that initially gave rise to them. In the former we wonder where the emotion has gone, presumably into displaced objects of love or hatred, or into symptoms. In the latter we know that the memories have been repressed, and that the affects have been set free to drift. Part of our goal as clinicians is thus to find ways in which to bring thought and affect back together, which is what has to happen for symptoms to get resolved. One might, without exaggeration, say that virtually all of psychoanalytic technique is designed to do just that. Getting analysants to talk in great detail about hurtful events in their lives is our best bet for bringing painful and or distressing effects into contact with the events that first gave rise to them and with all their subsequent thoughts about them. And helping analysants free associate about both past and present happenings, intrusive thoughts, perplexing reactions, dreams, slips, and fantasies is our ticket to bringing the inexplicable experiences in their lives into contact with the affects that went into their construction. Chapter 3. Dreams. The Royal Road to the Unconscious. There is nothing imaginable that is too absurd, complicated, or abnormal for us to dream about it. Cicero, on Divination 2, LC, p. 146. Although over a century has elapsed since the first edition of Freud's magnum opus, The Interpretation of Dreams, SE4 and V, was published, dreams continue to be absolutely crucial to psychoanalytic work. Despite the fact that the vast majority of present-day psychoanalytic practitioners probably do not do even half of what Freud recommended we do when interpreting dreams, the lion's share of them almost certainly never having read more than a few chapters of the book. People who have been through analysis often say that the most important thing in their analysis was their dreams and the discussions they had with their analysts about them. In the 2000s, a Lacanian psychoanalytic institute in Paris published the results of a long-term study of analysts in training who had completed their academic program and personal/training analyses one and had requested to undergo the institutional procedure adopted by certain Lacanian institutes known as the PASS, a procedure that qualifies them to become members of their schools or members with a special status. Virtually all of these candidates stressed the importance to them of their dreams and their work on them to the progress and completion of their analyses. This was, to many analysts at the time, quite an astonishing finding, perhaps all the more so in that Lacanians have no fixed method of interpreting dreams, even if they tend to be quite conversant in Freud's work, and there is thus probably as much variation among the different Lacanian practitioners when it comes to dreams as there is in virtually every other school of psychoanalysis. Let us thus take it to be established by patients themselves that dreams are incredibly important to psychoanalytic work, and let us consider one of the probable reasons why this is so, even before we enter into Freud's specific theory and practice of dream interpretation. What we learn from dreams, almost everything. A dream is a disguised fulfillment of a suppressed or repressed wish. Freud, SE4, p. 160, emphasis in the original. Within an analysis far more of the repressed is brought to light in connection with dreams than by any other method. Freud, SE19, p. 117. One of the very first things Freud tells us in the interpretation of dreams announces what is probably still the most important aspect of dreams today. It seems that dreams have at their command memories that are inaccessible in waking life, SE4, P12. In other words, myriad things that are beyond the reach of our waking memory, P11, are presented and represented in dreams. In our times, work with dreams has largely taken the place of hypnosis, for it provides us with much of the same material that could formerly only be accessed by patients in the hypnotic state. Psychoanalysts of many different persuasions can thus agree on at least one thing: we learn an awful lot about analysand's backgrounds and childhood experiences by getting them to relate their dreams to us and associate to them. Memories that come up in connection with dreams shed light on a great deal that would otherwise be inexplicable to us in our analysand's waking thoughts, feelings, and symptoms. This does not mean that earlier events and experiences are reproduced in dreams exactly as they occurred at the time. Indeed, they are rarely redepicted so faithfully and are often merely alluded to, one small element from a childhood event appearing in a dream. As Freud puts it, a dream very seldom reproduces recollections in such a way that they constitute, without abbreviation or modification, the whole of a dream's manifest content. SE4, p. 198, scenes from the past often being merely evoked or considerably transformed in the scenario of the dream. He goes on to say that, as a rule, a childhood scene is only represented in the dream's manifest content by an illusion, p. 199.2. Nevertheless, it is in thinking about the dream and talking with one's analyst about it that one is reminded of something from the past that one perhaps had not thought about for many years, if indeed one had ever thought about it since it first occurred, and certainly would not have mentioned when initially invited to tell the story of one's life. This is obviously true in the case of things we have done that we feel to be shameful, but it is true of many other things as well. Indeed, so many things that it would never occur to us to tell our analysts about ourselves during the initial days or weeks of analysis are alluded to by dreams and brought into the conversation with our analysts as we discuss those dreams, that one might venture to say that our initial account of our upbringing to our analysts was a mere bare-bones skeleton that needed to be fleshed out, when it was not in fact largely a fabrication designed to help us forget, or at least dissimulate, what had indeed happened. For we have a tendency to paper over unseemly or disagreeable experiences from the past and to rewrite our own history to cast ourselves in a more favorable light. The story about ourselves that we have become accustomed to telling others, and perhaps even to believe ourselves, is by no means adequate in analysis, and is at least part of the reason why our present predicament seems to be so opaque to us. This story has become an official history, from which myriad crucial facts have been expunged. Talking about dreams therefore helps fill out, correct, and at times even overturn this official history. This is absolutely crucial to situating our symptoms in their more complete context, in other words, in the context of the whole of our experience, not just a small part of it. Even if the whole picture is an ideal that is never attainable, one merely approaching it asymptotically over the course of time, there is no way to grasp the origin and development of our symptoms without a serious enlargement and revision of the official history. And as we saw in Chapter 1, tracing symptoms back to their origin is a very important first step toward alleviating them. Backdrop to Freud's study of dreams. The interpretation of dreams is the royal road to a knowledge of unconscious mental activities. Freud, SEV, p. 608, emphasis in the original. Freud's earliest patients would, while under hypnosis or in a relaxed state, sometimes spontaneously tell him about dreams they had had, and Freud was thus led to try to grasp the connection between their dreams and the symptoms of which they complained. He made a fairly exhaustive study of the literature on dreams that was available at his time, running the gamut from the use of dreams for purposes of prophecy in biblical times and in ancient Greece and Rome to the 19th century medical discourse about dreams as caused merely by physiological stimuli that went unnoticed during one's busy daytime activities but were noticed by the otherwise unoccupied mind during sleep. Virtually all the same theories about dreaming that we hear around us even today were current in Freud's time, including that dreams are nothing but nonsense, the mind's higher faculties being deactivated during the night, that dreams help discharge all the junk that accumulates in the mind during waking hours, especially details that one did not or was unable to pay much attention to in the course of the day, that dreams discharge tension or mental pressure that builds up during the day. SE4, P80, that dreams are caused only by slight noises or other sensations that reach us during our sleeping hours, whether from the outside or the inside, example sounds of passing vehicles, the ringing of chimes, digestive difficulties, being too hot or too cold, or needing to urinate, and that dreams foretell the future. Freud notes that theories propounded in the early 19th century paid far more tribute to the imaginative and creative power of dreams than those proffered in his own sad times, the second half of the 19th century, which were characterized by a kind of reductionistic scientific discourse that stigmatized dreams as stupid, useless, and intellectually bankrupt. In his review of the extant literature on dreams, he found that those philosophers and psychologists who attentively recorded and studied their own dreams as well as those of family, friends, and colleagues, who would relate their dreams to them in person or in letters, as was so common at that time, generally considered dreams to be connected, whether directly or indirectly, to their actual lives. Some argued that dreams continue to work over the same material that had occupied their minds during the day, others that dreams provided a nice break from daytime problems, some that dreams focus on mundane details to which they had barely paid any attention while awake, others that dreams creatively present and represent important issues and conflicts in one's life. Although each writer tended to argue that what he found in his own dreams, and in those of his small circle of friends and colleagues, held true for everyone, the reader may well come away instead with the impression that we are not all necessarily the same kinds of dreamers, or at least that each author focused on a different subset of his own dreams. Perhaps some of us are more imaginative dreamers than others, even if we are not necessarily that creative in everyday life. Some of us solve more of the problems we confront during the day while sleeping than others, and some of us have unremittingly boring dreams. More important in the present context is the fact that these philosophers and psychologists often believed that the immoral and at times even criminal acts committed in their dreams were not wholly foreign to them, feeling that the thought of such acts had at least at one time or another flashed through their minds. In that sense, they were willing, unlike the medical researchers of Freud's own time, to accept some personal responsibility for what happened in their dreams, even if it did not reflect particularly well on their own moral character. As Hildebrandt, whose contribution to the study of dreams Freud found to be the most perfect in form and the richest in ideas, SE4, p. 67, put it, it is impossible to think of any action in a dream for which the original motive has not in some way or other, whether as a wish, desire, or impulse, passed through one's waking mind, cited by Freud, p. 69. Hildebrandt believed that dreams give us an occasional glimpse into depths and recesses of our nature to which we usually have no access in the waking state, cited by Freud, p. 70. Radestock, another author mentioned by Freud, held that dreams often do no more than reveal to us what we would rather not admit to ourselves, cited by Freud, p. 71. Erdmann commented that dreams have never shown me what I ought to think of a man, but I have occasionally been astonished to learn from a dream what I do, in fact, think of a man and how I actually feel about him, cited by Freud, p. 71. And the philosopher Fichte remarked that the nature of our dreams gives a far more truthful reflection of our whole disposition than we are able to learn of it from self-observation in waking life, cited by Freud, p. 71. The French writer Maury went still further when he said that, when we are dreaming, it is our penchants that speak and make us act, without our conscience holding us back, even if it sometimes sends us warnings. I myself have certain flaws and lascivious impulses, which I struggle to counter in the waking state and generally manage not to give into. But in my dreams I always yield to them, or, to put it more felicitously, I act upon their impetus without any fear or remorse. The scenes that unfold before me in my dreams are obviously suggested to me by the urges that I feel and that my will, being absent during sleep, does not seek to repress. Cited by Freud, p. 73. Both Hildebrandt and Morey thus argued, before Freud, that dreams give free rein to certain of our impulses of which we may or may not be fully aware during everyday life, but which we generally suppress while our moral conscience appears to be swept aside. Urges that are usually suppressed are enacted in dreams, while our moral sense is at least partially put to sleep, SE4, pages 72 to 73. Thus the idea that dreams are intimately related to the rest of our lives and perhaps even show us things about ourselves that, in waking life, we would rather not know, is hardly a Freudian invention. As Linkus put it, it is always the same man, whether he is awake or dreaming, cited by Freud, p. 309 and 2. Although in our own times, scientists are again hard at work seeking some purely physiological explanation for dreams, see, for example, Jouvet, 1993/1999, and Hobson, 2015, seeming anxious to either invalidate all of Freud's work or place what little can supposedly be salvaged of it on a strictly biological footing. It would not be going too far, I think, to say that those who are engaged in what is described as research into dreams, SE4, p. 93, have returned to what are essentially pre-Freudian positions, and provide us with yet another shining example of the repugnance to learning anything new which is characteristic of many scientists, p. 93. For while they willingly endorse the idea that there is a causal connection between the somatic and the mental spheres, that is, between body and mind, the connection only seems to go in one direction for them. In other words, they believe that even if at the present, given the current state of medical science, they cannot find the physiological cause of the lion's share of mental activities, they are sure that deeper research will one day trace the path further and discover an organic basis for every mental event, pages 41 to 42. The authors of the DSM-5, too, believe that, someday, incontrovertible etiological or pathophysiological mechanisms will be identified to fully validate specific disorders or disorder spectra. American Psychiatric Association APA, p. 20. Freud, although he occasionally paid lip service to this same hubristic belief in the eventual omnipotence of science, nevertheless retorted, the fact that, for the time being, we cannot see beyond the mental to its grounding in the physiological, is no reason to deny the existence of the mental realm, SE4, p. 42. Yet a great deal of contemporary research continues to view the mental sphere as a mere epiphenomenon of the biological sphere, and a mere epiphenomenon has no ability to give rise to changes in the body, much less to meaningful mental phenomena worthy of interpretation in their own right. Research on mindfulness perhaps constitutes an exception to this. In 1900, Freud already emphasized the importance of viewing the products of the mind as significant in and of themselves. In other words, he asked us to entertain the idea that mental phenomena like thoughts or wishes could be the cause of a symptom, whether that symptom affected the mental realm alone, the somatic realm alone, or both the mind and the body. Yet most scientific researchers today, especially in medicine and psychiatry, even though they may acknowledge that mental/psychological stress at work or at home can lead someone to have physiological problems, seem to continue to believe that fantasies, daydreams, and dreams are merely epiphenomenal, and that talking about such will-o'-the-wisps can have no curative effect on anyone. The only curative effects they seem to acknowledge are those that come from directly biological interventions, surgery, medications, and the like. Transformative ideas and feelings that can grow out of the discussion of fantasies and dreams related to human meaning-making and the impact of speech are simply not on their radar. What is a dream? A hungry person dreams of eating but wakes up still hungry. A thirsty person dreams of drinking but is still faint from thirst when morning comes. Isaiah 29:8. It is the very narrative of a dream, the verbal material, that serves as a basis for interpretation. Lacan, 1976, p. 13. A dream is quite obviously a sensory experience. It is primarily visual for most of us, but it can also include auditory, tactile, gustatory, and olfactory sensations, and often an emotional experience as well. And yet as soon as we attempt to recollect a dream, we begin to translate, in a manner of speaking, that sensory and affective experience into words. In this sense, we begin to tell ourselves a story about the dream, a story about what occurred in the dream. Some of us then remember far better the story as we have told it to ourselves than we do the images and feelings that constituted the initial experience, and in the morning may remember little else but that story. Those who write down their dreams in the middle of the night are probably familiar with the experience of remembering nothing whatsoever of the initial dream experience, having but their own nocturnal scribbling to remind them that they had had a dream and of what occurred during it. Adolescents who record their dreams orally upon waking at night, on their phones or other recording devices, often tell me how shocked they are to hear their own voices recounting something of which they have retained no memory whatsoever. When we can remember a dream, we may feel that our own verbal description of it is inadequate, believing that we have not found adequate words to render the sensations, images, or feelings that were so vivid at the time and that have perhaps even stayed with us in part. But this does not alter the fact that insofar as we talk about our dream with another human being, the only thing to which that other human being has access is our words about it. Our interlocutor can never experience the dream as we did, can never see the same images or have the exact same sensations, unless we are consummate filmmakers and manage to reproduce at least the visual and auditory sensations of the dream, even if we are not yet able to reproduce most olfactory and tactile sensations through film, much less feel the exact same emotions as we did. Our interlocutor has only our words at his or her disposal. Put differently, a dream, insofar as we work with it and attempt to interpret it in analysis, is a series of words. It is, in short, a text. The analyst works with the text that is provided by the analysand, and that text, the text of the dream or dream text, as Freud calls it, sexxii, pages 9 and 13, is often added to as the analysand begins to associate to the dream. It may also be amended, and Freud cautions us to take seriously both the original and the corrected versions, not just the latter, and it may even be criticized as inadequate by the analysand who feels that it does not do justice to the dream, certain portions of the dream seeming to be missing altogether, others not entirely rendered by the words the analysand has come up with for it, there being doubt as to whether one scene came before another or as to whether a certain fabric was green or blue, and so on. Regardless of its possible imperfections, this text is the main material with which the analyst and the analysand work. The dream itself is either gone or still partially, if not vividly, present to the analysand's mind, but in any case, it cannot be directly transferred, as if in some sort of mind-to-mind video streaming or Vulcan mind meld a la Mr. Spock of Star Trek fame, to the analyst. And even if it could be directly transferred, the analyst would not necessarily experience the video streamed by the analysand exactly as the analysand experienced it. After all, each of us is affected differently by one and the same movie or video. If the analysand is an artist and paints pictures that seem to render portions of the dream, the analyst must nevertheless ask the artist to talk about those paintings, for even if a picture is worth 1,000 words, it is hardly self-explanatory. Everyone sees different things in pictures, and they are fruitful ground for projection, hence the usefulness of pictures in projective tests, but what the analyst is primarily interested in are the analysand's interpretations of the pictures, not the analyst's own projections based on his or her own personality and life experience. Hence, as far as psychoanalytic practice is concerned, a dream is the oral text or speech, which can potentially be transcribed more or less accurately, produced about the dream by the analysand. Point 4. This text is not, of course, a dead text. It does not involve a dead language but a living language that is spoken by at least two people, the analysand and the analyst. And it is spoken by a living, breathing human being who is affected by speaking this text aloud, who may become excited, sad, annoyed, bored, or angry while telling it during a session, or who may pause and slash or make a slip of the tongue while recounting it or associating to it. The act of enunciating this text to the analyst thus adds another layer to the words themselves. Emotion appears to be attached to the recounting of certain portions of the dream, and stumblings and mumblings may appear as other portions of the dream are related. None of this need be taken at face value, yet it adds to the information available to the analyst. Something that we can conclude from the above is that a dream, as it plays a role in analysis, is already a sort of translation. It is the rendering or translation of a primarily visual and affective experience into words. And spoken words are what we predominantly work with in psychoanalysis. It might be thought that our goal is then to work from the analysand's speech back to his or her initial experience of the dream. We might picture this as in the following figure, in which the arrow indicates the translation process. Recounting a dream, visual/affective experience text/speech. Analyzing a dream, text/speech visual/affective experience. Were we able to undo the translation or reverse the translation process, this would presumably allow other people to experience the dream just as the dreamer had, that is, to have the same dream. Yet, as we saw regarding films, we do not all experience a film in the same way, even if we watch it side by side in the same movie theater, for we each situate ourselves differently with respect to the various characters and predicaments in the film depending on our own backgrounds, identifications, desires, fantasies, and so on. And even if we were able to experience someone else's dream as he or she had experienced it, we would be no closer to being able to interpret it. Indeed, we would probably be just as confused about its meaning as the dreamer is. It is not by putting ourselves in the exact same place as the dreamer and feeling what he or she felt in the dream that we find the key to interpreting it. Freud's fundamental thesis here is that what we need, in order to interpret a dream, is not an as accurate as possible picture or replica of the initial visual/affective experience had by the dreamer. Rather, we need to get at the initial unconscious thoughts and wishes that went into the construction of the dream as a visual/affective experience. In other words, what is more important to us than the dream as remembered is what caused the dream to come into being in the first place. Freud's hypothesis can be illustrated in the following manner, where the arrow again indicates a translation process. Initial thoughts/wishes visual/affective experience. The visual/affective experience is usually confusing and opaque, when it is not altogether nonsensical by everyday standards, but there are, in Freud's view, thoughts and wishes that gave rise to the visual/affective experience that are not nearly so confusing or opaque. He calls the visual/affective experience the manifest content of the dream. It is what we may be able to remember upon awakening, and we might include in the manifest content the subsequent transformation of it into a written text or speech. And he dubs the initial thoughts and wishes that led to the construction of the dream the latent content. Point 5. Before turning to the nature of this latent content, let us note that Freud hypothesizes the existence of a twofold transformation process. A. Thoughts are transformed into images. We witness the turning of abstract thought into pictures, SEV, p. 341, and B. Latent content is turned into manifest content. The two happen simultaneously and are obviously overlapping processes, but they can, I believe, be at least theoretically distinguished, the former corresponding quite closely to what occurs in the visual and plastic arts, 6, the second to what is involved in certain forms of literature, perhaps, above all, allegorical literature, which Freud often refers to in the interpretation of dreams, and which we will turn to further on. The term by which he designates this twofold transformation is Übertragung, which in German means both translation and transference, and is the same term that Freud uses for transference in the psychoanalytic sense of the transferring or displacing of a suspicion or misgiving an analysand has about his or her parent or spouse, for example, onto the analyst. Transference in the psychoanalytic sense has numerous meanings, some more of which we will turn to in Chapter 5. At the very beginning of what is perhaps the most important chapter in the interpretation of dreams, Chapter 6, Freud, SE4, writes as follows. The latent dream thoughts and the manifest dream content are presented to us like two versions of the same subject matter in two different languages. Or, more strictly speaking, the dream content seems like a transcript or translation, Übertragung of the dream thoughts into another mode of expression, whose characters and syntactic laws it is our business to discover by comparing the original and the translation. p. 277. Something in the dreamer is therefore a translator or transcriber of sorts, and the analysand and analyst must work together to decipher the foreign language, the visual manifest content, into which the dream thoughts have been translated. Although they both presumably know the source language from which the translation has been made, i.e., they are familiar with the language in which the latent dream thoughts and wishes are expressed, they do not know the target language into which it has been rendered. Dreams are microsymptoms. No one should expect the interpretation of a dream to fall into his lap like manna from heaven. Freud, SEV, p. 522. The hypothesis, on Freud's part, of the existence of a transformation process, from the latent to the manifest content of a dream, is no more than an extension of what he learned by attempting to unravel hysterical symptoms. Consider, for example, Anna O's inability for 6 weeks to drink water, discussed in Chapter 1. Although Anna was often incredibly thirsty and dehydrated, whenever she would try to raise a water glass to her lips, she would push it away in disgust. This made no more sense to her than to anyone else, considering the intense heat of the summer and her need for liquids, not to mention the usually inoffensive or benign nature of water glasses and water itself, SE2, pages 34 to 35. What Brewer and Anna O found by tracing the symptom back to its first occurrence was that a glass of water had taken on a significance for her that it had never had before, and has probably had for very few people in the course of history. For that matter, her lady companion's dog had drunk out of such a glass in that lady's room, and such glasses and water itself had become connected in Anna's mind to physical intimacy between dog and mistress, illnesses carried by dogs, ill wishes toward her lady companion and or mother, or something along those lines. For Anna to take a drink of water was to be reminded of her ill wishes toward her lady companion and or mother, wishes which she considered to be reprehensible. There is but one short step from this to concluding that, after seeing the dog drink from the glass, Anna O's every urge to drink water became equated with the thought, I wish my lady companion, or mother, harm, and that pushing the water glass away was tantamount to the thought, it is unconscionable for me to wish my lady companion, or mother, harm. Otherwise stated, a symptomatic act, or symptomatic inability to act in this case, to drink water, is a translation into another register, medium, or mode of expression, SE4, p. 277, my emphasis, of a wish and simultaneously of the obstruction or suppression of that wish owing to one's self-criticism for having such a wish. 7 We saw much the same thing when we discussed certain facial tics as the transfer or translation into the physical realm of anger, accompanied by a wish to strike out at someone, and simultaneous self-stifling of that anger. What allowed Freud to make headway in interpreting dreams was thus the fact that he formulated and then tested the hypothesis that one could view dreams as like symptoms, as structured like symptoms, and indeed as many symptoms themselves. Just as individual symptoms each had a secret meaning unknown both to those around the sufferer of the symptom and to the sufferer herself, dreams too each turned out to have a secret meaning that neither the dreamer nor those around the dreamer could easily guess. Just as Freud always found that there was more behind any individual symptom than met the eye, he postulated that there was more behind any specific dream than met the eye or ear. There were latent thoughts and wishes that had become transformed by the dream work into an illegible medium so as to be unrecognizable to waking consciousness. It is worth pointing out, I think, that what counts as a symptom in psychoanalysis is something that a patient complains of bemoaning that it is getting in the way of his or her life, if not outright ruining it, and professes not to be able to understand. Analysts do not take some sort of master-like stance and tell patients that this or that behavior that they are engaging in, whether drinking, taking drugs, binge eating, vomiting, or what have you, constitutes a symptom based on some supposedly objective standard of normal behavior against which to judge any individual's behavior. Psychiatrists and psychologists often adopt such a stance, but psychoanalysts do not, or at least should not, as there is no basis for such a stance in psychoanalytic theory, even if certain individual analysts go astray here. In analysis, A symptom is what the analysand considers to be problematic in his or her life, not what the analyst considers to be symptomatic in the analysand's life. Point 8. This is not a minor difference in perspective, for the only facets of patients' lives that are likely to be open to change are those that patients themselves identify as problematic, difficult to live with, and incomprehensible. It is their very incomprehensibility to patients that constitutes them as symptoms that are accessible to psychoanalytic treatment. Similarly, a dream is just a dream to those who pay dreams no heed. To such people, there is nothing symptomatic about their dreams. But analysands who recount dreams, and sometimes we have to encourage them repeatedly to remember and recount them, characterizing them with adjectives like bizarre, perplexing, or impenetrable, are telling us that they are symptoms for them, mini or micro symptoms, perhaps, but the more they trouble and perplex our analysands, the more we are justified in treating them as full-blown, albeit short-lived, symptoms. Their seeming impenetrability is what justifies us in assuming the existence of a layer of meaning behind them. For example, the inexplicable attraction or repulsion we feel in them towards someone who in everyday life seems indifferent to us requires us to assume either that we are completely mistaken as to our true feelings about that person, or that he or she is standing in for someone else in the context of the dream. Just as those who suffer from spider phobias often cannot say what it is about spiders that terrifies them, and we find something else, indeed, usually someone else, a parent or close relative, behind the spider once the phobia has been analyzed, so too the Bob who stars in my dream, who is a vague acquaintance of mine from my workplace, may be standing in for someone else, that despised Uncle Bob mentioned in Chapter 2, for instance. The tension and anxiety certain people feel around spiders has little, if anything, to do with spiders themselves, and plenty to do with the parent or close relative that spiders have, unbeknownst to them, come to stand for in their psyches. This is what led Freud to claim, similarly, that the affect felt in a dream stems from its latent and not its manifest content, SE4, p. 248. This is why we get nowhere when we attempt to find a connection between the repulsion we feel in a dream and the person who, in the manifest content, repulses us, that person often being someone to whom, in waking life, we feel either indifferent or even drawn. The nature of the latent content. There are appetites of a terrible, savage, and lawless kind in everyone, even in those of us who seem to be entirely moderate. This surely becomes clear in sleep. Plato, Republic, 572a. A dream's latent content generally includes thoughts and wishes that some part of the dreamer would find too racy, dicey, or immoral to represent directly in a dream. This leads them to be represented indirectly, in a disguised manner. It is not just our supposedly realistic or easily realizable wishes that seek satisfaction, even our secret and/or unrealistic wishes aim at being enacted in dreams in a way that we rarely allow them to be enacted in everyday, waking life. Yet, if the secret wish that is realized in a dream were transparently obvious to the part of us that is aware of what is going on in the course of the dream, and this would seem to be the part of us that is able to consciously remember the dream when we awaken, we might well become so disconcerted or startled as to simply wake up. Freud postulates that secret wishes are fulfilled or come true in dreams, but they do so only in a disguised manner. Why? To allow us to go on sleeping. Were we to become even dimly aware of the unsavory nature of the wishes being fulfilled in our dreams, we would likely wake up owing to shock or horror in the middle of virtually every dream. 9. And this would have two interrelated self-defeating effects. 1. It would destroy our health in short order. It is well known that those who are deprived of the sleep cycles that involve dreaming, coinciding for the most part with what is referred to in contemporary psychological literature as REM or rapid eye movement sleep, quickly become irritable, increasingly paranoid, and eventually begin to hallucinate. 10. As Freud put it, all dreams are, in a sense, dreams of convenience. They serve the purpose of prolonging sleep instead of waking up. Dreams are the guardians of sleep and not its disturbers, SE4, p. 233, and they resort to disguising their true nature so as not to shock us into repeated untimely awakenings. The disguises are there to allow us to go on sleeping. When the disguises are, as they occasionally are, insufficient, that is, overly transparent, we wake up. 2. It would interrupt the fulfillment of the wish in the course of the dream, leaving us far less satisfied and refreshed than we would be if we were able to continue dreaming until the logical end of the dream. Most of my readers will probably have had the experience of having been woken up by something or someone in the middle of what they felt to be a good dream, and of trying to go back to sleep immediately in order to be able to finish the dream. When we are awoken before the end of our dreams, we do not enjoy the satisfaction dreams are designed to provide. Now, no one need take at face value Freud's claim that the latent content of a dream includes unsavory material. It suffices to free associate to all of the elements of virtually any of one's own dreams, or to get one's patients to free associate to all of the elements in their dreams, in order to become convinced that material that is generally left out of one's waking thoughts about oneself shows up in what Freud refers to as the dream's background thoughts, in other words, the thoughts that form the backdrop to the dream. One need not be convinced that such thoughts and wishes are repressed, per se, to nevertheless realize that a dream's background thoughts often include the kind of things we would not really want other people to know about us, that we would consider inappropriate to bring up in most company, and that we ourselves might not even want to know about. Freud did not, I would argue, presume that there must be nasty latent thoughts and wishes that go into the construction of all dreams, because he had previously concluded that every human being is chock full of nasty thoughts and wishes. Rather, it was owing to his extensive work with his own dreams as well as with his patients' dreams, based on eliciting their associations to them, that he came to believe there was a considerable hiatus between manifest content and latent content. Anyone can perform the same experiment today, and decide whether or not to come to the same conclusions as Freud did. There is no need to take it as a matter of faith. Indeed, I suspect that most practitioners who give dreams the time of day, so to speak, asking their patients to recount them and associate to them at length, fairly quickly come to many of the same conclusions as Freud did, and that most analysans who learn to remember their dreams and recount them and associate to them extensively in their own analyses soon realize how much more they learn about their own motives, fantasies, and urges from dreams than from virtually anything else. Freud's hypothesis is that the latent content gives rise to the manifest content through a complicated translation process. The one obvious facet of which we have touched on thus far is that thoughts and wishes become translated into images. We shall examine other facets shortly. This translation of ideas into images occurs in rebuses as well, which are games that have been played since at least Roman times, the Romans having been fond of deciphering rebuses during meals. Freud, SE4, p. 277, proposes that we view a dream as like a rebus, just as when faced with a rebus-like. We must work backward from the images to a phrase or sentence. Here the usual solution is diamond ring. When faced with a dream we must work backward from the manifest content, images, to the latent content, thoughts and wishes. A simple rebus that might appear in a dream is B10, appearing on a door or license plate, for example, which, when spoken aloud, might be pronounced B10, that is, beaten, and evoke a violent scene the dreamer once witnessed or experienced. Another is the image of several feet protruding from under something. When asked how many feet there were, the dreamer who replies 6 may be struck by the notion of death implied by the phrase 6 feet under. Whereas the work that is performed by the dream, known as the dream work, turns the latent thoughts and wishes into a visual experience, the work that is performed in analysis translates backward from the text devised to describe the visual experience to the latent thoughts and wishes. Psychoanalysis thereby performs the exact opposite operation as the dream work, undoing what the dream work has done. What the dream work does, psychoanalysis undoes. What the dream work veils, psychoanalysis unveils. See Figure 3.1. Figure 3.1. Psychoanalysis reverse engineering. We have here once again a form of reverse engineering 11 and indeed Freud's entire study of the translation process by which the latent content produces the manifest content of dreams can be understood as a way of figuring out how to take apart this product of the mind to see how it was put together in the first place. His goal, however, is not to be able to then make new dreams himself, but simply to learn how to discern the initial components when faced with the final product. How to approach a dream. What we must take as the object of our attention is not the dream as a whole but the separate portions of its content. Freud, SE4, p. 103. How does Freud approach the text of a dream? In other words, what parts of a dream does he highlight, and how does he even determine what constitutes a part of a dream? He furnishes a number of different ways of approaching dreams in order to elicit their backdrop and latent content, one of which involves simply asking the dreamer what occurred during the day prior to the dream. Another way is to start from phrases that are spoken in a dream, SE4, p. 182, to see if the phrases actually come from some other context in either recent experience or from further back in the dreamer's past, for he argues that whatever stands out markedly as speech in a dream can be traced back to something that has really been said or heard by the dreamer, SEV, p. 420, other methods he recommends or himself uses will be discussed further on. Such spoken material is often a direct quote of something that was once said to the dreamer, is thrust into a completely foreign context in the fabric of the dream, and is sometimes no more than an allusion to the occasion on which the remark in question was made, SE4, p. 304. But let us consider a dream in which there are no spoken phrases by examining how Freud, SE4, handles his own short dream of the botanical monograph. I had written a monograph on a certain plant. The book lay before me and I was at the moment turning over a folded colored plate, a glossy reproduction of a picture. Bound up in each copy of the book was a dried specimen of the plant, as though it had been taken from a herbarium. p. 169. To begin with, Freud tells us what appear to have been the very first things that popped into his mind about the dream, a sometimes excellent approach to interpretation that he had seen a book on a particular kind of flower, cyclamens, in a bookshop window the previous morning, that cyclamens are his wife's favorite flowers, that he felt he had not been bringing his wife cyclamens often enough, and that a woman he had treated some years before, who had run into his wife 2 days earlier, was disconsolate when her husband once forgot to bring her flowers on her birthday, feeling it signaled that she was no longer as important to him as she had formerly been. This is already a pretty good start, especially when taken in conjunction with Freud's comment that he had recently mentioned this latter anecdote to a circle of his friends to illustrate the unconscious intentions that may be implicit in the act of forgetting, even if popular wisdom would have it that forgetting is by its very nature unintentional. Point 12. We can probably conclude somewhat safely that although Freud does not delve into this here, he tells us in several places in the interpretation of dreams that so as not to reveal too much about himself and his family, he has not included all of his associations in the book. 13. The dream reminded him of his specific reasons for forgetting to bring his own wife flowers more often. What Freud proceeds to do next is essentially to cut the dream text up into small portions including such fragments as monograph on a plant, dried specimen of the plant, herbarium, lying before me, folded colored plate, and so on, SE4, pages 169 to 173, 282 to 284, and then associate to each of these fragments as fully as he can, even if he does at one point say, for reasons with which we are not concerned, I shall not pursue the interpretation of this dream any further, presumably in order not to reveal any more embarrassing things about himself than he had already done by then. p. 173. How does he decide what is an important fragment to associate to? He provides a few indications, but they do not go very far in my view. Point 14. Whereas a butcher generally decides where to place his knife based on the natural joints in the animal carcass he is carving up, my apologies to vegetarian readers, how is an analyst to know how to divide up the text? What constitutes a significant portion of the dream to which to associate? Clinicians who are new to psychoanalytic work are, in my experience, especially troubled by the apparent lack of guidelines here. One way of dealing with this is simply to ask about absolutely everything in the dream word by word, but imagine the result of asking someone what comes to mind in relation to the phrase at the moment, or even just the word the. Anyone can locate the principal nouns in a dream, for example, monograph, plant, book, plate, specimen, and herbarium, and a few of the potentially important adjectives, like folded, colored, and dried. But who is to say that the verbs, example written and bound up, and indicators of placement, before me, won't lead to useful associations? The fact is that there is no hard and fast rule as to what constitutes an important portion of a dream, and a given dreamer may associate to virtually anything in a dream, including the very style of the speech with which he or she recounts the dream to you. Many is the dreamer who has told me, as I was describing it to you just now, I was struck by the way I did so, for it reminded me of when I. Or it reminded me of the way so and so described such and such recently. If there is a rule of thumb of any kind to be applied in breaking down a dream into portions, and then asking the dreamer to associate to each of those portions, it is as follows: the portions we isolate should be words that potentially have more than one meaning, and that when taken out of the context in which they appear in the dream may well make the dreamer think of other contexts. Were we to isolate the word plant and repeat it back to Freud, assuming he was a contemporary of ours, a native English speaker, and had had the dream in English, he might think of certain kinds of plants: eggplant, the act of planting, implants of various kinds, a factory, or even a mole, aka a plant, in an organization placed there, as it were, by a law enforcement agency. The word plant in English has a great many different meanings, and our hypothesis is that although one potential visual representation of the word plant appears in the dream, another potential meaning of the word may be more important in the dream thoughts. This falls under the heading of what Freud, in Chapter 6 of the Interpretation of Dreams, calls considerations of representability. Although perhaps sounding mysterious, it is as simple as the following: let us say that my dream thoughts concern a wish that people around me at work would believe that I am a plant, in the sense that I have been placed in the organization by a rival corporation or by some other nation's secret service. This would, perhaps, make me feel more important than I currently feel. How can the notion of plant in this specific sense be represented pictorially? Only with great difficulty, I think, which means that if the notion is going to appear in the dream, it will have to be in some displaced manner. For example, if I have seen a movie in which a particular actor plays the part of a mole in an organization, that actor may appear in my dream or via a play on words, that is, through the depiction of a factory, garden plant, or implant of some kind. Many abstract notions, like justice, or someone getting what he deserves, are difficult to portray directly in dreams, and may be suggested by such things as the classic image of scales, the scales of justice, or even the appearance in a restaurant of a menu that includes only desserts, which is then described by the dreamer as containing just desserts. A dream image of a cat being released from a sack of some kind may be described by the dreamer as someone letting the cat out of the bag. Naturally, it is not individual nouns alone that are polyvalent or multivalent, that is, that have more than one meaning and can usefully be highlighted. If the expression "I didn't buy it" appears in a dream in the context of a shopping spree, "you didn't buy it" might be repeated back to the dreamer afterward, the idea being that there might well be something that the dreamer did not buy in the sense of didn't believe in some recent or earlier experience evoked by the dream. Plenty of idiomatic expressions in English, and probably in most other languages as well, allow for more than one meaning, at least literal and figurative. Example: give it to him, take it back, take that, get her back, etc. And often even expressions that are usually unambiguous can become quite ambiguous in context. For example, the simple statement "I closed it" might refer equally well to a deal the dreamer was describing or to a door she had just mentioned. Often it is enough to query, "You closed it," for the dreamer to realize the ambiguity of what she just said. To state in more Lacanian terms the rule of thumb about how to divide up dreams into portions to which to associate, We might say that we try to break the dream text down into signifiers, and signifiers are not necessarily just individual words but often groups of words with one or more specific meanings, i.e., signifieds. Diamond ring is a single signifier, even if each of the words it contains is also a signifier in its own right. To beat around the bush is, similarly, a single signifier. It is a fixed or invariable expression, which generally cannot be in any way altered, even if the British are more likely to say to beat about the bush, that has a specific meaning. 15 Despite the number of words they contain, expressions like throw in the towel, have someone wrapped around one's little finger, the grass is always greener. That's the way the cookie crumbles, when in Rome. And how do you like them apples, constitute single signifiers insofar as their meaning is often not transparently obvious based on the words they contain. Their meaning derives from their usage in larger contexts, and they are the kinds of expressions that often take children and non-native speakers some time to grasp. The analyst's goal, therefore, is to isolate ambiguous and/or polyvalent signifiers in a dream, and repeat them back to the dreamer out of context. For example, after the dream has already been recounted and the dreamer has begun to try to free associate to it to see if they bring any other signifieds to mind. Clinicians who focus exclusively on trying to understand what the analysand is saying, that is, on what they believe to be his or her intended meaning, may have difficulty taking a step back from that project and listening for possible ambiguities and double meanings in what the analysand says. Hearing what people say at two different levels, at the level of what we believe to be the intended meaning and at the level of what people actually say, no matter how confused or equivocal, is a skill that may come easily to certain clinicians, but that others may have to work hard to acquire. They can work toward acquiring this twofold, or multitasking, ability by listening distractedly to talk on the radio or television, focusing less on the content than on the form of expression, and listening especially for pauses, slips, slurs, and double entendres, whether intended or not. They can do the same in classes or seminars the content of which bores them, such attention to form often making them somewhat more interested in talks during which they might otherwise have fallen asleep. Note that, in listening to news announcers, whether on the radio, television, or internet, and practicing listening for slips, pauses, stumblings, and double entendres as opposed to content, it is perhaps best that they listen first to programs that they are not especially interested in, so that the content does not monopolize their attention. It is perhaps also best at first that they not look at the screen, in the case of television or internet programs, since seeing the speaker is likely to interfere with their hearing. Many analysts have remarked that they hear patients on the couch better than those sitting across from them, not because they are physically closer, but because the analysts are not distracted by their patients' looks, facial expressions, and so on. Once they are able to regularly hear the slips and slurs in speech about matters that are of not much interest to them, they can then turn to programs that are closer to their own hearts, practicing focusing on the sounds newscasters produce as much as possible while still taking in the meaning without dwelling upon it or trying to do anything in particular with it, for example, comparing it with things they heard before or fathoming its implications. Once this skill is acquired, and clinicians have managed to easily hear both what appears to be the intended meaning, the signified, and the actual, and possibly divergent, form of expression, the signifier, things will never be the same. They will inevitably hear these two different levels in every aspect of their lives, whether in conversations with friends, family, and partners, or in listening to political speeches, lectures, and documentaries. Once turned on, this faculty is not easily turned off. It can be put to good purpose in interpreting dreams, taking certain signifiers out of context to see how they resonate for the analysand, and in psychoanalysis more generally. I mentioned earlier that Freud proposes several different possible approaches to dreams, including asking the dreamer what had occurred the day or days before the dream and asking about any particular words or phrases enunciated by someone in the dream to attempt to see in what context they originated. A third way of approaching dreams he provides, SEV, concerns hesitations and vacillations in the dream text. In analyzing a dream, I insist that the whole scale of estimates of certainty be abandoned, and that the faintest possibility that something of this or that sort may have occurred in the dream be treated as a complete certainty. Doubt produces an interrupting effect on an analysis that reveals it to be the offspring and instrument of psychical resistance. Psychoanalysis is right to be suspicious of it. One of its rules is that whatever interrupts the progress of analytic work is a resistance. Pages 516 to 517. The kind of doubt Freud is referring to here is not the product of some sort of conscious resistance that the analysand can simply turn off if requested to by the analyst. This resistance comes into being of its own accord, as it were, owing to the barrier between the unconscious and consciousness, and the analysand genuinely feels uncertain. How do we handle it? If, for example, the dreamer cannot decide if a certain color, whether it is of paint, ice, carpeting, or anything else in a dream, was green or blue, we take the indecision itself to be particularly significant, as if the dream thoughts behind that portion of the dream were so laden with unpalatable memories and or meanings that, even in the remembering of the dream, some subterfuge had to be engaged in order to throw the now awake dreamer off the scent. We refuse to be distracted by the analysand's doubt as to whether it was green or blue, and take both alternatives extremely seriously, asking for associations to both terms, SE4, pages 317 to 318. An analysand of mine once recalled a very powerful scene from his past, a scene he professed not to have thought about in a very long time, perhaps not since it occurred some 25 years earlier, simply by associating to the color of an object that appeared in a dream he had had about selecting a notebook in a shop, the notebook being initially described by him as blue or green. Even though the analysand felt he was correcting the former description, blue, with the latter, green, I encouraged him to associate to both of them. He eventually concluded that the color of the object in the dream was the same as that of the powder blue carpet in his dining room growing up. At that point, he suddenly recalled that one day he had been lying on that carpet and had heard sounds coming from the next room. He had gotten up and looked through the louvered doors between the dining room and the family room, where he glimpsed his mother and brother having sex on the floor, their bodies being visually cut into odd horizontal slices by the louvers. Having recollected the scene thanks to our associative work on the dream, the disturbing images he had been having around that time of partial bodies engaging in sexual acts tapered off. The scene alluded to by this dream element, blue or green, could hardly have been guessed at from the manifest content of the dream, which initially seemed almost as boring as Freud's dream of the botanical monograph. Nevertheless, this early childhood scene seems to have been one of the latent thoughts that went into the construction of the dream. 16 Had I taken the bait and allowed myself to be dissuaded from inquiring into the color owing to its supposed uncertainty, this memory might have taken much longer to come to light, and the distressing images that came with it might have persisted for quite some time. Another analysand had a dream in which she was holding what she described as either a file tub, a sort of plastic tub or box in which to store papers and files, or a tackle box, for fishing equipment. Both descriptors led in fruitful directions. The file tub reminded her of the filing boxes in which she kept academic papers related to a research project of hers, a project she had grown quite sick of. The tackle box recalled the conflictual dynamics of fishing trips she had gone on with her father and brother as a child, her inability to keep lures, weights, and so on organized in her own tackle box, and her current difficulties staying organized in virtually all areas of her life. 17 Both of the alternative descriptions of what she was holding in the dream thus turned out to be important. We can thus approach dreams in a number of different ways, and may well want to use several if not all of them in our everyday practice. 1. We can begin by asking the dreamer what is the first thing that occurs to him or her about the dream. 2. We can focus on words and or phrases in the dream, as told to us by the analysand, that have two or more meanings, that are, in other words, ambiguous or polyvalent. 3. We can take idiomatic expressions, like "I didn't buy it," out of the dream context to see if they evoke anything in the dreamer's current life. 4. we can ask about what occurred in the dreamer's life the day or days before the dream was dreamt. 5. We can focus on hesitations and doubts, that is, on things the analysand professes to be unsure of in the dream. Was the color green or blue? Or attempts to take back, no, it wasn't green, it was blue. 6. We can focus on things that are left out of the first telling of the dream and only come to the analysand's mind later, while discussing the dream. 7. We can ask about the places where the scenes in the dream took place, inquiring whether they look familiar to the dreamer and, if so, whether he or she can recall anything that happened in those locales. How to get someone to associate to a dream. We should disregard the apparent coherence between a dream's elements as an unessential illusion, and trace back the origin of each of its elements on its own account. Freud, SEV, p. 449. As odd as it may seem, what constitutes an association is not always crystal clear to analysands or even to analysts who are just beginning to practice. Nor does it always seem transparently obvious to analysts how to encourage analysands to free associate. How, for example, might we encourage a relatively inexperienced analysand to associate to the word blue? We might simply query, blue, or what about blue, or even what comes to mind about blue. Faced with a shrug of the shoulders or the banal response, the sky is blue, we might ask whether it seemed to be a particular shade of blue and, if so, can the dreamer describe it? The words with which he then describes it may lead off in a useful direction, but if he is unable to give any details about it, we might then ask whether he recalls ever having seen that particular shade of blue anywhere. Should the attempt to encourage the dreamer to associate to the color blue go nowhere, there are other equally important avenues to explore, for the word blue may also imply melancholy, gloom, or mild depression. In other words, it is a signifier with several different signifieds, and may serve as what Freud calls a switch word or verbal bridge from a visual image to an idea, or from one idea, usually a somewhat simple one, to another. SEV, p. 341 n1, SE7, pages 65n, 82, and 90, SEX. p. 213. Blue may also designate a team, the blue team, for example, as opposed to the red team. It is part of expressions like black and blue, out of the blue, the wild blue yonder, and the deep blue sea. It may make one think of the blues, whether in reference to a musical tradition, a mood, or an army during a particular war, or even of bands like the Moody Blues or the Blues Brothers, or of bluebells, a type of flower, blue bonnet, a butter substitute, bluebonnet also being the state flower of Texas, baby blue, which may allude to the topic of having children, sky blue, little boy blue, a nursery rhyme, blue balls, a painful male condition, or the homonym blue, as in I blew it. The list goes on and on. Depending on the analysand, any of these could prove to be extremely useful associations, reminding the analysand, for example, of events of the previous day, weeks, or years, previously unmentioned times in his life, or long-forgotten sexual experiences. There is no way for the analyst to know in advance whether a particular way of associating to signifiers will be of use in someone's analysis. We can, however, gauge whether a particular way of associating turns out to be useful over the course of time in a specific analysand's work. One analysand may dwell on the letters contained within any particular signifier, blue making him think, for example, of lube and lube job in English, or blue and cordon bleu in French, blue possibly linking up with the notion of rawness, as it is the term used to describe meat as raw in France, as opposed to medium or well done, and cordon bleu referring to the famous cooking school or the blue riband of the Order of the Holy Spirit, but cordon perhaps alluding to the umbilical cord, and this may lead to useful work. Recall that Wolfgang Mozart signed his letters to his sister with a variety of anagrams of his own name, most often Nagflo-Trasm. We ourselves may want to point to the literal connection between the prominent smile on someone's face in a dream and the fact that the dreamer's name happens to be Miles, of which smile is an anagram. See Freud's comments on the analysis and synthesis of syllables, SE4, p. 297n. But another analysand may play around with the letters in a word and never alight upon anything that seems germane either to the dream or to his life experience. An old-fashioned poet, or a fan of Cockney rhyming slang, may usefully think, in connection with blue, of slough, brew, flew, stew, chew, hew, or loo, because that is how his mind works in general, whereas for most others such rhyming associations will lead nowhere. One analysand may be productively reminded of the stressful time when he wore blue in the Navy, another may recount a number of occasions on which he wore blue clothing to work in recent weeks, none of which seem to ever connect up with the dream itself. Some analysands seem to take the invitation to free associate as license to move further and further away from the dream in a kind of infinite stream of consciousness. The analyst must thus not lose sight of the fact that the goal of association is to elucidate the backdrop of the dream, and must put a stop to seemingly fruitless trains of thought by calling the analysand back to some other portion of the dream to see if something more productive will arise from associating to other signifiers in it. When faced with an immediate association on an analysand's part to a particular person in a dream whose looks were initially described as unclear, the analyst would often do well to probe further in order to discern whether in fact the figure in the dream was a collective or composite figure. Freud, SE4, p. 293, which included characteristics of a number of different people. The analyst can do so by simply asking how the analysand would describe this person in the dream, and what features he or she shares with the person in real life who came to mind, and what, if any, features they do not share. The figures who appear in our dreams are often composites. When an analysand indicates that the person in the dream looked like her mother, but she actually had black eyes instead of her mother's blue eyes, and we inquire who she knows with black eyes, she often thinks of someone else. 18 This is a typical product of condensation, a prime example of which is found in Freud's own dream of Irma's injection, SE4, pages 106 to 118 and 292 to 293, where Irma condenses within herself a half-dozen women, including Freud's own daughter and wife. In many people's dreams, houses that they grew up in play an important role, and certain scenes in the dream often take place in parts of those houses, and yet the rooms simultaneously look somewhat different than they did in reality, alluding thereby to other houses or places as well. In such cases, two or more places or persons in the dreamer's life get conflated into one, each should be elucidated, and they may well turn out to share a characteristic that allowed them to be condensed in the first place. Freud hypothesizes that two things that get condensed in a dream always have some feature in common. How are we to know whether we should be content with the first or second association to a person or place in a dream? We cannot be absolutely sure, and let us recall that, as Freud indicates, we can never be sure that a dream has been completely interpreted, SE4, p. 279, there always being possible further associations that will occur to the analysand a day, a week, or even several years later. 19 Our rule of thumb should be to not necessarily encourage the analysand to move on to some other portion of the dream until we find something that seems to make some sense in terms of what we have thus far heard about her life and history. It falls into place in the chain of the dreamer's thoughts and its interpretation is recognized by the subject herself, SEV, p. 360n, or until we alight upon something that seems to overturn the sense we had thus far made of her life and history, bringing with it a new perspective on things. When the analysand immediately recognizes someone in her dream as a woman at work named Tess whom she barely knows anything about, and about whose looks, voice, position, or anything else she has little to say, it seems worthwhile to ask, "Do you know anyone else named Tess?" "Well, there is, of course, my Aunt Tess," might well be the response, and that Tess is likely to have been of far more importance in her life than the Tess at work. Here the censorship in the dream has used an easy ploy, replacing one Tess with another, in order to disguise the actual content of the dream. This is a perfect example of what Freud calls displacement, one Tess appearing in the stead of another. Condensation, as in Freud's dream of Irma's injection, where Irma stands in for many different women, and displacement are two of the major forms of disguise employed by the dream work/censorship to ensure that the unconscious dream thoughts, i.e., wishes, are not openly displayed to consciousness. Point 20. Why are the wishes in dreams so often counterintuitive? A thought of something that is wished for is objectified in a dream, it is represented or, as it seems to us, experienced as a scene. Freud, SEV, p. 534. Like symptoms, dreams are compromise formations, they are a compromise hammered out, in a manner of speaking, between, a. wishes that are unconscious and, b. the kind of semi-waking consciousness we have in the course of a dream, insofar as some part of us is aware of what is happening during the dream and can often remember what has happened after we wake up, which would be shocked by many of our unconscious wishes were they presented and fulfilled without any form of disguise. The second party to the compromise, the part of us that is attending to what is happening in the dream scenario and is imbued with some sense of right and wrong, is the reason for what Freud refers to as the censorship that disguises the unconscious wishes. The censorship acts in such a way that the unconscious wishes, which are imbued with no moral sense or conscience, become unrecognizable to the second party's semi-waking consciousness. The censorship thus constitutes an intermediary, go-between, or third party to dream construction. Freud's model of the human mind is thus that it is not monolithic but rather multilayered, including conscious, preconscious, and unconscious, or conscious, censorship, and unconscious, since in his work on dreams he tends to equate the preconscious with the censor. To illustrate the structure of the psyche, Freud constructs an analogy between what goes on in the dreamer and what went on in the publishing world and postal system at his time. Postal censorship was such that a letter writer would write what he wanted to say, but then an official censor would go through what he had written and black out any parts of it that might be considered incendiary or unacceptable to the current regime in power, before it would be delivered to its addressee, SE4, p. 142 and 3. In order to avoid having his work censored outright, a letter writer or journalist would often be forced to disguise his ideas by speaking in allusions instead of direct references, or concealing his objectionable pronouncement beneath some apparently innocent disguise. For instance, he might describe a dispute between two mandarins in the Middle Kingdom, when the people he really has in mind are officials in his own country. p. 142. Authors were thus driven to allusion, allegory, and displacement in order to get their message across to those who knew how to read it. This was as true in Freud's time as it was in Jonathan Swift's time, see his 1726 Gulliver's Travels, and as it is in certain countries, like China, even in the 21st century. This state of affairs can be represented as follows, where we see the censor situated between the author and his or her public. Insofar as the unconscious is the author of a dream, the preconscious plays the role of the filtering censor, which distorts the author's original message before allowing it to come to the dreamer's attention. The preconscious thus is not in and of itself a creative faculty, but rather a defensive one. Did Freud employ this analogy simply to illustrate his model of the mind, or did he in fact arrive at his theory of the different mental agencies? The German, Instanzen, could also be rendered as mental instances. Freud also, and perhaps more felicitously, calls them systems. See, in particular, SEV, pages 537 and 568, and in general the whole of chapter 7, at least in part because of the kind of censorship that went on in his era. We might ask a similar question about the physicists Ernest Rutherford and Niels Bohr. Did they arrive at the notion that an atom has a nucleus surrounded by electrons independently, or was it by analogy with the structure of the solar system, i.e., the nucleus is to the electrons in an atom as the sun is to the planets that revolve around it? Whatever the case may be, analogical thinking is common in many fields, and even if the Rutherford-Bohr model has been in many ways superseded, it certainly helped advance thinking in physics at the time. In Freud's case, postal and other forms of public censorship may have been decisive in shaping his thinking on the structure of the psyche, or may simply have supplied a useful analogy by which to illustrate his model of the mind when presenting it to his readers. Referring back to the models we discussed in Chapter 1, we could designate the bar between two sets of memories, M1, M2, M3 and M4, M5, M6, as the censorship between unconscious wishes, on the left-hand side, and conscious dream experience, on the right-hand side, dream distortion, in the form of condensation and displacement, being what allows for the crossing of the bar. M1, M2, M3, M4, M5, M6. And insofar as a dream, like a bungled action or symptom, is a compromise formation, SEV, pages 517, 596 to 597, and 676, SE15, P66, we could also represent a dream as a product of two warring forces or selves, censorship being necessary to reconcile the two parties, as a sort of convoluted peace treaty, we might say, wherein the right hand does not know what the left hand is doing. Unconscious wish, force 1, dream force 2, moral conscience. Bad self, dream good self. What Freud adds to the political analogy of censorship is that each of us plays all three parts and therefore engages in self-censorship. Going against the grain of the dreamer's impression, which is that she, as semi-waking consciousness, is the simple spectator or witness of what goes on in her dreams, Freud asserts that we must realize that we are, fundamentally, all of these different layers: author, censor, and public, unconscious, preconscious, and conscious. We cannot shirk responsibility for unseemly wishes, and argue, I would never even dream of such a thing, because we have in fact just dreamt of such a thing and no one, presumably, put it in our heads for us. To Freud's way of thinking, subjectivity includes all of these different layers. The subject is all of these things: A, the urges, B, the part of us that wants to know nothing about those urges, and C, the part of us that would morally censure those urges severely if it were so unfortunate as to hear about them. Many analysans come to analysis with the sense that they have nothing to do with the form taken by their dreams, and that they are innocent bystanders to what happens in them, as it were, or victims of them when they are nightmares or bad dreams. As one of my analysans put it, a dream just happens to me, it's not something I have a part in. As another analysan put it, I'm a victim of my dreams. And, indeed, our vernacular embodies this perspective insofar as we commonly say in English, I had a dream, not I made a dream, as they say in French. This sense of being a simple witness to our dreams is responsible for the refusal, on many people's parts, to believe that their dreams, and even many of their nightmares, satisfy their wishes, because they do not identify with the wishes that appear to be satisfied in their dreams, as, for example, when a dream openly depicts the death of someone of whom they believe they are fond, feeling that they could never possibly wish for any such thing. Yet Freud shows, in many different texts, that we each identify with numerous persons from our pasts and persons around us in the present, SE4, pages 149 to 150 and 323, SE19, pages 28 to 33, and take on their own urges and desires as if they were our own. Superficially speaking, we come to desire many of the same consumer commodities, trendy neighborhoods, top colleges, fine restaurants, and experiences that they tell us they desire, and we may even become attracted to people they are attracted to, even though there was nothing that initially drew us to them. This is so true that we may well say that the wishes fulfilled in our dreams are, at times, not our own but are rather those of the people around us. Point 21. Lacan, following Freud's work on identification, states this still more plainly when he says that man's desire is the other's desire, by which he means, at least in part, that each of us ends up desiring many of the same things that those around us desire, and even ends up desiring those things in the same way as those other people desire them. It is as if we were in some important way those other people, as if we were the same as or identical to them. Insofar as the desires satisfied in our dreams seem not to be our own but rather those of people around us, we can conclude that we have assimilated their desires, that is, those desires have become our own unbeknownst to us. Point 22. Now, This is as true of the desires fulfilled in our dreams as it is of the urges that are involved, and at times even at war with each other, in our symptoms. These desires and urges seem foreign to us, for we are not aware that we have identified with those whose desires and urges they originally were, and we may even be horrified at the idea that we could possibly have identified with such hated figures. This is so common that I would propose that we always keep in mind, as we attempt to interpret dreams and symptoms, the old Latin expressions so useful to police inspectors and other crime solvers: cui bono and cui prodest. The latter is short for cui prodest solus is facit, he who benefits from the crime committed it, which is found in Seneca's classical play Medea, verses 499 to 501, and it implies that the guilty party is often the one who gains by the crime. Cui bono suggests that he who did the crime is he who profits from it. 23 The urges within us that seem so foreign to us and yet are played out and satisfied in certain dreams may have come to us from other people, others who, if we think about it, might well vicariously enjoy what goes on in our dreams. How dare they? Insofar as so many of our symptoms are ostensibly self-defeating or self-destructive, whether they involve continually arriving late for work, not paying attention to what we are doing, and repeatedly hurting ourselves accidentally, this sometimes goes by the euphemistic name of clumsiness, reckless driving, drinking to excess, cutting ourselves deliberately, taking ever higher doses of potentially lethal drugs, depriving ourselves of nourishment, destroying our own health through overwork, or any combination of the aforementioned activities. We should always wonder who around us might be happy or might have been happy, and I don't mean consciously or explicitly happy, were we to self-destruct, for example, lose our jobs, waste away to nothing, overdose, or contract a potentially fatal sexually transmitted or other illness. A parent, sibling, or other family member has often communicated to us, whether directly or indirectly at one point or another in our lives, perhaps many years in the past, that they would prefer we not be around and that our presence bothers them, cramps their style, or positively drives them crazy. For many of us, one or more people in our past have given us the distinct impression, at one point or another, that they would prefer we not succeed in our endeavors, or at least that we not surpass them or leave them behind, that we be miserable, that we fail to thrive, and perhaps even that we disappear forever. Given the frequency with which we ourselves wish, at one time or another, that others would fail or disappear, we should not be surprised that we ourselves have sensed the same thing from other people. Hence, when what we believe to be our greatest wishes are thwarted in a dream, we should always consider who around us seem to want to stifle us and entertain the possibility that we have, for better or for worse, identified with their apparent desire to stifle us. Identifying who it was does not, naturally, fix the problem, but the problem most certainly cannot be fixed until we at least reckon with the fact that we are inhabited by what we believe to have been his or her desire, with the fact that this desire is inside us, part of us. It quite often happens, curiously enough, that we identify with people's ill wishes or death wishes toward us, and that we indeed enact them in our dreams and symptoms. We do the same with their at times adamant, passionate criticism of us and will to punish us for our shortcomings and or disobedience. We take that criticism and will to punish into ourselves in the form of the superego, which Freud views as getting its wishes fulfilled in what he calls masochistic punishment dreams, SEV, p. 476, see especially N2, and in certain symptoms as well. Freud comments that the wishes fulfilled in dreams must bring pleasure, but the question then arises, to whom? To the person who has the wish, of course. But, as we know, a dreamer's relation to his wishes is quite peculiar. He repudiates them and censors them, he has no liking for them, in short. So that their fulfillment will give him no pleasure, but just the opposite, and experience shows that this opposite appears in the form of anxiety. Thus a dreamer, in his relation to his dream wishes, can only be compared to an amalgamation of two separate people. And if two people are not at one with each other, the fulfillment of the wish of one of them may bring nothing but unpleasure to the other. Pages 581 to 582 N1. Dreams that seem, on the face of them, to be self-destructive, and symptoms that seem self-defeating may also be designed to thwart the wishes of those around us. Freud mentions a dream by one of his patients that seemed to thwart the wish of a friend of hers to be invited to the dreamer's house for a dinner party. This dream, told by the butcher's wife, is quite complex and has led to considerable commentary. SE4, pages 146 to 151. Her sense in the dream, and in telling Freud about it, was that her own desire, to throw a dinner party, was thwarted, and yet we might say that in it she thwarted her friend's desire as though it were her own, or that she thwarted her own desire as though it were her friend's. 24. An analysand of mine would manage to get so worked up about doing well at his job that he would sleep little and end up performing somewhat poorly. Not surprisingly, he felt he was knocking himself out trying to succeed in a field he did not enjoy because his relatives wanted him to, they believing he was especially well equipped for such work and predestined to do it. They had, moreover, used their influence to help him get ahead in this field in a way he felt he did not deserve, and his symptom, tremendous anxiety over tiny work-related details that stopped him from sleeping, seemed designed to prove them wrong, thwart their wishes, and to reassert control over his own destiny, even if that meant failing at his current job. His behavior was symptomatic, insofar as it bothered him and he could not fathom why he was engaging in it, yet it seemed designed above all to foil the designs of those who had pushed him into his present career. We could say that it satisfied one of his wishes, his wish to thwart theirs, even as it simultaneously impeded others. Analysands often find the wishes expressed in such symptoms and dreams counterintuitive, not even being dimly aware at the outset that they still harbor such resentment against those who pushed them in certain directions in life. They often consciously believe they owe their relatives a debt of gratitude, not hatred, and are astonished that they seem willing, in dreams and symptoms, to cut off their own noses to spite their relatives' faces, as it were. An unconscious wish is formulated in a complete sentence, or, the unconscious is structured like a language. The construction of dreams is subject to the condition that it can only represent something which is the fulfillment of a wish, and that it is only from wishes that dreams can derive their psychical motor force. Freud, SEV, p. 487. It is only too easy to forget that the wish in a dream is, as a rule, merely a thought like any other. Freud, SE 19, p. 112. Spiteful and self-punishing dreams make for a ready-made introduction to the notion that an unconscious wish fulfilled in a dream can often be stated in the form of a complete sentence, like one of the following, which might apply to the dreamer him or herself, or to someone depicted or alluded to in the dream. I wish he would fall flat on his face, or I hope he comes a cropper. Would that he fall in a manhole and disappear forever, or if only he would disappear. I hope he has a heart attack and dies. If only someone would attack him and he be fatally injured. If only a tidal wave would come ashore and wash her house away with her in it. If only a riptide would wash him out to sea. Would that she, in all her crazy sexual escapades, catch a sexually transmitted disease and die a horrible death. If only I could kill my father and my brother, I could have my mother and my sister to myself. This was the verbatim conclusion formulated by an analysand who dreamt that he killed first one soldier and then a second in one scene, and then in a subsequent scene found himself in the arms of a woman who resembled his mother in a specific way, he having recently had a group hug with her and a younger woman. These are all wishes from dreams. Analysands have told me I could extend the list almost ad infinitum, and we see that these initially unconscious, repudiated wishes are articulated in everyday language just as our conscious thoughts and wishes are. They are formulated in language in the very same way that certain of our conscious wishes are, with such openings as if only or would that. For example, if only I could win the lottery. Would that my teacher not notice that I copied half my paper from a book and the other half from a website. If only he would finally notice me and ask me out. If only I could get into my top choice college. I hope that policeman didn't notice I didn't come to a full stop at that sign back there. As we interpret dreams, we are looking for just such a formulation of one or more of the wishes that went into the construction of the dream, wishes that can be expressed in everyday language in the form of a more or less grammatically complete sentence. At times, the formulation can be as simple as to be X, whether X is rich, famous, good-looking, young again, like so and so, able to do things over again, or what have you, where it is implied that the analysand would really like that, oh, to be able to start over. This requires a kind of synthetic thinking on our part. After all, the analytic thinking involved in breaking the dream down into small portions and associating to each of them, where we must now attempt to see the forest and not simply the individual trees. Lacan, Seminar 6, p. 71, commented, already in 1958, that analysts no longer knew how to decipher the wishes in dreams, and that this had led them to no longer be interested in dreams. Deciphering wishes is a creative process and can, indeed, be quite challenging at times. It is when we are unable to formulate anything in the dream in the form of a wish that we need to either encourage the analysand to continue to associate to the dream, work harder at reconstructing the wish in it, or let the dream go and hope that the next one will be more productive, transparent, or inspiring. Point 25. It is the fact that in many instances we can arrive at a formulation of one or more of the wishes in a dream, and for that matter in daydreams, slips of the tongue, and other symptoms as well, that led Lacan to assert that the unconscious is structured like a language. See, for example, Ekritz, p. 737, 26. For unconscious thoughts and wishes are made of the same stuff as our conscious thoughts and wishes, namely, language, including its signifiers and its grammar. And this is also what allowed Freud, Sev, p. 613, to make what was a startling claim at his time: thinking can and does go on at a level outside of consciousness, and fully formed ideas and wishes come into being in us unbeknownst to us. As shocking and dismaying as this was and still is to certain philosophers, it has been recognized since time immemorial in everyday speech, for in English, when faced with a conundrum, we might say, "Let me sleep on it," while in French one commonly says, "La nuit porte conseil," literally, night time will bring good counsel, and more figuratively, the answer or solution will come to you while you sleep. How not to approach a dream. I should like to utter an express warning against overestimating the importance of symbols in dream interpretation, against restricting the work of translating dreams merely to translating symbols, and against abandoning the technique of making use of the dreamer's associations. Point 27. Freud, Sev, pages 359 to 360. Freud's method of interpreting dreams is not the old symbolic method whereby one takes the dream as a whole and makes a story out of it. Above all, regarding the future, this method is illustrated in the interpretation in the Old Testament of the Pharaoh's dream of the 7 fat cows and the 7 skinny cows, which is taken to refer to the coming of 7 years of plenty followed by 7 years of famine. For most of us today, dreams do not predict the future except insofar as they perhaps make us aware of certain things that we want that we did not know we wanted, which we may then act on in the future. Nor does Freud employ the old decoding method, whereby the moon, for example, has the same meaning for every dreamer, regardless of age, culture, station in life, or anything else, serving as a kind of universal symbol. Anyone who had a copy of the official codebook could, in theory, for those who believed in this method, look up each of the symbols and construct a proper interpretation of a dream. The decoding method implied that if two different people had a dream including most of the same elements, it had much the same meaning for both of them. It also suggested that the interpretation arrived at by different interpreters should be identical, since they were all using the same code book. The only question, then, concerned whether or not one had the proper code book, and indeed whether any one code book was better than any other. Point 28. Freud broke utterly and completely with this tradition by maintaining that an image of the moon in someone's dream means whatever that person associates with it. And even if many people from the same culture may associate much the same thing with the moon, this is not necessarily the case, some being more inclined to think of blue moon, an astronomical event, or the eponymous novel, song, or movie, others of Reverend Moon, and still others of Neil Armstrong, werewolves, vampires, zombies, menstruation, moon river, or mooning. Yet, insofar as Freud recommends that we rely not on our own personal associations to elements in someone's dream but rather on the dreamer's own associations to them, different interpreters should still, at least in theory, come to more or less the same conclusions about the meaning of the dream. If the interpretation depended solely or primarily on the interpreter's associations, every interpreter would come up with something different. Working almost exclusively with the dreamer's own associations removes an element of arbitrariness from our interpretations of Analysand's dreams. This is why we ask open-ended questions like, "What does moon bring to mind?" or "What about moon?" or "Why do you think the moon appeared in your dream?" In practice, different analysts obviously devote more or less time to working with their analysands on any one particular dream, and to associating to any one specific signifier in the dream, and hence their interpretations may well differ because they end up eliciting different associational material. Nevertheless, they are all working at least primarily from the same dream text and from most of the same associations. Point 29. Reconstructing the wish or wishes in a dream is challenging, however, requiring a great deal of creative thinking on the analyst's part, and some analysts obviously have more facility with this than others. The best, and least arbitrary, way of working is no doubt, once numerous associations have been teased out, to begin by asking the analysand if he or she can now see any sort of wish in the dream. Freud did himself a disservice, I would argue, when, under the influence of some of his colleagues 30, he began to claim that we could interpret people's dreams on the basis of the general meaning of symbols in a culture. See, in this connection, The Interpretation of Dreams, Chapter 6, Section 8, Representation by Symbols in Dreams, virtually all of which was added after 1909, where Freud admits that we shall feel tempted to draw up a new dream book on the decoding principle, SEV, p. 351. 31. Much of the harshest criticism of psychoanalysis arose from the reductionistic tendency on analysts' part to dispense with patients' associations and interpret everything as some kind of universal symbol. All elongated objects, such as sticks, tree trunks, and umbrellas, may stand for the male organ, as well as all long sharp weapons, such as knives, daggers, and pikes, p. 354. This inspired Melanie Safka's ironic line, "A thing's a phallic symbol if it's longer than it's wide," in her 1970 anti-psychoanalytic folk song Glory Glory Psychotherapy 32. Freud also lapses at times, above all in the section of the interpretation of dreams that was added well after its first publication, into a type of interpreting that considers its job done as soon as a sexual interpretation of a dream element is arrived at, or as soon as, in associating to some part of a dream, the analysand arrives at something connected to the analysand's father or mother, as if sex and mommy and daddy were the ultimate meanings of everything in dreams, though Freud does tell us about one dream in which, although normally a dream deals with rebellion against someone else, behind whom the dreamer's father is concealed, the opposite was true here, SEV, p. 436. Yet the appearance of a bush in a dream need not always, nor perhaps even usually, allude to a woman's pubic hair. George or Jeb Bush may be lurking somewhere behind it, as may the Australian outback. The expressions "a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush," or "to beat around the bush," or even the partial homonyms tush, mush, push, or Bolshevik. Similarly, a so-called phallic symbol, like the Washington Monument in D.C., could lead to associations related to terrorism, rather than, or at least in addition, to sexual topics. 33. Many of the dreams Freud interprets in the interpretation of dreams seem not to lead in either a sexual or Oedipal direction, at least as far as he takes them for us there. See, for example, SE4, pages 127 to 130, and SEV, p. 510, suggesting that the stereotype of the reductionistic analyst may come more from later practitioners than from Freud himself. Regarding the role of sexuality in dreams, Freud, SEV, writes as follows. The majority of the dreams of adults deal with sexual material because no other drive has been subjected since childhood to as much suppression as the sexual drive. From no other drive are so many and such powerful unconscious wishes left over, ready to produce dreams in a state of sleep. p. 396. And research on sleep over the last several decades might be understood to corroborate Freud's view here, inasmuch as it shows that during REM sleep, the sleep state most closely associated with dreaming, women generally experience clitoral arousal and men erections. Nevertheless, Freud adds that we should also, of course, avoid the exaggeration of attributing exclusive importance to sexual drives, SEV, p. 396. He observes, on the next page in a passage added in 1919, mentioned here in an earlier footnote, that the assertion that all dreams require a sexual interpretation, against which critics rage so incessantly, occurs nowhere in my interpretation of dreams, p. 397, see also SEXXII, p. 8, where one instead finds many dreams whose interpretations have nothing to do with sexuality, see, for example, SE4, pages 127 to 130, and SEV, p. 510. Similarly, although Freud maintains that the deeper one carries the analysis of a dream, the more often one comes upon traces of experiences in childhood which have played a part among the sources of that dream's latent content, SE4, p. 198, the words more often imply not always, and Freud discusses many dreams that are never traced back to childhood sources, see, for example, SE4, pages 248 to 250, and SEV, p. 510. Yet by the end of the interpretation of dreams, he waxes more categorical, proffering that every wish involves wishes dating back to childhood, SEV, pages 553 to 554, despite what he himself has shown in the course of his book. Freud's most overriding point, and the one I personally feel is of most enduring clinical relevance, is that the meaning of each dream element is different for each individual, and that we cannot know what that meaning is in advance, before soliciting that individual's associations. Still, many of the people in a specific culture who speak the same language are likely to associate similar things with certain symbols. For example, a swastika is likely to have at least some of the same connotations for a large number of people in Europe. And each tongue has its own dream language, in the sense that if a piece of furniture known as a stool appears in the dream of a native English speaker, it is always possible that it may have at least two meanings, turd and bar stool or step stool, and if a wooden stud appears, it may have as many as 5 other possible meanings. An English speaker who hears herself describe someone in her dream as having leaned over backward is likely to be reminded of the expression to bend over backward for someone, an association that would not occur to a non-English speaking French woman, for whom the more or less equivalent idiomatic expression meaning-wise would be se mettre en quatre, literally, to break oneself into 4. In the best of cases, the kinds of interpretations Freud proposed based on symbols were made only when the dreamer had no associations of her own to offer, SEV, p. 360 N1, and p. 372, and his interpretations were based primarily on Viennese idiomatic expressions or proverbs that were known to virtually everyone he worked with, much like the euphemism deflowering and the expression filthy rich are known to virtually all Americans of a certain age and educational background, see SE4. p. 200. This led Freud to propose we adopt a combined technique, which, on the one hand, rests on the dreamer's associations and, on the other, fills the gaps in the dreamer's associations with the interpreter's knowledge of symbols, SEV, p. 353, with the caveat, nevertheless, that dream symbols frequently have more than one or even several meanings, and, as with Chinese script, the correct interpretation can only be arrived at on each occasion from the context, p. 353. We can also note that when Freud interprets dreams to which his patients seem to have had few if any associations, he generally bases his conjectures on extensive knowledge of the patient's backgrounds, upbringing, and current life situation, not on universal symbols. 34. In one of my own cases, the dreamer was an avid reader of romance novels and dreamt of a cat that arched its back. Although she initially had no associations to the dream, when I reiterated the words arched its back out of context, that is, not in connection with anything else in the dream, she immediately thought of orgasm. A woman arching her back is apparently a common image for a woman experiencing an orgasm in romance novels, making it part of what Freud calls firmly established linguistic usage. SEV, p. 342, at least in that specific context, and proceeded to tell me about her frustration with her sexual partner, other things in the dream then reminding her of that same frustrating partner. 35. Overdetermination, a simple example. Productions of the dream work are not made with the intention of being understood. Freud, SEV, p. 341, emphasis in the original. Dreams, like all other psychopathological structures, regularly have more than one meaning. Freud, SE4, p. 149. One of my analysands told me the following very short dream: my cousin accidentally killed her husband. When I inquired if there were not anything at all that she recalled in addition to that, she added, she killed him in the bathroom. A first level of meaning arose from the simple fact that my analysand did not like her cousin's husband and would have liked him out of the way, thus, a conscious wish for his elimination. A second level of meaning arose from the fact, which became obvious as soon as I asked for the names of the characters in the dream, that my analysand's first name was the same as her cousin's. This analysand had, for some time prior to the dream, complained bitterly about her own husband, which suggested that the dream simultaneously satisfied her wish to kill her own husband, a rather less consciously acknowledged wish, the killer in the dream condensing two figures, her cousin and herself, and the victim condensing both the cousin's husband and the analysand's own husband. A third level of meaning arose from the location of the murder. When I asked about the bathroom, the analysand told me that it resembled the bathroom in the house where she had lived in her prepubescent years. Had anything memorable ever occurred there? I asked. The analysand then recalled for the first time in some 20 years that her father had slapped her mother in that bathroom. Why? She could not remember at first, but then it came to her that it was because her oldest sister had used their father's razor to shave her legs. This led to a long discussion of the father's rages, of her own hatred of her father, and of her mother's hatred of her father. If only my mother had killed my father, with the razor, in that bathroom, the dream seemed to say, my sister and I would have suffered so much less at his hands and at the hands of men like him. Here we had stumbled upon a still less conscious, possibly unconscious, wish. All three wishes seemed to have found fulfillment in this very short, highly condensed dream, where the killer stands for three different women and the victim for three different men. The killer and the victim were thus nodal points, SE4, pages 317 to 318, see also SE2, p. 290, in the manifest content on which several different dream thoughts in the latent content converged. Could we say that there was some ultimate meaning to the dream? Why would we, when it seems that all three meanings are relevant and resonate with the analysand? This corroborates Freud's claim that dreams, like other symptoms, often have multiple meanings in a word. They are overdetermined. SEV, p. 569. Tools for interpretation. There is no way of deciding at first glance whether any element that admits of a contrary is present in the dream thoughts as a positive or as a negative. Freud, SE4, p. 318. Freud provided numerous different tools by which to locate wishes in dreams, based on the fundamental principle that what accounts for the unrecognizability of the wishes fulfilled in them is that they are disguised. Not allowing ourselves to be fooled by the manifest content, we must work our way back to the latent content, and to do so we may have to take dream elements differently than they initially present themselves. We may need to view them figuratively instead of literally, hypothesize that one element is standing in for its opposite, example, a crowd of people standing in for no one or just one crucial witness, or love standing in for hatred, associate to the words themselves, their form or possible anagrams, rather than to their usual meaning, and so on. As Freud puts it, a dream never tells us whether its elements are to be interpreted literally or figuratively, or whether they are to be connected with the material of the dream thoughts directly or through the intermediary of some interpolated phraseology. In interpreting any dream element, it is in general unclear: a. Whether it is to be taken in a positive or negative sense. b. Whether it is to be interpreted historically, as a recollection. c. Whether it is to be interpreted symbolically, or d. Whether its interpretation should depend on its wording. SEV, p. 341. We can view this as a list of heuristic devices by which to arrive at an interpretation, adding to it that what stands out most to the dreamer may well be a screen, proving to be less important in the interpretation of the dream than other elements or scenes, CSE 4, p. 305, but we might also wonder about the apparent lack of hard and fast rules about how to interpret individual dream elements, that is, about how to use these tools and devices. As a practitioner myself, I would argue that individual analysans tend to employ the same kind of disguises again and again in their dreams, something being turned into its opposite, for example, and that we come to learn whether it is condensation, displacement, reversal into its opposite, or anagrams that are most germane to interpreting a particular analysan's dreams, without forgetting that as such disguises are seen through again and again, the censorship may, over time, resort to new and different masks. This means that people's dreams do not necessarily become easier to decipher the longer they are in analysis. And let us note, first, that a similar set of interpretive tools is available to those who study literature, poetry, film, and other products of human creativity, going by names like metaphor, metonymy, analogy, allegory, symbolism, hyperbole, parable, periphrasis, hyperbaton, ellipsis, suspension, anticipation, retraction, negation, digression, irony, catachresis, litotes, antonomasia, and hypotypesis, see Lacan, Ecritz, p. 433, without it being stipulated in advance which, if any, of these has been employed, wittingly or not, by the creative artist. The interpreter or literary, film, or art critic must try various approaches and see which yields fruit, which in this context means that it yields a provocative and perhaps even a compelling reading of the creative work. In a less theoretical vein, we might consider how we try in a rough and ready way to see through the attempts made by those around us, whether friends, acquaintances, colleagues, or politicians, to disguise thoughts and wishes in everyday life. Certain friends of ours may tell us that we look tired or upset when it is they themselves who are tired and depressed, engaging in projection. An analysand once opined that she was worried this is just a fling for him, her new partner, when she was actually preoccupied with the question of whether it was just a fling for her. Other people tell us that everything is just fine when things are anything but fine, and the less fine they are, the more often and insistently they repeat that they're just fine, or that they are so happy to see us precisely when they are not, hiding the truth behind its opposite. Still others complain bitterly about politicians and government policies, about which there is assuredly plenty to complain, when what seems to be really irking them is their home life, engaging in some run-of-the-mill displacement. Here are a couple of specific examples of acquaintances of mine. One is a musician who often complains bitterly that, because of her husband's preferences, she is stuck out in the countryside where he wants to live, whereas if she were in the kind of major metropolis where she says she would like to live, she could make it big in the world of music. Curiously enough, when she had the opportunity to spend part of every week in a major metropolis, she did not act on it. Speaking at another time, in a context unrelated to where people live, about a mutual friend, she proffered that only a small percentage of musicians actually make it to the big time, and that our friend is unsure he has the requisite talent. I began to wonder if in fact she was afraid that she might not make it as a musician even if she moved to the big city, and found it safer and more satisfying to be able to blame her lack of success on her husband than it would be to give it her all and potentially fall flat on her face. The world is, after all, full of people who blame their failure and dissatisfaction on someone other than themselves. And how else could we explain her failure to spend part of every week in a nearby city when the opportunity arose? Another acquaintance complained bitterly to me about one of her daughters-in-law, the one who had married her favorite son. She maintained that no one liked this daughter-in-law and, indeed, the list she gave me of those who disliked her was quite extensive, as if she needed to prove, and perhaps indeed overprove, that she was not the only one who felt that way about her. This acquaintance eventually came around to telling me that this daughter-in-law treats her own daughter very badly, a daughter who rather closely resembles my acquaintance. Might it not be that at least part of her dislike for her daughter-in-law derived from her identification with her daughter-in-law's daughter, who she felt was mistreated by her mother just like my acquaintance felt she was mistreated by her own mother? We can perhaps see here a certain quantum of projection onto her daughter-in-law of her feelings toward her own mother. An analyst and I had been working with for some 2 years admitted, at one point, that he preferred to pity himself for having had a difficult childhood owing to his connection with the church, and he elected to spend the lion's share of his time petitioning that church as an adult, rather than put his precociously discovered artistic abilities to the test. He indicated, too, that he preferred to lament his uninspired marriage and less than perfect wife than find out whether he could actually make things work with the women in his life who truly inspired him. Here again, fears are covered over when blame for one's dissatisfaction in life is displaced onto others. Such distortions of the truth often fool friends and family, and sometimes even fool the tellers of such stories for a time, they coming to believe their own oft-repeated versions of their personal history. Governments and corporations regularly give altruistic and/or patriotic reasons for actions that are actually motivated by interests that are anything but praiseworthy, such reasons being designed to divert our attention from their real motives. A young child sometimes throws a fit when her mother leaves her at daycare or school, but then settles down and begins to have fun as soon as her mother is gone. She feels that she has to put on a show for her mother, believing the mother wants her to feel bereaved when she leaves, perhaps to convince the mother of her importance in her child's life. 36 As we saw in Chapter 2, worry about someone often indicates the opposite of what it ostensibly manifests, it indicates aggressive impulses. Instead of loving ones, see SE4, pages 260 and 267. Similarly, in dreams, the fear of having left the house not completely or not at all dressed may well indicate its opposite, a desire to show one's body off to others, the kind of desire children often spontaneously satisfy by running around naked. I hope these examples go some way toward showing that the kinds of disguises and distortions Freud recommends we be on the lookout for when we interpret dreams and symptoms are the very same disguises and distortions rampant in everyday life. On the stage of life, as on that other stage, the Schauplatz of the dream world, see, for example, SEV, p. 536, things are often not what they seem, and people lie to others and to themselves all the time. This still does not immediately tell us which form of disguise is being used in which specific case, and thus there is something a bit ad hoc about psychoanalytic method. Sometimes we need to look for a displacement, blaming one's spouse instead of oneself, sometimes a projection, seeing one's own mother in one's daughter-in-law, and sometimes we must notice that a show of despair at parting disguises joy, a smothered child being dropped off at school. Sometimes we have to turn an element around into its opposite to understand what it means. For example, my brother being extremely angry at me in a dream might be a disguise for my own explosive anger at him. But at other times, the very reversal in the dream of a real situation means would that it had been the other way around. It implies, in other words, a wish that the opposite had been true. If a dream obstinately declines to reveal its meaning, it is always worthwhile to see the effect of reversing some particular elements in its manifest content, after which the whole situation often becomes immediately clear. SE4, p. 327, See also p. 288. If, in a dream I am furious at someone, and yet in everyday life I cannot think of any reason why I would be furious at him, we should perhaps consider that the fury in the dream is a cover for love and attraction. Alternatively, it might reflect how I would respond to the rejection I expect from him if I show him love. Young boys often act aggressively toward the very girls they are interested in, and in work life we are sometimes the most concertedly polite to those we most thoroughly dislike. If we occasionally adopt such disguises in everyday life, why wouldn't we encounter them in dreams as well? Dream interpretation is thus, obviously, not an abstract science in which we apply the exact same method in every instance. We cannot use the same tool in every case, but our goal is that by keeping enough of these heuristic devices in mind, we reach the point at which our interpretation of a dream becomes internally coherent, at least to some degree. There might, nevertheless, be a number of alternative or complementary meanings that are coherent, as we saw in the dream of the cousin killing her husband in the bathroom. Becomes convincing given the context in which the dream was dreamt in the analysand's life and everything that has been said up until that point in the analysis. SEV, p. 353, 37. Fits in with at least some of the analysand's other thoughts and wishes, even if it includes new and surprising elements. Fits in with some of our theoretical notions, such as the fact that shame, disgust, and fear indicate repressed desire, a fear covers over a wish, and so on. SEV, p. 341. Freud thus proposes a kind of hermeneutics, an approach to reading dreams that requires that a sort of subjective certainty be attained or acquired, which is contextual in nature. The correct interpretation can only be arrived at on each occasion from the context. SEV, p. 353. When our associations to widely different dream elements lead us to the same few people and overlapping topics, this suggests we are on the right track, the associations being mutually supporting. 38. Still, I suspect that few analysts or analysands today are as concerned as Freud was in finding a virtually complete and thoroughly coherent interpretation of a dream. We will consider his concern with that when we turn to his work with Dora in Chapter 5. In the best of cases, we hope that the interpretations we arrive at resonate for the dreamers and help move their analyses forward, leading to the generation of new, useful material. An interpretation is only as good as the progress it leads to, and it proves to be completely useless if, no matter how complete and seemingly exhaustive, it brings no change or fresh food for thought in its wake. Hence work with dreams must be subordinated to the progress of the analysis as a whole. Perhaps the very fact that we work with someone's dreams in a certain way in analysis affects the way they form after that, insofar as they participate in the dialogue with the analyst. As they are used in analysis, dreams become, after all, a message to the analyst, coming to address him or her, hiding and revealing simultaneously. Symbols and or images return from dream to dream, forming links with earlier sessions, helping establish a common language between analysand and analyst. That language never, however, becomes transparent, and Freud himself indicated a limit to the legibility of dreams with his concept of the dream's navel, the spot where it reaches down into the unknown. SEV, p. 525, there being a thick tangle of associational threads at a certain point in the dream that defies our attempts to untangle it. One of my analysands is quite preoccupied with physical places and spaces, and his dreams feature these prominently. As I often asked him, early on in the analysis, whether he recalled anything in particular having happened in the places the dream settings reminded him of, which, as indicated earlier, is a good question to ask about many, if not all, dreams, his dreams began to form, it seems to me, in such a way as to bring up different life experiences that something in him felt a need to discuss by alluding to the places where they occurred. As the analysis has evolved, his dreams about specific places almost always lead to the recounting of an incident that he had long since forgotten or never yet mentioned to me. Does absolutely every dream fulfill a wish? The fact that dreams really have a secret meaning which represents the fulfillment of a wish must be proved anew in each particular case. Freud, SE4, p. 146. As far as I can see at the present time, dreams that occur in traumatic neuroses are the only genuine exceptions, and punishment dreams are the only apparent exceptions, to the rule that dreams involve wish fulfillment. Freud, SE19, p. 118. Few would, I suspect, disagree that at least some of our dreams are wishful, that is, fulfill one or more wishes, since virtually everyone has, as I mentioned earlier, been annoyed when awoken during a good dream and attempted to get back to sleep in order to be able to finish the dream. An age-old and recent idiomatic expressions in English related to dreams, other languages have their own, like "it's a dream come true," "never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined such a thing," and "dream on," imply that in dreams we imagine having things happen that we would find marvelous, even if unlikely. Freud mentions some similar idioms, as well as a couple of proverbs or dictums about animals. What do geese dream of? Corn. What do pigs dream of? Acorns, SE4, pages 132 to 133. Yet Freud made the universal claim at several points in the interpretation of dreams that every dream fulfills a wish. See, for example, SE4, p. 121. Faced with the objection that certain dreams seem not to fulfill wishes that are recognizable to the dreamer, Freud takes several tacks other than the one we saw above when he attributes their unrecognizability to dream distortion, including displacement, condensation, etc. For example, he argues that the wishes satisfied in dreams are unconscious wishes, which are always at least initially rejected by the dreamer as not his own. And he explains instances in which the dreamer is filled with anxiety at the end of his dream as a last-ditch effort on the part of the censorship, whose usual role is to prevent the generation of anxiety or other forms of distressing effect, but which sometimes fails to adequately play its role. SE4, p. 267, which has failed to sufficiently disguise the dream's contents up to that point. The censor brings in anxiety at the end as a kind of hand-waving designed to mask the fact that what has occurred in the course of the dream was in fact something that was wished for by some part of the dreamer. 39. Upon waking, he is then fooled or reassured by the anxiety into thinking that he did not want what happened in the dream to happen. Such dreams are usually referred to as nightmares. Furthermore, Freud argues that dreams in which the dreamer is made to suffer or is punished nonetheless fulfill a wish, that of self-punishment. He refers to the latter as punishment dreams. It seems, in other words, that Freud is always able to pull a desire out of his hat, as it were, no matter how counterintuitive the desire fulfilled in the dream may seem. Freud always seems to find a way to explain it as a desire that truly belongs to some part of the dreamer. See, for example, SEV, p. 557. If it does not belong to the part of the dreamer that she recognizes as herself when awake, i.e., if it does not belong to her ego or fit in with her conception of herself, that is, if it is not ego-syntonic, then it belongs to her unconscious, and if not to her unconscious, then perhaps to her superego, even though much of the latter may well be unconscious. Point 40. Thus there seems to be something self-confirming about Freud's claim here, such that no matter what counterexample we come up with, he can always find a way to bring it back into the fold of his theory. This makes his theory unfalsifiable. In other words, it appears to be impossible to disprove. Karl Popper, the well-known philosopher of science, claimed that it must be possible for an empirical scientific system to be refuted by experience. 1959, p. 41, emphasis in the original. We must, in his view, be able to at least imagine the existence of some possible fact or experiment that could disprove the theory or at least limit its field of application. Whether we accept Popper's criterion of falsifiability or not, and there is debate among philosophers and scientists about its validity, we should note that Freud himself eventually qualified his own theory that every dream fulfills a wish. 20 years after writing The Interpretation of Dreams, having worked with a number of soldiers who had been through the bombardments of World War I, He came to accept the notion that some people had dreams which repeatedly presented the same traumatic battle scene over and over again, and in which, try as he might, he was unable to locate any specific wish, conscious or unconscious. He came to the realization, and this is discussed at length in his 1920 text Beyond the Pleasure Principle, that there is something that goes horribly wrong and becomes fundamentally discombobulated and dysfunctional in the psyche when faced with certain forms of trauma. The psyche simply replicates the traumatic scene again and again in dreams, the dreamer repeatedly awakening in terror. Just as Freud came to see that there is something fundamentally dysfunctional or excessive about repression owing to its potentially infinite duration, which often seems so incommensurate with what occasioned it, and the unremitting character of its return in our lives in the form of symptoms, the return of the repressed, he concluded that trauma has a destabilizing effect. Whereas repression is initially designed to solve a certain kind of problem, namely, a conflict within a person who wants to do one thing and yet, for other reasons, feels obliged to do another, as we saw with Anna O, repression oftentimes becomes crippling, going too far, as it were, and creates myriad new problems. Although it served a useful purpose to begin with, repression leads ultimately to a damaging loss of inhibition of one's impulses and mental control, SEV, p. 617. Similarly, he notes that there is something about traumatic situations that contradicts the law he had laid out regarding the workings of the psyche in Chapter 7 of the Interpretation of Dreams, which is that the psyche always operates on the basis of a wish, the latter being understood as the accumulation of a quantum of tension that seeks discharge. 41 Repetition of a traumatic scene in a dream does not lead to the discharge of tension but rather to a repeated buildup of tension. Note 2. That in such dream scenes from reality are often reproduced exactly as they were remembered, not creatively reworked as they are in most dreams. This runs counter to the pleasure principle, which does not mean that it is part and parcel of the so-called reality principle. Rather, it seems to indicate some fundamental aberration, malfunction, or misfiring on the part of the psyche. 42. Is there anything that corresponds to such an aberration in the animal kingdom? Do animals repetitively dream about traumatic situations they have experienced? It seems, as far as we know, that they do not. See Jouvit, 1960, 43, which implies that this is a distinctly human aberration. Is such an aberration rendered possible by the fact that we are speaking beings, in other words, that we are the only beings we thus far know of who are embedded in language? Some might try to explain this aberration on the basis of the size of the human brain or the existence of self-consciousness, but it is perhaps due more directly to the fact that we are linguistic beings, which is one of our fundamental differences from the rest of the animal kingdom. Whatever the reason for such a fundamental malfunctioning may be, and this malfunctioning is at the root of what has come to be dubbed post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, Freud, SEXXII, finally came to accept that it constitutes a genuine exception to his universal claim that every dream fulfills a wish. With the traumatic neuroses things are different. In their case, dreams regularly end in the generation of anxiety. We should not, I think, be afraid to admit that here the function of the dream has failed. I will not invoke the saying that the exception proves the rule, its wisdom seems to me most questionable. But no doubt the exception does not overturn the rule. We can say still that a dream is an attempt at the fulfillment of a wish. In certain circumstances a dream is only able to put its intention into effect very incompletely, or must abandon it entirely. p. 29. This at least opens the door to the possibility that not every dream fulfills a wish, and that we should not relentlessly seek to reconstruct a wish behind every dream our analyses tell us. Rather, we should take it as a rule of thumb to look for conscious and unconscious wishes in every dream we are told, without taking it as gospel truth that we will necessarily find a wish if only we try long and hard enough. The fact that we do not succeed in finding one does not necessarily mean that there isn't one that was, in fact, at the origin of the dream, but, given our limited capabilities, we cannot expect to uncover all wishes, especially insofar as many of them are unexpected, well disguised, and only come out slowly over the course of the treatment. We should not assume, however, that just because an analysand tells us she has the same disturbing dream over and over that her dream necessarily constitutes one of the exceptions to Freud's rule. First of all, in most cases when analysands claim to have the same dream over and over, there are actually numerous variations in the dreams, and those variations are usually quite significant. 44. The same is often true of purportedly recurrent dreams from the analysand's childhood. Secondly, a wish that is expressed again and again will often lead to a series of dreams that are like musical variations on a theme, and even if they are identical, this does not necessarily make them replicas of traumatic events. We still have to inquire about the affect that characterizes the dreams. 45. If it is total terror or horror, then yes, we are most likely dealing with exceptions to the rule. Daydreams, fantasies, slips, and bungled actions, parapraxis. All thought activity merely constitutes a roundabout path to wish fulfillment. Thought is, after all, nothing but a substitute for a hallucinatory wish experience. Having taught us that thought is necessary if we are to fulfill that wish, it is self-evident that dreams must be wish fulfillments, since nothing but a wish can set our mental apparatus to work. Freud, SEV, p. 567. Truth will out. 46. Shakespeare, The Merchant of Venice, 2:2, 645. There are thoughts that are cut off from consciousness and struggling to find expression. Unconscious wishes are always on the alert, ready at any time to find their way to expression. Freud, SEV, pages 546 and 553. Although Freud wrote quite extensively on daydreams, fantasies, slips of the tongue, and many forms of bungled actions, see his introductory lectures, chapters 1-4, and the psychopathology of everyday life, I will only comment on them very briefly here, as I have done so extensively elsewhere. See Fink, 2007, 2014a, 2014b. Like dreams, many daydreams, fantasies, and slips make some immediate sense. With many slips of the tongue, all we have to do is take the speaker at his word to grasp his not fully intended meaning, SE 15, P 40, and, once associated to, make still more sense. Like dreams, they are completely valid psychical acts, SE 9, P 73, not nonsensical neuronal misfirings, as some would have it. One of my analysands once consciously meant to say that he seemed to enjoy getting annoyed, but ended up saying, I seem to annoy getting enjoyed. He realized that this was quite different from what he had intended to say, but was able, with very little prompting on my part, to talk about how annoying it was to him when people seemed to be getting some sort of enjoyment out of him. Another analysand came out with at gunpoint when she meant to say at one point, and this brought out her sense of being held up and forced by various people in her life to do things she did not wish to do. Freud explicitly indicates that daydreams and fantasies are similar in structure to dreams, SEV, pages 491-493, and all of these phenomena can be understood as wish-based like dreams, even if the wishes satisfied by them are at times counterintuitive and initially unrecognizable or unacceptable to those who have them or to those who are affected by them. We may lay it down that a happy person never fantasizes, only an unsatisfied one. The motor forces of fantasies are unsatisfied wishes, and every single fantasy is the fulfillment of a wish, a correction of unsatisfying reality. SE 9, p. 146. Like dreams, daydreams and fantasies unfold in the present tense, we imagine our wishes being fulfilled in them here and now, SEV, p. 535. And like dreams, they have meaning, express intentions, and have purposes of their own, allowing the truth to speak. In bungled actions, in particular, unconscious wishful impulses clearly try to get themselves acted on in daytime as well. They endeavor to obtain control over the power of movement, p. 567. Lacan even goes so far as to say that bungled actions are the only actions that are always successful, Seminar 17, p. 58.47. Getting analysands to take seriously and associate to their slips and bungled actions which might be thought of as speech acts and physical actions that miss their mark or target, leading to all kinds of mistakes, including mishearings or misinterpretations of what people say, mislaying of objects, misreading and / or misremembering of instructions, misspelling or misprinting of words, misquoting other people, miscalculating simple sums, and so on, is much like encouraging them to recall and work with their dreams. It is not enough to mention once early on in the treatment that you want them to pay attention to their parapraxis for them to know what to do with them or how to think about them, and to go on working with them productively for the entirety of the treatment. Some analysands find slips and bungled actions which are essentially mini symptoms, that is, symptoms of small duration, involving at least two different intentions that collide and interfere with each other, SE 15, P 42, striking and meaningful from the outset. Point 48 Others must be gradually convinced that they can be valuable to the analysis, and analysts usually have the easiest time convincing them of this, not with garbled slips in which two or more words seems to have been smashed into each other, as in the slip I heard one day on the radio, where a female newscaster said subpenises instead of subpoenas, and then burst out laughing, but with the most usual, and at the same time the most striking kind of slips of the tongue, those in which one says the precise opposite of what one intended to say, SE 15, P 33. Analysts may also have a good deal of success early on with slips that say something that can be readily grasped, even if it is initially counterintuitive to the analysand, as when one of my analysands intended to tell me that he could not help feeling that straight men want to kick his ass, but said kiss instead of kick, or when another analysand said that he wanted to continue on a path toward instinctual renunciation, but instead came out with instinctual enunciation. As in the case of dreams, analysts should encourage their analysands to interpret the slips themselves, first by immediately asking them what was going through their minds at the very moment they made the slip. Some analysands will be able to recall two different words, example left and right coming out as light, or ask and answer coming out as ants, or trains of thought that collided and created a jumble of letters or sounds, in the case of a garbled word or words, for instance, a man's dual fascination with omniscience and omnipotence that came out more or less like omniscience, and the ideas of include and enclose coming out as incluse. Some will comment that they had tried to suppress a certain word or thought that had come to mind earlier, SE 15, P 66, and suspect that this is why it spilled out in the slip, and some will spontaneously laugh at the complete change in thought produced by what actually came out of their mouths, as opposed to what they had intended. The latter might at times altogether endorse Freud's claim that anyone who has allowed the truth to slip out in an unguarded moment is in fact glad to be free of the pretense, SE 8, P 106. With certain analysands, the analyst will have to work very hard to get them to overcome their resistance to thinking about their own mental states and thought processes, and with each new slip may have to try to propose possible meanings of a slip, in the form of questions like, do you think some part of you might want X, where X is what was actually said, based on the context in which it came out, the way it came out, and the analyst's provisional knowledge of the analysand's life. In the case of garbled words, in which an analysand professes to hear nothing, the analyst may need to propose possible words that may have been condensed into what was actually enunciated, hoping that the analysand will consider and perhaps even run with them, so to speak. I find that with most analysands, such encouragement eventually yields fruit, and they take up the project themselves. Some may, however, need to have it pointed out to them that if slips are random or just sloppy ways of speaking, why aren't they made all the time or in every context? Why do they occur especially when they are talking about mom and dad, and not when they are discussing a distant relative or a rarely seen co-worker? And if they are random, why did they say, I could just kill him instead of I could just kiss him, when they could have said any number of other things instead? 49. When faced with analysands, on the other hand, who make very few slips of the tongue assuming the analyst has become adept at hearing them in virtually all circumstances and who never seem to find anything of use in them, The analyst must seriously consider a diagnosis of psychosis, insofar as in psychosis there is no unconscious that is struggling for expression and that periodically breaks through in the form of parapraxis. On this complex theoretical point, see Fink, 2007, Chapter 10. But one must be careful not to jump to conclusions regarding a particular analysand's diagnosis when one is not yet terribly proficient at working with slips with the majority of one's other patients. Freud claimed, bizarrely enough, that we often fail to hear our own slips, but never other people's. SE 15, p. 68, but my experience supervising clinicians suggests just the opposite. Point 50. The fact that a patient regularly makes slips of the tongue and is eventually able to work with them productively, not simply agreeing to interpretations of them made by the analyst, is of capital importance in distinguishing neurosis from psychosis, and this is in my experience completely overlooked at this point in time by the vast majority of clinicians. We should keep in mind that on the very first page of the introductory lectures on psychoanalysis, which constitutes a kind of summary of all of Freud's work up until 1915, Freud indicates that psychoanalysis is a procedure for the treatment of neurotic patients, sex, p. 15, psychoanalysis not having yet at that point in time been adapted in order to be able to work with psychotics, and that everything he discusses regarding parapraxis, dreams, and symptom formation in that book is based upon the dynamic conflict between the conscious and the unconscious as we find it in neurosis, and which we do not find in psychosis. Point 51. Dreams and memories. God speaks time and time again, but no one notices. In a dream, in a vision in the night, when deep sleep falls on mankind as they slumber in their beds, he may speak in their ears. Job 33:14, 16. I mentioned earlier that according to Freud, dreams and fantasies do not necessarily reproduce memories from the past exactly as they occurred. A dream is scarcely ever a simple memory, SE 4, p. 245. This is of the utmost importance with regard to an early theory of Freud's, known as the seduction theory, about which there has been much rather misinformed debate in recent decades. See, especially, Masson, 1984. In the course of his initial work with hysterics and prior to working with dreams, Freud formulated the hypothesis that all neurosis resulted from sexual trauma, that is, some form of early sexual contact that was experienced by the child as traumatic. By the end of studies on hysteria, or thereabouts time-wise, 1895, Freud had laid out two specific diagnoses: A. Obsession, which involves an early experience of pleasure that later leads to self-reproaches and guilt, and B. Hysteria, which involves an early experience of unpleasure due to the child's passivity or helplessness that leads to an overwhelming of the ego, discharge of excessive excitation, and disgust. The cause of both obsession and hysteria was, in Freud's view at that time, a specific event, seduction of the child by a parent, relative, neighbor, or caretaker, that is, early sexual contact of some kind between adult, or adolescent, and child, usually initiated by the older party. Such contact is often referred to today, a bit too sweepingly, as sexual abuse, leading to guilt in obsessives and disgust in hysterics. Guilt arose supposedly because the obsessives were active in the process of the seduction, whereas hysterics were passive. Later Freud modified this position somewhat. Such sexual experiences led, in his view, to aversion and guilt in obsessives and to disgust in hysterics. Obsession and hysteria will be discussed at length in chapters 4 and 5. In 1895, Freud tells us that he hoped to address the problems posed by such trauma directly by advancing at the level of theory. However, it was at the level of practice in the analysis of dreams that he made new headway. The practice of dream analysis led him to reject the seduction theory, because he found that dreams present multiple scenarios. In one dream the scenario plays itself out in one way, whereas the next dream presents things in another way and sometimes even in the opposite way. SE 4, p. 198. Freud thus came to believe that he could not take everything that happens in people's dreams, or daydreams, at face value, that is, as depicting historical events exactly as they unfolded in real-life, dreams being as much based on people's fantasies about what happened, or what they would have liked to have happened, as on what actually did happen. This led him to conclude that reality had to be bracketed, in some sense, or held in abeyance, for we can't know for sure what happened on the basis of what transpires in our dreams. This concerns not just sexual material in dreams but all material. We cannot know whether any scene of any kind that is presented in a dream refers to something that actually happened in the dreamer's life or not. Whereas formerly Freud had often attempted to corroborate what a patient reported in a dream by asking the patient's family and entourage whether or not certain events happened, and, if so, when, he came to realize that family members often did not know about any such events, thought they happened differently, each seeing events from his or her own perspective, or simply could not be trusted to tell him the truth about them, at times hoping to cover their own tracks, so as not to be blamed. Freud ultimately concluded that the whole question of what really happened, if, indeed, anything at all on the order of sexual contact occurred, was of less importance than the obvious effects of the real or fantasized event on the patient's life in the present. The fact that dreams, daydreams, and fantasies do not necessarily reproduce memories from the past exactly as they occurred also takes on a great deal of importance with regard to many contemporary clinicians' immediate assumption that the slightest fantasy or dream a patient has about a sexual or violent encounter with a relative or neighbor automatically means such an encounter actually occurred in the patient's past. This has led to all kinds of problems around so-called recovered memories, which often appear not to have been recovered from the patient's memory at all but are rather a creation of the therapist's own fantasies and or projections, an approach that a colleague of mine, Kristen Hennessy, terms trauma hunting on the clinician's part. Many patients have been led by such therapists to confront their relatives with wrongdoing from the past that, at least according to the relatives, never occurred. This has led to much unnecessary conflict within families. There are enough genuine reasons for conflict within families already, without adding spurious ones, and many lawsuits against the therapists who encouraged it. Note that some parents also countersued their own children simply in order to discredit them, whether the abuse had occurred or not. Our memories are sometimes very distinct, and sometimes not nearly so distinct. Many readers have probably had the experience of having been somewhere, but their visual memory of it has been overwritten and replaced by photographs or home videos they have seen of it, and they may have had the experience of having done or witnessed something, but their memory of it has been virtually erased and overwritten by a parent's account of the experience. Children and even many adults are quite suggestible, and can at times be convinced that something happened of which they have no real memory of their own. Adolescents often remember things in the course of an analysis that they had long since forgotten, and these memories often come to them in connection with something in a dream or fantasy, but not in the form of something that is directly represented in the dream or fantasy. The patient of mine whose sexual fantasies include the most physical domination and humiliation by others is precisely the one who seems to have been the least punished for anything in the course of his upbringing, even though he often felt he was doing things that were wrong and believed that he ought to have been punished and harshly criticized for doing them. Dreams and fantasies often stage what we wish would happen or wish had happened, not what actually happened. As Freud put it in The Interpretation of Dreams, much of which was written in 1898, hysterical symptoms are not attached to actual memories, but to fantasies erected on the basis of memories, SEV, p. 491, and an analysis of a dream only gives us the content of a thought and leaves it to us to determine its reality. Real and imaginary events appear in dreams as if they were of equal validity, and that is so not only in dreams but in the production of more important psychical structures such as symptoms, SE4, p. 288.52. This should not be thought to imply that, according to psychoanalysis, virtually no one is ever subjected to early sexual trauma. In many milieus and in many social classes, the sexual use and abuse of children all too obviously occurs and has multiple repercussions. Although psychoanalysis cautions us not to hastily jump to conclusions about what actually happened to a child based on that child's fantasy or dream productions, or play, it does not in any way presume that children's memories are all necessarily distorted by their own fantasies. A young child who, while engaged in play in the office of a therapist he trusts, has a large doll or figure inflict violence on a smaller one or portrays sexual acts between them and then comments that daddy does this to him all the time at home, is worth taking seriously. Below a certain age, few children are calculating in what they tell therapists during their play, even if they have already learned to hold back plenty of things at their parents' insistence while just talking. Still, despite the demands of state agencies requiring that therapists report all instances of physical and sexual abuse, analysts must always continue to keep reality in brackets to some degree and be prepared to hear things from the child that contradict or render more complex the initial report. Strictly speaking, it is not the analyst's job to determine what really happened and what did not, that should be left to the patient. Chapter 4. Obsession and the Case of the Rat Man, Ernst Langer. Without analysis the effect of a repression cannot be undone. Freud, SE 7, p. 241. Few case studies in the history of psychoanalysis have brought more people into treatment than that of the rat man. More people have seen features of their own thinking and behavior in Freud's write-up of Ernst Langer's life and actions than in perhaps any other single case description, and have been struck by the nature and extent of their own pathology as they read about his. Ernst Langer's life was characterized by indecisiveness and uncertainty. He could make up his mind about almost nothing, and especially could not decide whom to marry. Even regarding what might seem to be the most trifling things, for example, paying someone back who had laid out some money for him to receive a cash-on-delivery (COD) package at the post office, he would get into a quandary and would go back and forth again and again in his mind, and in his actions too, about how to return the money, going so far as to doubt at times to whom he actually owed it. Such indecisiveness, uncertainty, and doubt continue to be hallmarks of what is referred to as obsession, or obsessive structure, as I shall call it, in psychoanalysis even today, and of what in psychiatry currently goes by the moniker obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD. Point 2. Ernst, as I shall refer to him here, was plagued by worries about what might happen to people he ostensibly loved. He often imagined the most horrible things, accidents, illnesses, humiliations, and so on, happening to his fiancée, her grandmother, his young niece, Ella, and to his own father owing to the Ernst's actions or failure to act, example negligence, oversight, or forgetting. These imaginings took the form of intrusive thoughts, that is, violent thoughts that raced through his mind at incredible speed, sex, p. 167, and that confused and distressed him, seeming to him, as they did, to come out of nowhere, and involving harm to people whom he believed to be his loved ones, see, for example, sex, p. 226. He was full of rage at people which he could barely avow even to himself, felt himself to be morally and intellectually superior to virtually everyone, sex, p. 177, S. Freud, 2000, p. 69, and yet secretly viewed himself as a failure, a fraud, a coward, and a base scoundrel, sex, pages 206 and 209. These latter features, rage, and a feeling of being superior coupled with concerns about being inferior, S. Freud, 2000, p. 141, are shared by a large swath of the population in our times. Indeed, the belief that one is better than everyone else and the fear that one is actually quite worthless are perhaps the most widely expressed of all beliefs and fears in psychoanalytic consultations today. Another feature of the rat man's case that resonates with many adults is the fact that he was already quite neurotic as a young child, being subject to certain superstitions, like our contemporary step on a crack, break your mother's back, and fears, and making repeated resolutions and vows to himself regarding what he felt to be his evil thoughts and wishes, both sexual and aggressive. He formed the conviction at one point that a girl he liked would pay more attention to him if a terrible misfortune befell him, for example, if his father died, sex, p. 178. 4 Sexual impulses manifested themselves early in his childhood, as they do for many people. He even complained about his erections once to his mother, pages 161 to 162, 5, even though he was dimly aware they were related to his wishes to see females naked. Freud's original notes inform us of many instances of spying on naked females, including his mother, touching housemaids, and even sexual exploration with his numerous siblings, especially one of his younger sisters, Olga. S. Freud, 2000, pages 141, 151, 237 to 239. All of Ernst's important relationships were characterized, starting very early on in his life, by intense ambivalence, including either conscious hatred alongside unrecognized love, and/or admiration, or conscious, intense love alongside unrecognized hatred, sex, pages 237 to 239. For we English speakers, anger is felicitously built right into his last name, Langer. Such ambivalence is characteristic of a broad cross-section of the contemporary population, anger and hatred being especially frowned upon and suppressed today in countries like the United States far more so than certain facets of sexuality. I will not give anything like a complete account or interpretation of the case of the Rat Man here, an obsessive task if ever there was one, but will endeavor to highlight aspects of it that can teach us about psychoanalytic technique. The precipitating cause of his illness as an adult. How bungling are our attempts to reproduce an analysis, how pitifully we tear to pieces the great works of art that nature has created in the mental sphere. Freud, in a letter to Jung regarding the case of the Rat Man, cited in Jones, 1955, p. 264. When faced with a case history as floridly detailed and complex as that of the Rat Man 6, it is of the utmost importance to be able to distinguish the forest from the trees in this case, to distinguish, a. the general structure of obsession that afflicted the patient his entire life from, b. what Freud refers to as the illness that was consuming Ernst in the years prior to beginning analysis, which, to Freud's credit, he took the time to examine closely enough to find to be psychological in origin, even though many of his fellow nerve specialists would have immediately concluded it to be organic. Point 7. A general structure is something that can be chipped away at only a little bit at a time, lessening in severity over a period of years without ever entirely disappearing. More on this in the next chapter, whereas the particular illness that is running and ruining someone's life is far more immediately accessible to analytic treatment. What is it that Freud refers to as Ernst's illness as an adult? He was just a few months shy of 30 when he first went to see Freud. Despite the importance of rats in his neurosis and in one of his severest, yet short-lived, crises, it is open to debate whether it was the specific crisis related to the cruel captain and rats that drove Ernst to see Freud, for, although Ernst refers to it as the experience that was the immediate occasion of his going to see Freud, sex, p. 165, it should be noted that the crisis occurred in August 1907, whereas Ernst seems to have first contacted Freud only 2 months later. 8. The illness. What perhaps truly brought him to see Freud, or at least what gave him the impetus to stay once the acute stage of the crisis had passed, was identified by the patient himself as his curious inability to study and get ahead in his chosen profession. He had wasted years, p. 158, not being able to work, he told Freud at their very first meeting, despite no apparent lack of intellectual acumen. When did it begin? This is a vitally important question, and yet it is not easy to answer. In his session with Freud on October 5, 1907, Ernst indicated that his ability to work became seriously compromised a year and a half after his father died, thus around May 1901, S. Freud, 2000, p. 65. On October 7, Ernst told Freud that starting in early 1903, he would have episodes of distressing thoughts lasting 8 to 10 days at a time, but that more recently, such thoughts had become constant, p. 73. And at the next session, he claimed that awful thoughts about his father had plagued him for a while at age 12, then again at age 20, and that they had assailed him incessantly since the age of 22, p. 81, distracting him from his studies. Point 9. If we read what Freud tells us carefully, establishing as it seems Freud himself did a timeline of the main events and crucial turning points in the rat man's life, sex, p. 195, we find that Ernst's difficulties working began at the time, after his father's death in 1899, p. 198, at which his mother told him that she and a relative of the family that had raised her, the Saborskais, had discussed the possibility of Ernst marrying one of the Saborskais' daughters, a lovely, rich, and well connected, p. 198, girl. Her name may have been Lizzie C.S. Freud, 2000, p. 181, she was reportedly 17 in 1907, p. 179, and was thus only around 10 or 11 when the match was first proposed, he being around 22. Point 10. The relative was prepared, his mother told him, to approve such a marriage once the patient completed his education. On telling Freud about this, Ernst had no sense that he was bringing forward something of importance, but he had certainly never forgotten it. Freud noticed, however, that although the patient had been making at least some progress in his studies up until that point, he suddenly became incapable of working and failed one examination after another. Let us note that, as is so often the case, the patient was unaware that the beginning of his heightened difficulty concentrating on his studies coincided exactly with his learning that his relative would allow Ernst to marry his daughter as soon as he completed his law degree, whereas patients rarely pay attention to the precise moment at which their troubles begin. Freud seems to have always paid close attention to such details, attempting to establish a timeline in his head, if not on paper. In order to grasp what events might have led to what troubles in his patients' lives, for another example, see his dating of Dora's appendicitis in SE7, pages 87 to 88. Establishing such a timeline is often quite crucial for determining the cause and origin of symptoms, yet few clinicians today seem to devote much time and effort to doing so. And this is true despite the ease with which we can ask our analysands, regarding specific events, about how old were you at the time, or do you recall when that occurred, and despite our obvious ability to write down their major life events and turning points, as we hear about them little by little in the course of the analysis, and put them in order, adding to them as new ones come to light, in my experience, this takes all of about 5 minutes per month for each case. Why did Ernst suddenly become incapable of working? What was it about this particular proposal made by his mother and the relative of the Saborskais that paralyzed him? Two facts are crucial here. A. For most of the preceding decade, the rat man had been more or less in love with a woman by the name of Giza Adler, S. Freud, 2000, p. 127, whom he almost always referred to in sessions as his lady. He refused to tell Freud her name for about 2 months, and Freud gave her name in the published case history as Gisela, 11, and had even directly asked her to marry him on at least one occasion. Giza had little in the way of social status or financial resources, whereas the Saborskais' daughter was well connected and well off. Having to choose between two such potential mates might have been difficult for almost anyone, but matters were complicated by a second fact. B. The patient had heard that his father, prior to having married the patient's mother, who herself was from a well-to-do and relatively high-status family, according to the published case history, but who, according to Freud's notes, was of modest condition, most likely what today we would call middle class, and was in fact the father's first cousin. S. Freud, 2000, p. 165, 12 had been inclined to marry a butcher's daughter, a girl of few means and connections, a pretty but penniless girl of humble birth, sex, p. 198. The rat man's father, Heinrich Langer, had thus married not so much for love but for money, and perhaps for social status as well, his family members seeming to have believed that only Langers and their immediate relatives were worthy people. S. Freud, 2000, pages 165 and 193. Although the father and mother's marriage was purportedly an extremely happy one, sex, p. 198, the father had made a somewhat self-interested and mercenary choice for which the rat man could hardly in good conscience fault him, as he himself would never have come into the world had the father not made that choice, and the rat man found himself on the horns of a dilemma. He was faced with an almost identical choice between a poor but deserving older woman and a beautiful young girl whom he believed almost any man would be happy to marry, from the same family that had raised his mother. Point 13. Complicating all of this were the facts that Giza was often cold toward him, had already turned down his first marriage proposal in December 1900 and his second, vaguer proposal in 1903, and was disapproved of by his father when the father noticed that his son was spending a great deal of time with Giza, sex, p. 201. But what seems to have been most paralyzing to the patient was the sense that fate had put him in the exact same position as it had put his father, and that he was but the plaything of destiny. How did he respond to this predicament? By falling ill, not physically but mentally. What did that do for him? It served as a solution to the problem. It allowed him to never finish his studies and thereby never make a choice at all. By not finishing his studies, he could not marry Lizzie and thus was able to remain in a state of suspended animation, so to speak, indefinitely, sex, p. 237. He also gave his rightful inheritance upon his father's death to his mother, asking only for regular pocket money from her, which likely made it impossible for him to marry either woman. Point 14. The paralyzing effects of destiny. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. George Santayana. Although one might be inclined to think this a highly unusual predicament in which to find oneself, I myself have worked with at least a half-dozen men whose hesitations and uncertainties regarding whether to marry and whom to marry involved the almost exact repetition of the situation in which their fathers or mothers found themselves with regard to their own marital status. I have described one such case in detail, in Fink, 2014b, Chapter 11, it having been panic over being on the verge of asking someone to marry him whom his parents had often said he should marry that first brought the patient to see me. In cases in which the patient identified more thoroughly with the mother than the father, the mother's marital predicament and the subsequent playing out of her marriage seemed central to the patient's difficulties in his long-term relationship with a partner as an adult. And as in the case of the rat man, in none of the cases I have treated have the patients themselves been aware of the almost exact repetition in their lives of what I will call the symbolic coordinates of their parents' predicament. An almost identical scenario had developed as if through no action or will of their own and seemed to be poisoning their lives, they knew not why. Lacan, Écrits, pages 249 to 250, suggests that Freud was able to sniff out this repeating scenario in the case of the rat man, at least in part owing to having once found himself in a similar predicament, presumably as regards his own decision about whom to marry. Point 15. Although many people seem to wish for a sense that they are destined to marry a certain person and no one else, lamenting their uncertainty and their feeling that there is something arbitrary about their choice, we find in many cases that feeling compelled to marry a specific person is experienced as nightmarish. Freud does not tell us that the rat man became freed from such repetition by being made conscious of the fact that he was repeating his father's predicament, insinuating instead that it was by exploring and articulating all of the parameters of the father's situation and decision and their parallels with the rat man's own that his condition improved and he was able to work again. This might be termed a working through of the symptom. We do not know what became of him as regards his love life. We do not know for sure, for example, whether he ended up marrying Lizzie or Giza or neither. 16. But it does seem that he was able to get beyond the paralysis that brought him into analysis in the first place. I suspect that few analysts today are on the lookout for such unwitting repetition, which is curious insofar as repetition is presumably one of the key concepts of psychoanalysis. 17. Since they seem to pay less and less attention to their patients' pasts. Yet such repetition compulsions are clearly at work in a great many people's love and work relationships, they unknowingly reproducing the kinds of relationships they have either heard about or witnessed firsthand in their parents' lives, and a great deal of what they do and say can neither be grasped nor impacted without tracing out and articulating these relationships. All of this must be put into speech for it to stop running their lives unbeknownst to them. What was he doing instead of working? Resistance is the surest sign of conflict. There must be a force here that is seeking to express something and another that is striving to prevent its expression. Freud, Sexxii, p. 14. I want to lock horns with you, butt heads with you. An Anneli Sand. Let us turn now to what it was that was making it impossible for the rat man to work, as that is what was at the forefront of his mind when he went to see Freud. Freud was, I think, right to see the inability to work complained of by the patient as the primary illness or symptom, and the specific thoughts that were assailing him when he was supposed to be working as secondary, in a sense, for the latter became particularly intense only because of the necessity of the former. He had been plagued by intrusive thoughts for much of his life, since age 6, most likely, without them ever having taken on the overwhelming dimensions they took on later. As we saw above, it was important for him not to work because if he did, he would finish his studies and then be eligible to marry the Savarskai's daughter. What he did instead of working is secondary, to some degree, insofar as he could have been doing any of a vast number of things. In contemporary life and clinical practice, we encounter, for example, people who feel compelled to keep up with every detail of the news, or some specific kind of news, checking the front pages or websites of certain papers or magazines constantly, often telling themselves that they will get to work after they have done so in search of they know not what, news, for example, of some catastrophe or of some ill that has befallen someone they know and hate. To watch television, it often not mattering what, just so long as they are watching something, even flipping between 10 different channels. Some tell themselves they are just relaxing for a few minutes before getting down to work, and some even tell themselves that they are engaging in important sociological study. To play video games, sometimes convincing themselves that they are learning useful skills from them that will help them in their subsequent work. To survey various kinds of social media, whether Facebook, Twitter, or what have you, in search of they know not what, again, news of some ill that has befallen someone they know and hate or envy. To read all of some author's work that is only very tangentially related to their own before they can start studying the field they are supposed to be studying or writing the paper they are supposed to be writing. To masturbate, often multiple times, again, they may tell themselves that it is a good way of relieving tension or burning off excess energy and will allow them to concentrate better afterward, etc. The rat man engaged in some form of the last of these, especially late at night, which just so happens to have coincided with the main time of day at which he studied, having chosen such hours as if to convince himself and his father, who incidentally had been dead already for a number of years at that point, and who had died right around that same time of night, that he was truly burning the midnight oil, in other words, working hard at his studies into the wee hours of the morning. 18. All such procrastinative activities as those listed above constitute forms of rebellion against someone or some set of people that the procrastinator feels is wanting him to work or making him work. But why, he asks himself, would he do what such people want or order him to do when they are responsible for having deprived him of so many of his early pleasures in life? Ernst considered his father and his mother to be killjoys, in many ways, and spent far more of his time and energy thinking about flouting their demands and imagining them dead or even suffering in the afterlife, above all in the case of his father, than he did studying to achieve the goals they set out for him. See, for example, S. Freud, 2000, p. 145.19. But when he caught himself imagining his father dead or suffering, he would then feel compelled to punish himself by making himself pray that God preserve his father's soul, by swearing off all masturbation. S. Freud, 2000, pages 97 to 99, and even by giving his mother the money his father had bequeathed him, because, as we saw, he had wished his father dead so that he would have enough money to marry Giza, whom his father disapproved of. The more he wanted his father dead, for example, at age 12, because he thought it would make a girl he was interested in feel sorry for him, the more he would force himself to ensure his father's safety and continued health. He did the same with other people whom he both loved and hated. For example, Giza, the more he wished harm would come to her, for being cold to him and turning down his marriage proposals, the more he would have to pray for her well-being, and the more likely it was that some word would intrude into his prayers, transforming them into curses. Indeed, it is quite clear that he recognized at some level that he himself posed the greatest danger to them and that they primarily needed to be protected from him. The structure of obsessive symptoms. Whatever one tries to fend off will always eventually infiltrate the very means one is using to fend it off. Freud, Sex, p. 225. Let us consider Ernst's symptoms in the terms we discussed in Chapter 1. His early urges to see females naked obviously qualify as a sexual drive, scopophilia literally, loving to look, and his wish to have his father permanently out of the way so that he could satisfy such urges obviously qualifies as an aggressive drive. Both can be considered to be elements of force 1, the force associated with the bad self, the libido or ID, whereas the self-punishing impulses that would appear either as soon as he felt the sexual or aggressive impulses, or shortly after he had at least in part satisfied them, can be associated with force 2, his moral sense, his good self, or what Freud later refers to as the superego 20. Force 1 symptom, force 2. Bad self symptom, good self. We noted that in hysteria, the conflict between forces 1 and 2, that is, between the ID and the superego, led to a compromise formation, a single symptom, such as a nervous cough or an inability to drink water, that combined both impulses or wrapped them up into something quite unrecognizable either to the person with the symptom or to that person's entourage. In the case of the rat man, however, what we find instead is an oscillation between force 1 and force 2, a cycling back and forth from one to the other. A sexual or aggressive urge would appear, he would mentally punish himself for it, intrapsychically uttering a sanction or command to himself, and feeling a compulsion to cut his own throat. For example, the same urge would return or another urge would appear, and he would then punish himself for that one as well. See Appendix 3 for a detailed account of the structure of the symptom that led him into analysis, the one involving the payment he owed for his new pince-nez. His sexual and aggressive urges were generally obvious to him, which was at least one of the reasons why he considered himself to be a criminal. In hysteria, we saw that such sexual and aggressive urges are so disguised in the symptom as to be unrecognizable to the patient. In obsession, the patient is often painfully aware of his sexual and aggressive impulses, even if when he first presents them to an analyst, he couches them in negative formulations like the ones we saw in Chapter 2. For example, "It's not that I'd prefer my father were dead, it's just that." And even if he himself is often unaware of the why and wherefore of his urges. At times, however, obsessives, although aware of their sexual urges, can only become aware of their aggressive urges in a disguised form, the very form we see in the rat man's fully formed obsession at age 6, which might be schematized as follows. 1. He had a wish to see a girl naked, sexual urge. 2. He recollected his father's prohibition of sexual behavior, a reference to a childhood scene discussed further on. 3. He wanted to kill his father, this remained unconscious and was disguised as number 4. 4. He was afraid that his father would die, this is what became conscious. 5. He engaged in protective measures to ward off the harm that might come to his father, sex, p. 163. In such cases, the obsessive is conscious only of his fear that something terrible will happen to someone he ostensibly loves, and of the steps he feels compelled to take in order to ensure that this does not happen. It is noteworthy that it was in his write-up of a case of obsession that Freud first categorically stated that every fear covers over a repressed wish, sex, p. 180. Patients often have thoughts like, "Were anything to happen to my children, I would kill myself," and are fooled by the form of the thoughts into thinking that they simply express concern. They do not realize that the thought of something bad happening to someone is far more important and telling than the way in which it is clothed or couched. Point 21. Nor do they realize that several steps have been left out of such thoughts, as in the rhetorical trope of ellipsis, and that when they are restored, things become clearer. Consider, for example, what was elided from the rat man's intrusive thought or obsession: if I marry my lady, some misfortune will befall my father. Freud, sex, tells us. If we insert the intermediate steps, which had been skipped but were known to us from the analysis, we find the following train of thought: if my father were still alive, he would be as furious at me for intending to marry Giza as he was in the childhood scene when I bit my nurse. That would get me enraged at him again, and I would wish him every possible harm, and owing to the omnipotence of my wishes such harm would be bound to come to him. p. 226. Had all these intermediate thoughts been available to the rat man, he could hardly have found such intrusive thoughts unintelligible. Point 22. We see here that one of the many ways in which repression works is by ellipsis, by eliding connecting thoughts. Note that the cycle between force 1 and force 2, in the case of the rat man, did not always involve self-punishment. Sometimes it involved an attempt to undo what he had done, as for example when he tried to undo the fact of his father's death, sex, pages 235 to 236, something patently impossible. We might say that one element of the cycle involves hatred, and the other love, and rather than being condensed into one and the same activity or symptom, as in hysteria, one force momentarily gets the upper hand and expresses itself, and then the other returns with a vengeance. p. 192. Consider, for example, what the rat man did one day when he knew that Giza would soon be traveling along a particular road in a carriage. Stubbing his toe on a stone in the road, he immediately imagined her carriage hitting it and moved the stone out of the way so that she could not be injured by it, but then he thought better of this and put the stone back in its original place. The first action demonstrated love and care, even if the fact that he imagined her carriage hitting the stone may have been malicious. The second, anger and aggression, p. 190, each undoing what the other had done. First one impulse, loving, was satisfied, then the other, hateful. Not every case of obsession plays out in exactly this way, naturally. In many cases, the different warring forces are equally strong much of the time, leading to situations in which nothing at all happens for long stretches. As we saw in Chapter 2, people who are at war with themselves end up expending huge quantities of energy fighting their own tendencies, and to outside observers often seem quite dead, as if devoid of emotion. Contemporary clinicians often characterize them as having flat affect, overlooking the considerable effective forces that are warring within them. They are shocked when one force suddenly gets the upper hand and gives rise to an abrupt, seemingly incommensurate action, whether a marriage proposal, made out of the blue, on the spur of the moment, when nothing up until that time in the relationship suggested such an eventuality, or an outburst of violence, which is often immediately regretted and overcompensated for in the attempt to undo it. The more evenly matched the libidinal and prohibiting forces are, the more extreme the sudden action is likely to be when it finally comes. Hence Ernst's fear of the violence of his own rage, sex, p. 206. In cases of obsession where the libidinal and prohibiting forces are quite evenly matched, and no decision about anything important in patients' love or work lives can be made, everything is left to fate. One job will be accepted as opposed to another if it magically falls into the patient's lap through no doing of his own, and one relationship will be preferred to another if he himself need play no part in getting it started or solidified. Any choice that he is forced to make will be left to the toss of a coin, a sign from above, however superstitious it may seem, or other people's suggestions. In many cases, however, he will simply defer making a choice for so long that one of the two choices will no longer be available and there will no longer be any choice to be made at all. Avoidance is, after all, a defining feature of neurosis. Obsessives avoid making choices and decisions, telling us, for example, that they are inclined to do X, but that Y might be the better choice, but then again maybe X would be best, and so on ad infinitum. Phobics avoid situations and or animals or insects that are anxiety-provoking, and hysterics avoid recognizing what they themselves want. The obsessive's mental landscape is dominated by doubt, doubt which is, in reality, a doubt of his own love, sex, p. 241, a doubt that goes on to color or pervade his whole world, ending up with an ever-increasing degree of indecision, loss of energy, and restriction of freedom, se 16, p. 260. What should be the most certain is not, and therefore everything else is thrown into question. Everything he thinks he knows and remembers becomes open to question. Did I lock the door? Did I remember to turn off the gas? He then has to check over and over again. Through a longer or shorter series of missing intermediate thoughts, these questions almost always concern the person whom he both loves and hates. Example: did I remember to turn off the gas? If not, the next person to go in my apartment might be my beloved, and if she lights a candle or a cigarette, she might go up in smoke. He keeps wanting, at some level, to have left the gas on so that she will die in the explosion. In cases where the loving and hateful impulses are of equal strength, forces 1 and 2 always remain at the level of thought, never being able to be put into action. And insofar as each of those forces brings a great deal of cathexis, that is, energy or excitation with it, the thinking process itself becomes highly cathected, and indeed libidinized or sexualized. The constant cycling back and forth between alternatives, I love her, I hate her, I love her, I hate her, as one of my analysands put it, turns into a kind of mental masturbation that is often characterized as painful or torturous, and yet that seems to bring with it some kind of satisfaction of its own, satisfaction that is a substitute for the kind of satisfaction action would more typically provide. Jouissance in obsession. I remarked to Ernst Langer that we were well aware that those who are ill derive a certain satisfaction from their suffering, such that they all, in fact, resist their own recovery to some degree. Freud, sex, pages 183 to 184. This should remind us of something Freud notices when Ernst tells him about the specific kind of torture practiced in certain Eastern countries, involving hungry rats burrowing into someone's anus, as it was recounted to him by Captain Nemexek, the captain who is referred to in the published case history as the cruel captain, sex. At all the more important moments while he was telling his story, his face took on a very strange, composite expression. I could only interpret it as one of horror at pleasure of his own of which he himself was unaware. He proceeded with the greatest difficulty. At that moment the idea flashed through my mind that this rat torture was happening to a person who was very dear to me. Pages 166 to 167, Freud's emphasis. The rat man was obviously taking a kind of pleasure in imagining this horrible form of torture being carried out on Giza. It turns out that he imagined it being carried out on his father, too, and yet he could not allow himself to recognize this pleasure as his own. It was precisely what the French would term jouissance, the satisfaction, in thought, of an aggressive drive that was simultaneously unbearable, even in thought, it being unpalatable to his moral conscience to even think such a thing. It was clearly exciting to him to imagine such a thing happening to someone dear to him, and yet at the same time he